Chapter 1 Her First Kiss. All the chance encounters you think are actually my long-standing plan. Rongxi vs. Ningxuan. The suite on the top floor of the hotel. The light was not turned on, and the room was dark. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, thousands of lights are like bright stars. The man's cold white palm pressed Rongxi's left hand on the floor-to-ceiling glass, and the tip of his nose brushed her auricle. What do you want for thinking about my room like this? The Erla was a little itchy by the other party, and Rongxi tilted his head. You. The man seemed to smile in a low voice. Are you sure? Sure. Rongxi suddenly turned around, raised his hand to hook the other's neck, and tiptoed to kiss the other's face. It's just acting. You don't need to be real. The man's face is sideways. What a coincidence. Her lips are imprinted on the other's lips. Rongxi. Her first kiss. With a soft sound, the door was pushed open. The light turned on, and the lights in the guest room were instantly bright. Rongxi hooked the man's waist and looked at the door. Standing at the door is Jiang Qingli, the former apprentice of her third brother. Honor and regret? Seeing Rongxi, Jiang Qingli looked shocked. Why are you here? Rongxi smiled enchantingly. Sister Qingli will get engaged tomorrow. Of course, I will come here to give a big gift. At the beginning, Jiang Qingli took Rongyu, the third of the Rong family, as her teacher in the name of learning to drive, and wanted to take the opportunity to pursue Rongyu to marry into the Rong family. Because of her mistake in the racing car, Rongyu is still sitting in a wheelchair in order to protect her injured, nerve-damaged and disabled legs. Jiang Qingli, the initiator, quit the convoy at the first time. Not only did he never visit Rongyu once, but he also turned to climb the high branch of the Ning family and prepared to get engaged to son Ning Yuchen, the Ning family. Of course, Rongxi couldn't swallow this breath. She is here to smash the field today. You. Jiang Qingli frowned and saw the man beside her clearly. She was stunned. Who are you? Rongxi. Shouldn't the person she forced to kiss just now be Jiang Qingli's engagement partner, son Ning Yuchen of Nei's family? Rongxi turned his face and looked at the man who was held by her waist. The man is about the same age as Ning Yuchen. The black trousers wrap around the long legs, and the black shirt buttons are neatly buttoned under the throat knot. There is no simple decoration on the body, but the nobility and grace of the superior overflows from the bones. From head to toe, abstinence and coldness. However, her lips were stained with her lipstick, adding a little extravagance and evil charm. The man in front of him is more advanced in appearance and temperament than Ning Yuchen, the partner Jiang Qingli is going to be engaged to. Growing up in a pile of handsome men, the three brothers are the best among men. Rongxi has always thought that he has long been immune to men's appearance. At a glance, it still is a little amazing from the bottom of my heart. This man is a little good-looking. Well, it's not a loss to lose the first kiss on him. Qingli, what's the matter? Jiang Qingli's fiancé Ning Yuchen trotted over. Ning Yuchen's expression stiffened when she stopped beside Jiang Qingli and saw a pair of men and women standing together. Uncle, Rongxi, how can you be together? Uncle. So, this is also a member of the Ning family. Rongxi glanced at the man who was called uncle by Ning Yuchen. The man squeezed the handkerchief and was slowly wiping the lipstick on his lips, and he couldn't see too much emotion on his face. There are many descendants of the Ning family, and I don't know who this is. Quietly retracted the arm that was still on the man's waist, Rongxi turned his face to look at Ning Yuchen. Yuchen, don't blame the little aunt for not reminding you that this girlfriend can't be picked up from the trash can. Be careful not to be cheated on. Anyway, the other party has misunderstood, so she can pretend to be an elder. Auntie. Hearing these three words, the man who was polishing his lipstick stiffened slightly. The dark amber eyes are stained with a little play. Honor and regret. Jiang Qingli's face sank. Don't play with right and wrong in front of Yuche. I won't allow you to slander me like this. Slander. Pinching out the prepared photo from the small handbag, Rongxi raised his right hand and threw the photo heavily on Jiang Qingli. The photo was smashed on Jiang Qingli's chest, scattered everywhere, and fell on the silver-grey handmade carpet. In the photo, Jiang Qingli is dancing closely with a half-naked young man with an extremely ambiguous posture. It is very different from the usual image of a lady. Seeing herself in the photo, Jiang Qingli was stunned. This was a small program on my best friend's birthday party last weekend. Albanian local, the good friends were there. She drank too much and had a little too much fun at that time. How did Rongxi get these private photos? Ning Yuchen, who was standing aside, turned green in an instant. Jiang Qingli, you are so bold. The fiancé, who will be engaged tomorrow, is so promiscuous. If this spreads out, won't he become a laughing stock in the whole city? Yuchen. Jiang Qingli grabbed Ning Yuchen's arm in a hurry. This is not true. She is framing me. Listen to my explanation. Bang. Ning Yuchen slapped Jiang Qingli in the face with his backhand. Explain what? Explain how many men you have slept with. Turning around, Ning Yuchen slammed the door and rushed out of the guest room. Jiang Qingli turned around to chase. Yuchen, you wait. The man's voice sounded majestic. Stop. Jiang Qingli instinctively stopped and looked at the man in black. The man in black folded the handkerchief stained with lipstick and stuffed it into his pocket, and the man in black was cold. This is the end of the marriage of the Ning and Jiang families. Rongxi bends his lips. Everything is as she expected. A famous family like the Ning family values his face more than anything else. As long as she takes out these photos, the Ning family will never allow Jiang Qingli to enter the door. You. Jiang Qingli frowned and opened her mouth, with grievance and a little anger in her tone. Why do you? This marriage was ordered by the two parents of Ning and Jiang, and the invitations to the engagement banquet were sent out. A young uncle who has a bad career is going to ruin her engagement in one sentence. Just because. I'm Ning Shen. The tone of the man in black is still calm, but between the lines, there is the majesty of the superior and the domineering of not allowing the beak. Hearing the word Ning Shen, Jiang Qingli was instantly petrified. Rongxi was also shocked. The man in front of him turned out to be the legendary head of the Ning family, Ning Shen. There is a saying in the upper circle of Jiangchen on both sides of the Jingjiang River, the rich are like numbness. But when he met evil spirits, he suddenly provoked Ning Shen. When it comes to the name Ning Shen, no one in Jiangcheng knows it. The rumored Ning Shen is talented, but he is paranoid and violent. The newly bought famous horse was dissentient and was peeled and made into a specimen that night. A second generation who spoke rude to him was made to him lose his property in less than a week and jumped down from the Jiangcheng bridge. There is even a legend that he has a grey background abroad. Even the eldest brother of the Rong family also reminded Rongxi. In Jiangcheng, anyone in her family can help her make peace. Except Ning Shen. He glanced at Jiang Qingli condescendingly, and Ning Shen's tone was light. Early tomorrow morning, I will arrange someone to pick up the wedding gift of the Ning family. The man's tone is still aristocratic, polite and elegant. However, what he said was the most cruel words. Ning's wedding gift? That's an investment of 1 billion. Even a large family company like the Jiang family will spit out such a large amount of investment in one breath, which will hurt its vitality. The marriage of a famous family that was about to arrive turned into a bubble in an instant, and she still had to face a debt of 1 billion yuan. Jiang Qingli's little heart twitched and she almost fainted on the spot. Miss Wei Yi was not there, and her tone softened in an instant. Uncle, You are not qualified to call me uncle. Ning Shen's tone sank and remembered to inform Mr. Jiang that my money would be charged with interest. Get out. Rongxi, who stood next to him and watched all the way, silently gave a thumbs up for the head of the Ning family in his heart. Not only divest investment, but also interest. It's worthy of being a living king of hell. He's really cruel enough. Rongxi smiled and gave Jiang Qingli a word with her lips. Get out of here. Not daring to make a way in front of Ningshen, Jiang Qingli stared at Rongxi with red eyes and ran out of the door with a chock. Then I'll go first. Good night, Mr. Ning. After the marriage is destroyed, the glorious steps are about to slip away. As soon as I stepped out of my right foot, my wrist was already held by a big hand. The next moment, she was pressed against the wall by the other party. Rongxi raised his face and saw Ningshen's approaching handsome face. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, and the small red tear mole under the corners of his eyes flashed slightly. Didn't you say, you want me? Chapter 2 A little. I want to kiss. Rongxi raised his palm to block the man's shoulder. It was just a joke just now. I came to Mr. Ning just to give you this information to avoid damage to the reputation of the Ning family. So, I should thank you, right? Ningshen pressed his shoulder and approached her a little closer. Miss Rong, how do you want me to thank her? In midair, the familiar breath is approaching. The faint smell of cedar, mixed with the afterglow of pink pepper. It is a classic perfume of Rongjia's cosmetics company, Rongxi's representative work Flame Under the Ice. No wonder she felt a little familiar with the other party's breath just now. The distance between the two was less than 10 centimeters, and she could even see his well-rooted eyelashes. Even at such a close distance, the face in front of you still can't find any flaws. Rongxi's eyes fell on the man's pale lips, and his throat was inexplicably itchy. A little. I want to kiss. At this moment, she finally understands the lustful kings in ancient times. The color makes the mind dizzy. If there is such a big beauty around every day, who will control it? But soon, Rongxi put away his lust. If it is changed to another man, she can spoil the other man. This is Ning Shen, the head of the Ning family. He can only watch from afar and not play with him. To provoke him, it's not a game of fire, it's a game of life. Rongxi bent the corners of his lips and smiled harmlessly. Mr. Ning is so kind. You don't have to pay attention to such a small matter. If you have nothing to do, I'll go first. She wanted to pull out her wrist without a trace. Instead of pulling out the hand, it hurt the wound on the wrist. Considering that it is related to the Ning family, Rongxi doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Without moving the hotel's security system, she climbed down from the rooftop of the top floor. It just rained in the afternoon, the wall was slippery, and my wrist was accidentally scratched by the decorative sculpture on the outer wall of the hotel. Rongxi took a deep breath and frowned. You hurt me. Ning Shen glanced at her wrist, and a fresh red scratch was particularly obvious on her cold and snow-white skin. The man's pupils tightened. Sit down. He pulled Rongxi to the sofa and sat down. Ning Shen let her go, turned around and walked to the decorative rack, and took the medicine box. Rongxi raised his eyebrows. He was forced to kiss her just now, and now he actually took the initiative to help her treat the wound. What on earth does Ning Shen want to do? Sitting opposite her, Ning Shen unbuttoned the cufflinks and rolled the sleeves of his shirt over his elbows. After taking a disinfectant wipe, he carefully disinfected his fingers and raised his injured arm. There is no anesthetic here. It will hurt a little. Please bear with it. That sound. There is no coldness in the face of Jiang Xingli, and even gentleness. Squeezing the cotton ball to help her gently remove the blood from the wound, the man's movements were skillful and neat. Rongxi is not controlled by hand. However, the hand in front of me, whether it is a slender joint with a sense of bones or a slightly protruding blood vessel on the wrist, has an indescribable sexiness. Being bandaged by such a hand seems to be a pleasure to be injured. Rongxi's eyes moved from Ning Shen's hand to his face, and then from the other's face back to his fingers. Ning Shen doesn't have a ring in his hand, which is enough to prove that he is neither engaged nor married. Such a beautiful woman is still single. Tie the gauze, and carefully pull the gauze on one side carefully. Confirming that the bows on both sides were completely symmetrical, he let go of his fingers with satisfaction. Obviously, it was an ordinary gauze. Passing through his hand, it seemed to be a unique decoration on his wrist. So obsessive-compulsive disorder? Rongxi. I suddenly thought, what's wrong with this man being a little cute? It's very beautiful. Rongxi turned his wrist and praised himself. Has Mr. Ning studied medicine? As soon as she said the words, she realized that her problem was too much. It's just the first time they meet. What right does she have to find out each other's privacy? Just when she thought the other party would not answer, Ning Shen's voice had already sounded. I have been part-time for several years. Rongxi was a little surprised. This guy seems to be a little different from the legendary head of the Ning family, who is not close to strangers. Rongxi relaxed, and the lust has the upper hand again. She wants to touch that beautiful palm. Introduce yourself. Xiang Ningshen stretched out his right hand, and Rongxi's tone joked, Rongxi, Ronghua's wealth is the glory, and the death is not enough. Ningshen stretched out his right hand and held her palm. Ningshen, Ning, a peaceful life, Shen composed of sincerity. The man's palm is warm and dry, and there is a thin layer of cocoon on the inside of the palm, which is especially obvious at the tiger's mouth. Like the hands of the eldest brother of the Rong family, this is a cocoon that often touches the gun. He knows medical skills and can use guns. The head of the Ning family is really not simple. Rongxi withdrew his palm without saying a word. Now, can I go? No, Rongxi, what do you mean? Ning Shen stretched out his right hand. Clothes. Clothes? Does he want her to take off her clothes? He didn't really think that she was here to give her arms, did he? Rongxi's little face sank. If Mr. Ning wants it, then do it yourself. Ning Shen stood up and stretched out his right hand to her. Rongxi clenched his fist. If he really dares to be rude to her, she doesn't mind at all and breaks his beautiful fingers. The man's palm did not touch her, but crossed her shoulder, took the coat from the sofa behind her, and put it on her shoulder. It's cool at night in early summer. Miss Raw, be careful of catching a cold. The man's tone is light and there is not much emotion. That gesture seems to be completely gentlemanly polite. Rongxi. I thought the other party had an idea for me. Originally, he was just taking clothes. The pervert turned out to be herself. Tightening the lapel of her suit jacket to cover the deep V neckline of her black dress, Ning Shen turned around and opened the door. Miss Raw, please. The two came out of the guest room one after and came to the elevator room. On the other side of the corridor, Ning Shen's special assistant, Zhou Yanqing, happened to come over with a tablet computer. Seeing the men and women in front of the elevator, Zhou Yanqing stopped, and his eyes fell on Rongxi's face, and an unconcealed surprise flashed in his eyes. Cough. Ning Shen coughed lightly. Feeling the master's sharp eyes, Zhou Yanqing realized his mistake and was busy hanging his eyelashes. Mr. Ning, there is a document that needs your signature. Ding, the elevator door is separated. Ning Shen blocked the elevator door and signaled Rongxi to go in first. Let's talk about it when we come back. Feeling the disgust in the other party's tone, Zhou Yanqing stood outside the elevator door and did not dare to follow. A gossip heart in my chest has already boiled. After following Ning Shen for 3 years, Zhou Yanqing personally sent the person downstairs, and Zhou Yanqing could count on one hand. The little girl came out of the boss's room, wearing his coat, and even had to send her downstairs in person. Did the big boss stay in the hotel room today just to wait for her? What's the matter with such a big queue? Close the elevator door tightly and go down. Rongxi leaned lazily on the elevator wall and admired Ning Shen reflected in the mirror of the elevator wall. The man has long legs, narrow waist, and a handsome face. Whether it is appearance or temperament, it is on her aesthetic point. It is said that the more cold a man is, the crazier he will be when he is in love. Rongxi was suddenly a little curious about what a man like him would look like when he was in love. 139. Ning Shen spit out a string of numbers. My private number, Miss Raw, write it down. Rongxi was stunned. He is Ning Shen, the head of the Ning family who is rich and rich. I don't know how many businessmen and celebrities in Jiangcheng want to buy his contact information at a high price. In order to have a meal with him, some people even offer a sky-high price of more than 1 million. Such a Ning Shen actually took the initiative to give her a private number. Chapter 3. Why do you look like your father's boyfriend? Rongxi blinked his eyes and looked at Ning Shen doubtfully. It seemed that he saw her thoughts, and Ning Shen explained lightly. I need all the relevant photos and videos of Jiang Xingli. Miss Ro can send them to me on WeChat. Honor the epiphany. This matter is related to the reputation of the Ning family. It is understandable that Ning Shen does not want more people to know. She took out her mobile phone and neatly saved Ning Shen's phone into the phone book. The elevator arrived at the lobby on the first floor. When the lobby manager saw Ning Shen, he trotted all the way to meet him. Mr. Ning. Ning Shen raised his chin and helped Miss Ro call a car. The lobby manager rushed out of the door and called a taxi. Ning Shen personally helped Rongxi open the door and put his palm above the door. Rongxi sat in the back seat, took off his coat from his body, and handed it to Ning Shen. Your coat. In the future, the two should not have any intersection. It's best to give him the clothes now, so that she doesn't have to send them again. Ning Shen didn't pick up the suit she handed over. He stepped back and closed the door tightly, making a driving gesture to the driver. Rongxi. Is this because she wears dirty clothes? The taxi turned out of the hotel, fastened his seat belt, and glanced at the rearview mirror of the car inadvertently. The rearview mirror reflects the door of the hotel lobby, where the lights are dim, a slender figure. Is Ning Shen still there? Rongxi sat up straight and wanted to see clearly. The taxi just changed to the inner lane, and the car behind blocked the light and shadow of the hotel, and she didn't see anything. Rongxi withdrew his gaze and shook his head. She must have read it wrong. The two have just met. And they are not close friends. How could the other party stand at the door to see her off? Withdrawing her eyes, she entered WeChat and searched for Ning Shen's WeChat according to the number she had just saved. WeChat name, Ning Shen. The avatar is very special, with a dark golden 7-pointed star on an all-black background. The color of the 7-pointed star is simple and low-key. If you don't look carefully, it will almost blend in with the background. Rongxi remembers that in an astrological book she has read before, the 7-pointed star is called the fingerprint of the devil. This avatar is really suitable for Ning Shen. It is unpredictable and mysterious. Please give Ning Shen's name and send the application to add friends. The other end of the signal. The suite on the top floor of the hotel. Ning Shen took the mobile phone on the table and pressed the friend pass button. Tap the screen with your finger and enter a string of English "My Princess" in the remarks column. My princess in a taxi. The mobile phone vibrates. Automatic prompts from WeChat are displayed on the screen. Ning Shen, I have applied through your friends, and now we can chat. Rongxi sorted out the relevant photos and videos of Jiang Xingli in his mobile phone and sent them to the other party one by one. When everything was sent, the taxi just turned into the villa community where the royal family was located. Driver, please stop in front of you. Remind the driver to enter a message to send it. Rongjia Xiaoxi, all videos and photos are here. Ning Shen, are you home? Rongjia Xiaoxi, Ning Shen, go to bed early and don't get water on the wound tonight. Rongxi, where is the promised demon violence? Why do you look like your father's boyfriend? Do they know each other? He got out of the taxi and took a look at his villa not far away. He took off his men's coat, went into the garage, and found a paper bag to put Ning Shen's outer suit in. If her family sees her, she is wearing men's clothes. Mom and dad will definitely summon 3 brothers together to hold a family meeting and interrogate her for 3 hours. With a paper bag, she walked up the steps gently and was about to slip in. The door of the living room opened, and Ro's father and Ro's mother sent the 2 guests out. One is old and one is young. The old man's hair is grey, which looks a little like a fairy. The young man behind him was carrying a medicine box in his hand. These 2 people don't know each other, but from the other's clothes, she still guessed the identity of the other party. The old man must be the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor who contacted the wrong family from all sides and invited him from the south to treat the 3rd brother Rongyu. Rongxi stopped and listened. Please stay. The old traditional Chinese medicine doctor parked at the door of the living room with a medicine box. I'm really sorry that I couldn't help Mr. Rongyu. Listening to the words of the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Rongxi's heart suddenly sank. Since the accident of the 3rd brother Rongyu, the Rong family has exhausted all its resources and invited all the doctors they could. All doctors say this sentence in the end. Can the 3rd brother really only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life? You are so kind. Ro's father Ro Sinan shook hands with the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. We are very grateful that you would like to come in person. The driver sent the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor away, and Ro's mother Pei Yinshu raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. Is there really nothing we can do? Ro Sinan comforted his wife's shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Traditional Chinese medicine is not good. Let's find someone else. I don't believe it. No one can cure Xiao Yu's leg well. Having said that, Ro Sinyan's eyes were also full of gloom. It only took 3 months for Rongyu to have an accident. Xi's grey hair is obviously much more, and Pei Yingshu has also lost a circle of weight. Hope again and again, disappointment again and again. This is not only a torture to Rongyu, but also a torture to Ro's family. Looking at the appearance of his parents, Rong's chest was also stuffy. Adjust your mood and hide your gauze wrapped wrist behind you. She came over with a paper bag. Dad, Mom. Seeing their daughter, Ro's parents put away their sad face at the same time. I don't want to put pressure on my children. In front of their children, parents always try to be optimistic. She took off the thin shawl on her body and put it on Rongxi. Pei Yingshu stretched out her palm and helped her wrap the shawl tightly. It's cold at night, so I don't wear a coat. What if I catch a cold? Ro's father also looked concerned. Sister-in-law Liu, hurry up. Cook a cup of hot milk for Xiaoxi. Xi can't bear to make his parents worry. Mom and Dad, I'm fine. Did you forget that you had pneumonia when you were a child? Sinan gave her a reproach, went upstairs, changed into a set of warm clothes, and took a hot bath. Yes, you go upstairs first. Mom will ask the servant to bring the milk to you later. Pei Yingshu also accompanied by the side. When Rongxi was born, her 3 brothers had grown up, and the youngest Rongyi was 4 years older than her. Ro's father has always been strict with his 3 sons. When it comes to this daughter, she has completely lost her principles. It's really afraid of falling in the palm of your hand, and it's afraid of melting in your mouth. The 3 brothers spoiled her even more. Rongxi went out when she was a child and hardly walked on the road. Either the father was holding it, or the brothers were carrying and holding it. So that at that time, some people mistakenly thought that there was something wrong with the child's legs. Even now that she has grown up, her family still treats her as a child. Got it, mother. Rongxi hugged his mother's arm and flirted. He took a look at the 3rd floor. Where is the 3rd brother? Hearing her mention of her youngest son, Rongyu, the couple's eyes were gloomy at the same time. Abstain. Pei Yingshu pursed his lips and went to see him later. Remember, don't mention the doctor. Sinan reminded in a low voice. I know. She responded obediently and helped my brother warm up a more portion of milk, and I would send it to him later. He went upstairs with a paper bag, changed into casual clothes at home, and the maid Liu also sent milk and cake. Holding the tray, Rongxi came to the 3rd floor. As soon as I entered the corridor, there was a strange noise in the gym at the end of the corridor. Chapter 4: The wildest and favorite one to play. With milk, Rongxi crossed the corridor, gently walked out of the gym door, and carefully pushed the door open. In the gym, the lights are bright. Yu, the 3rd old man of the Rong family, wore a set of black casual clothes and sat in a wheelchair diagonally to the door. He grabbed the ring with both hands and was pulling himself up from the wheelchair with great effort. His legs lost consciousness and could only rely on the strength of his arms. A simple standing movement almost exhausted him. Bang! The arms are weak, and the disabled legs can't support the weight at all. The man fell heavily on the fighting mat. Rongxi subconsciously wanted to rush in, clenched the doorknob, and forced himself to stop again. Among the 3 brothers in the family, Rongyu is the wildest and the most playful one. At the age of 16, he won the honor of winning the first world racing champion in his life, and he has always been reckless. As proud as he is, he certainly doesn't want his little sister to see his embarrassment like him. Gritting his teeth and supporting himself, Rongyu climbed back to the wheelchair with a hard time. Raising his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead, he grabbed the small dumbbell in his hand in annoyance and hit the wall heavily. Bang! The dumbbell just hit the switch, and the light dimmed, leaving only the bleak moonlight coming in from the window. Rongyu, you trash. Raising his hands to grab his hair, the man shrank up in the wheelchair little by little. He is like an angel with broken wings in the moonlight. The proud son of heaven, who used to be indulgent and frivolous, can now only sit in a wheelchair and can't even walk. Such a result is more uncomfortable than the fate of the emperor. Looking at everything in his eyes, Rongxi's heart has already been wrinkled in pain. Stand outside the door and stare at Rongyu for a moment. She retreated gently to the entrance of the stairs, deliberately putting her steps down and pretending to have just climbed upstairs. Handsome man, where is he? I'm here. The door of the gym opened, and Rongyu came out in an electric wheelchair. There was a slinging smile on his handsome face, and there was no decadence and depression on his face. How was it? Did you have a good time? Are there any handsome men at the banquet? She didn't want her family to know what she was going to do at night, so Rongxi only said that she was attending a classmate's birthday banquet. Rongxi winked at him. He is not as handsome as my 3rd brother. If you want to find someone more handsome than San. Rongyu shrugs his shoulders. I guess you definitely can't get married. With a joke, Rongyu naturally stretched out his palm and took the tray in Rongxi's hand. Give it to me, don't burn it. Even in a wheelchair, he is still taking care of his little sister. Knowing that he was just forcing a smile, Rongxi didn't break it. He circled his shoulder and spoiled him. Then I'll live with the 3rd brother. The 3rd brother, you have to raise me. Don't worry, the 3rd brother will support you for the rest of your life. Rongyu's smile. That's what you said. Don't regret it. He held the handrail of the wheelchair and pushed Rong Yu back to the bedroom. Rong Shi sat cross-legged on his big bed and took the milk cup handed over by Rong Yu. The third brother also eats. Thriving Yu had no appetite, but he still held the milk cup and stubbornly let himself drink it, coaxing his sister to be happy. Watching Rong Shi finish the cake, Rong Yu handed her a tissue. Opening the drawer, he took out a small black gift box and brought it to Rong Shi. Well, your new toy. What is it? Rong Shi opened the box curiously. On the black velvet, there is a car key lying quietly. The latest W16 engine, with a maximum torque of 1,900, only 1.8 seconds to accelerate to 100 kilometers. Rong Yu explained with a smile, and his tone was full of love. I promise you will like it. When it comes to the car, Rong Yu suddenly became brilliant. Rong Shi looked at the face of the man in front of him, and his appearance in the gym flashed in front of him. I only felt that the car key in my hand suddenly became heavy. Among the three brothers, Rong Yu is the youngest, but he is the one who loves Rong Yu the most. He took her to play in the parking lot since he was a child. Knowing that she also likes to play with the car, he taught her hand in hand without telling his family. In order to help Rong Shi hide her playing with the car, Rong Yu was scolded by Rong's mother. In his current state, he still has the heart to prepare a gift for her. Holding the car key in his hand with his fingers closed, Rong Shi jumped out of bed, hugged Rong Yu's neck, and kissed the man's face heavily. Thank you, third brother. Little thing, why are you polite to the third brother? Rong Yu pinched her little face and blinked at Rong Shi. The car was parked in the parking lot. You can drive by yourself when you want to play. Remember, don't tell your parents, big brother and second brother. If they know that I will send you a racing car, they will destroy me. The door was knocked, and the nurse invited by the royal family came in. Mr. Rong, it's time for you to take a shower. Rong Shi put away the empty cup on the table, then I'll go back to rest first, and the third brother will also go to bed early. Rong Yu nodded with a smile, confirming that Rong Shi left far away, and his smile disappeared on his face in an instant. When I go out, I can wash by myself. If your family asks about it, you can say that you helped me. The nurse stood at the door of the bathroom with a bath towel in embarrassment. However, both legs are completely disabled. It is very simple for ordinary people to take a bath, but now it is difficult for Rong Yu. He is alone. How can he wash? The palm of the hand gripped the handrail of the wheelchair, and Rong Yu's voice suddenly raised. I'll let you out. The nurse had no choice but to put down the bath towel and other things in his hand and walk out of the room. At the end of the corridor, Rong Shi looked at everything in his eyes, wrinkled his eyebrows and sighed. For Rong Yu, every day is torture now. However, she can't help him at all. Back to the bedroom on the second floor, Rong Shi sat in front of the computer. I was about to continue to search for the doctor's information on the internet when the mobile phone on the table suddenly rang. On the screen, there is a video invitation sent by her cousin Pei Ziyang, who is studying abroad. Rong Shi connected the video call, and Pei Ziyang immediately appeared on the screen. The man was wearing a white coat and holding a scalpel standing in front of the dissection table. On the dissection table, there is also a half-dissected corpse. Fortunately, Rong Shi has long been used to this kind of thing. If it were someone else, I would have a heart attack. Little ancestor, let me ask you a question. If a normal corpse is buried in the soil, it will rot in 3 months. The muscle tissue has not completely decayed 2 years after death. Why is this? Rong Shi leaned on the back of the chair with little interest. There are heavy metals in the soil, which slows down the decay of muscle tissue. That's right. Pei Ziyang raised his right hand and patted his forehead, with a sudden expression of enlightenment. Why didn't I expect it? Noticing the expression of mourning, Pei Ziyang's tone also sank. Didn't you help Xiao Yu find an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, or it didn't work? After Rong Yu's accident, Rong and Pei's families were worried about him, and Pei Ziyang, who was a cousin, was certainly no exception. Rong Shi shook his head in frustration. Pei Ziyang frowned and suddenly asked, by the way, Xiao Xi, do you have any exchanges between the Rong family and the Ning family? Hearing him mention the Ning family, Rong Shi raised his eyebrows. Why do you ask this? Chapter 5 Kissed, is it familiar? I have also been helping Xiao Yu inquire recently. A friend suggested that we go to the Lion Medical Laboratory to try our luck. Lion Laboratory? That's the top medical laboratory. I heard that their latest research project is neurobuilding. Rong Shi was overjoyed. So, can they cure my brother's leg? I contacted the laboratory and said that they had similar medical records. But, Pei Ziyang frowned. They had a lot of patients. If they queued up according to the normal appointment, they would have to wait at least a year. Can't you pay more money? It's not about money. Pei Ziyang's tone is helpless. As you know, people who can make an appointment with them for surgery are not short of money. Of course, there are many people who take the initiative to invest in the world's top medical laboratories. How can they be short of money? Rong Shi's brows tightened again. For 3 months, Rong Yu has been tortured to the point of depression. It is too cruel to wait another year. What's more, the longer you wait, His physical condition will become worse and worse, and it will be more difficult to recover. His eyes fell on the gauze on his wrist, and his heart moved. You just said that the Ning family is related to the laboratory. I heard some inside information. Ning Shen, the head of the Ning family, is the main investor of this laboratory. If he is willing to help, or he can ask Xiao Yu to jump in line. Ning Shen. So. Ning Shen's face flashed in front of Rongxi's eyes. I just need to deal with Ning Shen? Pei Zuyan raised his face from the corpse in front of him, a little surprised. Do you know Ning Shen well? Kissed, is it familiar? Rongxi, we know each other. Really? Pei Zuyan is also excited, but I heard that Ning Shen is a great character. What are you going to do with him? If you can't convince him, then please pull the bow on your hand. Sleep him. Pei Zuyan's scalpel stopped. What did you say? Is it because he has been abroad for too long and his Chinese has regressed? The little ancestor is not talking about sleeping, is it? It's nothing. Rongxi shrugged his shoulders. In short, you are not allowed to tell my parents about this matter. The two Ning Rong families have no business relations, let alone private relations. If you go to Ning Shen rashly, the other party will definitely not help easily. During this period, for the sake of the third brother, my parents have been worried about grey hair. How could she bear to let her father beg a young man in a low voice? From childhood to adulthood, it was always her father and brothers who spoiled her, protected her, and stood in front of her. Now is also the time for her to share her worries for her family. Little ancestor, don't mess around. Who doesn't know that Ning Shen is a living king of hell? I think. Pei Zuyan put down the scalpel in his hand and came to the computer camera in a solemn tone. Let's discuss this matter with your parents. Seeing that the other party did not agree, Rongxi directly threw out the killer. If you dare to tell my parents, I will fire you. At the beginning, Pei Zuyan wanted to be a forensic doctor and changed his major to forensic medicine without his family's knowledge. The Pei family is such a son, and naturally, they don't want him to deal with corpses all day long. The persuasion was fruitless, and he simply cut off his financial resources and wanted to force him to go home to inherit the family business. Pei Zuyan is also a tough man. He gritted his teeth and didn't look back. He borrowed money to set up a studio by himself and started his own money. As a result, he owed a lot of debt and was so poor that he almost went to the red light district to be a duck. In the end, Rongxi used her small vault to help him get through the difficulties. Now, Rongxi is the largest shareholder of Pei Ziya's studio, Pei Ziya's golden father. In the studio, the decision-making power of honor is above him. Hearing that Rongxi was going to fire him, Pei Ziyan was cowardly. No. Mr. Rong calmed down, I can't say it. It's about the same. Honor the finger buckle desktop, you have a wide network abroad, help me collect a little information about Ning Shen, what hobbies, circumference size. I want them all. No problem. Pei Zuyan agreed with a full mouth, and then came back for a moment. Hobbies are understandable. What does she want to do with Ning Shen's 3 circumferences? Pei Zuyan wanted to ask again. Rongxi had cut off the video. Early the next morning, Rongxi got up early, changed his clothes, put on Ning Shen's coat and went downstairs. Dad Rong, who was watching the economic news in the living room, stood up in surprise. Xiaoxi, why did you get up so early? I have something to do at school. I'll go early today. He waved his hand to his father and walked down the steps quickly. Xiaoxi, did you bring the candy? Rong's father hurriedly chased out of the living room, and Rongxi's camouflage G had roared away. Of course, she doesn't go to school, but to the hotel. Ningxia's business empire involves ships, real estate, medicine and other fields. People like Ning Shen, no need to guess, are also busy people who fly around all day long. Rongxi rushed to the hotel early in the morning, just to try his luck and see him again before Ning Shen left. Driving the car downstairs of Tianning Hotel, Rongxi took out his mobile phone, dialed the hotel guest room department, and reported Ning Shen's room number. Hello, I'd like to book suite 3601 on the top floor. Excuse me, I haven't checked out of this room yet. Can you see another room? No, thank you. I didn't check out, which means that Ning Shen is still here. Hanging up the phone, Rongxi took out a small perfume bottle from his handbag and sprayed it gently on his wrist. This bottle is the perfume she specially made last night. Longan fragrance stimulates men's most primitive desire. Wangxian jade can relax people's spirit. In addition, rosemary, which is known as a stimulant in the essential oil world. This perfume is enough to provoke any man's heartstrings. Ning Shen is also a man. Opening the door, Rongxi accelerated his pace into the lobby of Tianning Hotel. The fluter soft sound is the prompt sound of her smartwatch. Huairong cherished the time. Raw's mother, Pei Yunshu, was already an elderly mother. Because of the lack of amniotic fluid, I regret that I gave birth 1 month prematurely and had hypoglycemia from an early age. The smartwatch on the wrist will actively remind her once it detects that her blood sugar is low. Rongxi opened the handbag and pinched out the box containing candy. Just in case, she has always been inseparable. The box is empty, leaving only the sweetness of the big white rabbit's milk. She has been busy collecting Jiang Qingli's information these days, and she has completely ignored the sugar. If you go to eat now, I'm afraid you'll miss Ningxuan. Never mind, find someone first. Speed up, walk into the elevator and press the button on the top floor. The elevator came to the top floor, and Rongxi pressed his slightly stuffy temples and came to the door of Ningxuan's guest room. Just as he was about to ring the alarm, the guest room had been pulled away from the inside, and Ningxuan, dressed in black, stepped out. Seeing her, Ningxuan was stunned. Miss Rong? The girl is wearing a smoky blue cheongsong, and the silk fabric is slim, outlining her slender neckline and slender waist. Standing with the light behind his back in the morning light of the corridor, Rongxi is like a seductive goblin in a movie, and the beauty is breathtaking. Rongxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's so dangerous. If he comes a little later, he should leave. Yes, I just passed by and sent you the clothes back. Rongxi raised his hand and handed over the paper bag. Didn't disturb you? Ningxuan's eyes swept over the paper bag in her hand and frowned slightly. I don't know if it's his own illusion, Rongxi always feels that the other party's expression seems to be a little unhappy. She just thought that the other party disliked it, and she told a little lie. I asked the servant to wash it. Have you washed it? Ningxuan's eyebrows wrinkled a little more and more. His expression was put in the collection, and the heart of honor also sank slightly. This person's cleanliness fetish won't be so exaggerated, will it? Do you want the clothes that others have touched? Head, a little dizzy. Rongxi took a deep breath and calmed down. It's so early that Mr. Ning must not have had breakfast yet. Why don't I treat you to breakfast? Before she finished speaking, her eyes went dark and her body fell softly to the floor. He stretched out an arm and held her waist. His face hit Ningxuan's arms, and the familiar breath came to his face. The corners of Rongxi's lips curled. It's really time to commit hypoglycemia this time. Reaching out and grabbing Ningxuan's suit, Rongxi fell softly on his shoulder. Sugar. She was completely swallowed up by the darkness when she only had time to say one word. He bent down and picked her up. Ningxuan strode into the guest room and put her on the sofa. Put your hand into the inner pocket of the suit and take out an exquisite small candy box. Taking out a big white rabbit milk candy from it, he peeled off the sugar paper neatly and stuffed the sugar into Rongxi's mouth. Mr. Ning, the car is ready. Special help Zhou Yanxing strode in, looked at Ningxuan's movements, and stared wide-eyed in surprise. After following Ningxuan for 3 years, he knew Ningxuan's habits. No matter where he goes, Ningxuan always carries a candy box with him, and there are always a few pieces of white rabbit milk candy in the box. After all, this habit contrasts too much with Ningxuan's personality. When he just found out, Zhou Yanqing was really surprised. At the beginning, the special assistant thought it was Ningxuan's special hobby. For so many years, Ningxuan has never eaten the sugar in the box, let alone shared it with anyone. This is the first time that Zhou Yanqing has seen Ningxuan take the initiative to give sugar to others. Holding up Rongxi's arm, Ningxuan pressed her wrist with 2 fingers. Sure that her health was fine, he was a little relieved. Golden bird's nest porridge, fresh fried shrimp, and prepare a few light side dishes. But Zhou Yanqing raised his wrist to check the time. If we don't leave, we will miss the plane. Ningxuan looked sideways and looked sharp. Didn't I make it clear? Zhou Yanqing read the displeasure in his eyes. I'm going to the restaurant right away. Turning around, Zhou Yanqing rushed out of the guest room quickly. Pull the blanket on the sofa and cover it on Rongxi. Ningxuan stretched out his finger and gently helped her get out of the messy hair covering her face. The girl has a faint smell of perfume, mixed with the milk sweetness of the big white rabbit, perfectly mixing the innocence of the little girl with the charm of a woman. Cute and seductive. His eyes fell on her lips, Ningxuan's eyes turned gloomy, and his throat not unconsciously slid up and down twice. There are obvious waves in the eyes as deep as the deep sea. Fingers cut down from her ear, and the man's fingers gently and slowly stroked her lips. The dark amber eyes are full of tiredness and obsession. Finally, he couldn't help coming over, slowly lowered his head and approached her lips. Chapter 6 Burn on the back of the waist. When he was about to meet Rongxi, Ningxuan suddenly stopped. Forcing himself to let go of her, Ningxuan stood up and strode into the study. Pull open your sleeves, take out a needle from the password box, and pierce it into your arm. The potion pushes the blood vessels, and the man's eyes are restless and calm again. After tidying up his shirt, he returned to the living room. Gently pick up her palm and put her palm on your face. I won't hurt you, I promise. For a moment. Rongxi Yo-Yo woke up and turned around. When I opened my eyes, I saw Ningxuan sitting on the sofa opposite at a glance. The man's long legs overlap and his laptop are on his lap. His hands were tapping on the keyboard, his eyes were focused and serious, and he didn't seem to be interested in her at all. Her perfume doesn't work for him. Rongxi narrowed his eyes, swept his eyes over the blanket on his body, and fell on Ningxuan on the opposite side. Although things didn't develop as she imagined, at least she stayed anyway. Rongxi took off the blanket and sat up. Did I faint for a long time? Ningxuan raised his face from the computer screen for 16 minutes. Honor and regret. Unexpectedly accurate to minutes, he is indeed a workaholic. Hypoglycemia is an old problem. Rongxi smiled at him apologetically. I'm sorry to delay you for so long. It's nothing. Anyway, there is no urgent work in the morning. Ningxuan stood up. I prepared breakfast. Miss Rong, would you like to have some together? Then, I won't be polite. Rongxi stood up. Her feet were a little soft, and she shook unconsciously. Be careful. Ningxuan's arm stretched over and supported her back waist. The temperature of the man's palm is ironed on the back waist through the thin silk fabric. Rongxi's throat was a little dry, and he subconsciously pursed his lips. Between the teeth, there is a familiar milky sweetness. She immediately recognized that it was the taste of big white rabbit milk candy that she had grown from a snack. Huh. She obviously didn't eat candy. How could she smell like milk candy in her mouth? Could it be that he fed her candy? Please sit down. After releasing her, Ningxuan took 2 steps back and pulled away the chair by the dining table as a gentleman. Rongxi stroked the skirt and sat down. There is a hot breakfast on the table. Golden bird's nest porridge, browned raw fried buns, are all her favorite foods. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ning also likes Chinese breakfast. Rongxi took a raw fried bun and brought it to his lips. Normally, when eating raw fried food, you need to bite open a small mouth and suck out the oil inside first. She deliberately took a bite a little bigger. The oil stains overflowed and rubbed against the corners of the lips. Rongxi pinched the tissue, deliberately rubbed the oil on his face to the side, and blinked innocently. Mr. Ning, take a look for me. Have you wiped it clean? Ningxuan raised his right hand and tapped his right cheek with his finger. There is still a little bit here. Rongxi wiped the oil next to it. Now, is there anything else? Ningxuan nodded. Rongxi frowned, pretended to be pitiful and annoyed, and sent the tissue to Ningxuan. Could you help me? Ningxuan took the tissue, raised his face, pouted his lips slightly, and lowered his eyelashes. That gesture is no different from a kiss. She doesn't believe it and can't flirt with him. His eyes fell on the girl's delicate lips, and Ningxuan's eyes were full of waves again. Suppressing her emotions, Ningxuan stretched out her right hand across the table and gently wiped off the oil stains on her face. All right. Thank you. Rongxi raised his small face and smiled. Picking up her chopsticks again, she quietly observed Ningxuan's expression on the opposite side. Separated by a table, Ningxuan still had a calm expression. Is there any mistake? Don't you feel like this? Is it a man? Ningxuan picked up the porridge bowl and glanced faintly over the girl's lips. If you don't eat it again, the breakfast will be cold. Breakfast? Rongxi curled his lips. Is it delicious to have her for breakfast? In his eyes, is she not as attractive as a plate of steamed buns? The door was knocked, and Zhou Yanqing came in with a tablet computer. Mr. Ning, please take a look at the process of the first flight ceremony of the princess. Hearing the word princess, Zai's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it didn't come in vain. Under Ning's, the cruise company is an important industry. This time, Ning's cruise has opened a new route. The new cruise princess will make its first voyage at sea. Ningxuan will definitely participate in the first voyage ceremony. As long as she chases the princess, she can meet him beautifully. Swallowing the raw fried bun in his mouth, Rongxi wiped the corners of his lips and stood up. Mr. Ning has work to do, so I won't bother him. Ningxuan's eyes fell on her porridge bowl, and the remaining half of the porridge frowned slightly. Is Miss Rong full? Ah. Rongxi glanced at the seductive breakfast on the table and suppressed the desire to continue eating, right? Natural blood sugar is consumed faster than ordinary people, and Rongxi is never a bird's stomach. In fact, she is only 70% full now. However, a domineering president like Ningxuan must focus on work. This is the first time for the two of them to have a meal. She doesn't want the other party to hate her. Thank you for your breakfast. I'll treat you another day. I'll say goodbye today. Ningxuan stood up and sent her to the door. Seeing Rongxi leave, the man turned around, and the wind and drizzle on his face instantly turned into dark clouds. He threw the tablet in his hand to Zhou Yanqing, and he frowned and ordered. Don't disturb me next time I eat. Zhou Yanqing, who said that no matter what the situation, work should not be delayed. Take the elevator downstairs. Rongxi turned on his mobile phone as soon as possible and entered the official website of Ning's cruise booking. Unfortunately, the Princess cruise ship, from the most expensive S-class suites to the most ordinary C-class cabins, has been sold out. No wonder the Princess has attracted a lot of attention since its construction. As the world's largest displacement supergiant ship, the configuration of this cruise ship is completely superior to all previous ones. Shopping malls, restaurants, various entertainment facilities are all available, and even a concert hall that can accommodate thousands of people. There is no need to say more about the attractiveness of such a giant ship at sea. If it hadn't been for the accident of the third brother, Rongxi would have booked a ticket to go. Driving the car into the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, which she studied, Rongxi was still frowning and pondering when she walked out of the parking lot with an arho. How can I get on the ship if I can't buy a ticket? What are you thinking about, so distracted? The coquettish purple sports car stopped in front of her, and the window slid down, revealing a handsome teenager's face. Black t-shirt, short hair exposed on the tip of the ear, bone nails shiny. It was Qing Song, the grandson of the Qing family in the Department of Composition, who grew up with Rongxi and was one of the members of the waist group of the Conservatory of Music. With his arm on the car window, Qing Song whistled frivolously. Little ancestor, you have put on your cheongsong. Are you going to participate in the selection competition? Rongxi turned his face lazily. What kind of selection competition? Chapter 7. You are finally willing to show your power. Are you a college student? Qin Songbai glanced at her. The orchestra came to our school to select interns during the summer vacation. I heard that they could participate in the Princess C tour through the selection. In the past few days, Song Yutong's second man, his tail, is about to go to the sky. Princess? Tour. Rongxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Where is the selection competition? The school auditorium. Looking at Rongxi, Qing Song seemed to be interested. Are you really going? Rongxi opened the door, sat in the co-driver's seat of his sports car and drove. Little ancestor, you are finally willing to show your power. Dude, your hair has turned grey. Qin Song looked excited. At the beginning, if you hadn't gone to the folk music department, the first violin chair of the orchestra, would it have been her turn, Song Yutong? Today, let's thwart her spirit. The three of them were classmates in high school. They have always hated Song Yutong and Qing Song. Rongxi leaned on the back of the chair and didn't make a sound. When the two came to the auditorium together, the selection competition had come to an end. In the front row of the audience, there are relevant school leaders and staff from the orchestra, and in the back row, there are students who come to watch. On the stage, a girl in a blue skirt is playing Bach's classic violin track aria on the G-string. This is Rongxi's high school classmate, Song Yutong, the current head violinist of the school orchestra. At the end of the song, there was applause from the stage. Song Yutong raised her arms and bowed her knees. Thank you, teachers. Okay. Liu Shurui, the head of the Department of Orchestra, clapped his hands. Everyone performed well, especially Song Yutong, who is worthy of being the chief violinist of our orchestral department, and his performance is very good. Of course, who can join the orchestra and be an intern during the summer vacation depends on the meaning of our orchestra. He turned his face with a smile and looked at the leader of the Jiangcheng Philharmonic Orchestra beside him. Captain Huo, look. I'm sorry to bother you. Rongxi walked down the stage quickly. Can I have a try? Seeing her, Song Yutong curled his lips on the stage. Rongxi, the leader of the Philharmonic Orchestra, is an orchestra, not a folk band. Your erhu major is not suitable, is it? Song Yutong deliberately aggravated the tone of the word erhu. On the surface, it is a reminder, but in fact it is a mockery. When I was in high school, I was enchanted by a violin. In the school orchestra, Rongxi is the lead and Song Yutong is the substitute. In the city's competition, Rongxi is the champion and Song Yutong is the runner-up. Even Song Yutong's favorite school grass only surrounds Rongxi. For the whole 3 years of high school, Song Yutong was crushed to death by Rongxi. Because of my excellent professional level, I was honored to get the first place in the music-affiliated middle school, and got a guaranteed place from the Conservatory of Music. Song Yutong had to study desperately and squeezed through the wooden bridge to take the exam. In Song Yutong's eyes, Rongxi is no different from a thorn in her eye and a thorn in her flesh. Even if she is now promoted to university, Rongxi transferred to the Department of Folk Music to study erhu. The two are not in the same department. Song Yutong still hates her to the bone. Over the years, folk music has gradually declined. In the college, the Department of Folk Music has always been popular. Fewer and fewer students are applying for the exam, and the management even has some voices hoping that the college will close the Department of Folk Music. Influenced by this, the students of the orchestra department have always turned a blind eye to the folk music department. As soon as Song Yutong took the lead, a mocking voice suddenly sounded under the stage. The erhu also wants to join the orchestra. Is it really funny? Who said no? It's an orchestra, not a funeral home accompaniment. I don't know which boy said a strange sentence, and the surroundings suddenly burst into laughter. Be quiet. Liu Shurui of the orchestra department frowned and stood up. Honor, you are a folk music department. Why are you making trouble? Originally, Liu Shurui also had high hopes for Rongxi. Who would have thought that when he was in his senior year of high school, Rongxi was injured and took a leave of absence for a year. Without taking the college entrance examination, she went straight to the Conservatory of Music. After reporting, a good violinist must transfer to the Department of Folk Music and learn how to play erhu. Liu Shurui was very disappointed, and naturally, he didn't like Rongxi. Qing Song didn't make it clear before, and Rongxi didn't know that the other party only needed the orchestralist. Knowing that her instrument is not suitable, Rongxi was going to give up. Hearing everyone's ridicule, she lost her temper. He raised his face and looked at director Liu. He was neither humble nor arrogant. Musical instruments are just a medium, and the most important thing is to convey the emotions of music. Director Liu means, is the violin more noble than the erhu? Of course, the director can't say that in for so many school leaders and orchestras. Of course, I don't mean that. I mean, erhu can't play the symphony. Rongxi raised his eyebrows. If you don't try it, how do you know? Song Yitong stood aside and pretended to be generous. Director Liu, since Rongxi is so persistent, let her have a try. The violin I cherished in those years was indeed excellent. The cherished erhu is just a halfway Monday. Which one learns musical instruments and doesn't practice it since childhood? Song Yitong couldn't believe it. After 3 years of hard work in the violin department, she could not compete with the glory of a new erhu. When she was in high school, she was always oppressed by Rongxi. Finally, there is a chance to raise his eyebrows and exhale. Of course, Song Yitong will not miss it. Director Liu. Huo Jianxing, the leader of the Philharmonic Orchestra sitting aside, smiled and said, anyway, there is still time. Let this child have a try. I also want to hear it. Okay, then it's up to you. Director Liu glanced at Rongxi angrily. Don't you want to start? He took the piano case to the stage and bowed down to everyone. Since you two think that the erhu can't play the symphony, I'll play the aria on the G string with the erhu. Open the piano box and take a seat with Rongxi's skirt. The girl was dressed in a smoky blue cheongsam and sat quietly on the stage with an erhu in her arms, which was a little charming in the south of the Yangtze River. Under the stage, Song Yitong curled her lips. Although the erhu and the violin are also string instruments, they are two completely different instruments. This aria is elegant and full of poetic beauty. How can this kind of texture be expressed by erhu? Qin Song stood beside him and also squeezed a sweat for glory. Can she play violin music with erhu? On the stage, Rongxi slowly put the bow on the strings and tried the audition. Listening to the sound of the erhu, the students of the orchestral department under the stage laughed again. Hey, a few minutes of silence for Mr. Bach. Such a good song is really amazing. Rongxi was unmoved, tuned the strings, and began to play seriously. Chapter 8 Tear Your Mouth. When the first note sounded, there were still many students under the stage laughing and waiting to see Rongxi's jokes. As the sound of the piano penetrated the audience, the auditorium became quiet in an instant. The students who had been waiting for the joke before stared wide-eyed in shock. The sound of the piano is deep and surrounds the beam. The heartstrings of everyone present were unconsciously moved by the erhu, trembling with every string sound of glory. No one could imagine that erhu could perform such a classic violin song so touchingly and excellently. The sound of the piano faded away. The court was so quiet that needles could be heard. Everyone's emotions are still immersed in the strong resonance brought by the piano music. Huo Jianxing, the director of the Jiangcheng Philharmonic Orchestra sitting in the front row, raised his right hand and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. Huo Jianxing was born in a musical family. His parents were both folk musicians. He also practiced the guzheng when he was a child. Because of the difficulty of living in folk music, he later transferred to the Department of Composition. Over the years, he has adapted a lot of national music into music, hoping to introduce national music to the country. I see more and more children choosing piano, violin, and other Western instruments. Fewer and fewer students are learning folk music, and the elderly are also especially sad. Today's performance made him have a little more confidence and hope for folk music. Standing up, the old man took the lead in applauding. Suddenly, the applause was thunderous. Qin Song glanced at Song Yitong, who was standing beside him. If you are surnamed Song, are you satisfied? Song Yitong bit her lip and didn't make a sound. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit it. Rongxi is better than her in this song, just now. But in 3 years, how could Rongxi learn erhu so well? The applause gradually ceased, and the regimental leader, Huo Jianxing, smiled and said, Classmate Rongxi, your performance is very wonderful. If our orchestra is a folk orchestra, I will definitely invite you to be our musician. I'm sorry that you can't be a member of our orchestra. Song Yitong was also worried that Rongxi's excellent performance would surpass her. Hearing Huo Jianxing's words, I was suddenly relieved. She looked at Qin Song slantedly, and her tone was mocking. What did I say? Their orchestra is an orchestra. Erhu. The donkey's lips don't match the horse's mouth. No. Huo Jianxing raised his voice. On behalf of the Philharmonic Orchestra, I invite Rongxi to participate in the orchestra's sea tour as a guest. Rongxi, are you interested? Suddenly, there was a gasp of sighs all around. Wow, damn it, it's awesome. The first time I participated in a large-scale performance was the lead musician. Indeed, I thought she would be injured, but I didn't expect that erhu was also so good. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Song glanced at Song Yitong. Does his face hurt? Song Yitong gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Even if the students of the Conservatory of Music are selected by the orchestra, they will only be interns. It is still unknown whether I can stay in the orchestra after I was born. Even if you stay in the orchestra, it will take several years or even more than 10 years from an intern to an assistant musician and then to a lead musician. Rongxi was officially invited by the leader to be a guest musician, which is the strength of a well-known musician. It's completely different from the interns who don't know the day and night. Rongxi didn't return any hope at first, and heard Huo Jianxing's voice. After she finished speaking, she walked to the stage with a grateful face and bowed solemnly to the other party. Thank you for your appreciation. If it weren't for the third brother, Rongxi would have no interest in this kind of thing at all. The exceptional invitation of the regiment leader Huo Tianxing is definitely an unexpected joy. The girl in front of her didn't look too smug. This made Huo Tianxing appreciate her more and more. Returning her smile, Huo Tianxing's tone was gentle. No, it should be my thanks. Thank you for letting me hear such a special performance and making me more confident in our national music. I will arrange for the relevant personnel of the orchestra to contact you as soon as possible and look forward to cooperating with you. This is the end of the selection competition. The school leaders took Huo Tianxing and other leaders of the orchestra to visit the new teaching building of the school, and everyone also dispersed one after another. Rongxi packed up the erhu and prepared to leave with Qing Song. Under the steps of the stage, Song Yuto has just packed up his musical instruments and is preparing to leave with several students of the orchestral department. Seeing Rongxi, she turned her face away. By the way, Rongxi, I heard that your third brother is about to die. Remember to notify me when the funeral is held. Everyone, I'm going to offer a wreath anyway. Knowing that Rong Yu was seriously injured in the car accident, he still said such words in front of Rongxi. Isn't it a knife to the nest of people's hearts? Qing Song was so angry that he immediately wanted to curse. If you are surnamed Song, you can't speak human language, you can throw yourself again. Bang! Before Qing Song finished explaining, a slap had hit Song Yutong in the face. Everyone is dumbfounded. No one expected that Rongxi would do it. Rongxi, what are you doing? Why do you hit people? What's the matter with hitting someone? Rongxi raised his hand and pinched Song Yutong's chin. One pinch, one send. Click. With a soft joint sound, Song Yutong's chin was directly dislocated, and she screamed in pain. Pinching the other party's chin, Rongxi's voice was fierce. If you dare to mention my brother again, I will tear your mouth. Since the accident of the third brother, Rongxi has been in a bad mood. Song Yutong dares to make fun of her third brother, which is tantamount to touching her reverse scales. How can Rongxi spare her? Rongxi, let go quickly. If you don't do it quickly, we will call you teacher. Director Liu, come on, I'm honored to beat someone. Several of Song Yutong's fox and dog friends were shouting on the side. Rongxi looked sideways and glanced at everyone. Touching her eyes, everyone felt a chill in their backs, and even Jin Song was shocked by her. Rongxi in front of him was obviously the person he was familiar with, but his eyes were cold and murderous, arrogant and wild, which made people shiver. Liu Shurui trotted over. Rongxi, stop for me immediately. Rongxi not only didn't let go, but also deliberately shook Song Yutong's chin with his hand. Song Yuto screamed like a pig in pain, and tears, snot, and drooled all over her face. Rongxi let go of his finger in disgust, pinched out a tissue, and wiped it slowly and orderly. Yutong, are you all right? Several classmates rushed up and surrounded Song Yutong. Song Yutong was so painful that she burst into tears, but she couldn't say a word. His mouth was open, his tears were flowing, and he was indescribable embarrassment, honor and regret. Seeing that his beloved student was beaten, Liu Shurui pointed at Rongxi's nose and scolded him. He dared to hit people at school. You didn't want to learn this, did he? Qing Song couldn't stand it and frowned and said, Director Liu, don't be biased. If it weren't for Song Yutong. Humph, I don't know what good things you, a group of spoiled rich second generations, can do. Director Liu was not in the mood to listen to him. His eyes just stared at Rongxi. Don't think that you are Ro's family, I dare not do anything to you. Qing Song still wanted to argue, but his arm was pulled by Rongxi. So what are you going to do with me? Expel. Rongxi raised his arms lazily. Then you'd better move quickly so that I can tell my father that the sponsorship fee given to the school in the second half of this year can be saved. At school, Rongxi has always kept a low profile. Liu Shurui bullied people indiscriminately too much, and she didn't mind showing off her wealth. Chapter 9. Welcome. To your princess. You. Director Liu's face suddenly turned pale. After Rongxi went to the Conservatory of Music, the Rong family was afraid that their children would be wronged, so they donated money and goods several times. The new teaching building of the Department of National Music was funded by the Rong family. Not only that, the Rong family donates to the School Scholarship Foundation every year, which is tens of millions. If you lose the donation of the Rong family because of him, the school leader asked that he could not bear this responsibility. Humph. Liu Ren snorted coldly, that is, he will be reincarnated. What else do you have except the money at home? Rongxi curled the corners of his lips, I'm still beautiful. You. Director Liu breathed tightly and almost had a myocardial infarction. It's really hopeless. With a wave of his arm, Director Liu shook his short legs and hummed away. Song Yutong also knows that he can't take Rongxi. He glared angrily and was helped to the infirmary by several students to calm his chin. Ha! Qin Song smiled evilly and gave Rongxi a thumbs up. Dude, if you don't accept anyone, just accept your mouth. Didn't you see Song Yutong's appearance when you were on the stage just now? Your eyes were about to stare out. I want to say that you should have slapped her in the face to let her know what it means to be high. In response, Rongxi just smiled faintly and lifted the piano box to the exit. Compared with the legs of the third brother, these are all small things. Hey, little ancestor, wait for me. Qin Song trotted to her side. How about your brother? The glory and the spirit are dim, the same as before. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Qin Song quickly changed the topic. To be honest, in fact, I have never understood why you gave up the violin. The two grew up together since childhood. Qin Song knew very well how much he loved the violin in those years. Even if she was injured at that time, she had to take a leave, and it was not too late to practice after the injury was healed. It's really abnormal to give up your favorite musical instrument and learn erhu from the beginning. Rongxi lowered his eyelashes and bent the corners of his lips cynically. 2 less strings to save hands. Qin Song. I always feel that since a year of suspension from school, Rongxi has been different from before. Everyone has their own secrets, and even friends should not spy on them. Squeezing his lips, Qin Song changed the topic knowingly. Our band will perform in the evening. Would you like to go together? Let's talk about it later. I'm going to prepare for the performance. Are you really going to the performance? Rongxi didn't answer. He just waved to him and walked in the direction of the teaching building of the Department of Folk Music. 3 days later, in the afternoon, according to the requirements of the orchestra, Rongxi arrived at the gate of Jiangchang Philharmon on time and gathered with everyone. She was not too surprised to see Song Yutong standing in the crowd and chatting with several young interns. Song Yutong is not such a spiritualist. After playing the piano for so many years, she still has skills. It is not new to become an intern of the orchestra. Everyone took the bus together and came to the deep water port on the outskirts of the city. Through the window of the car, Rongxi saw a giant white ship moored between the sky and water. On one side of the ship, the logo of Ning's cabin is sprayed, and the name of the ship is written in Chinese and English next to it: Princess, Princess. This giant cruise ship, known as a sea city, is like a sea castle, shining in the sun. Among a large tonnage ship, there is still a flock of cranes and chickens, showing its own king's demeanor. Everyone got off the bus and came to the venue on the dock to sit down. The princess mailing ceremony will be held here. For a moment, the luxurious black convoy drove into the venue and stopped at the end of the red carpet. The orchestra girls sitting beside Rongxi suddenly made a commotion. Wow, so handsome. Is this a movie star or a model? Is his temperament so good? Rongxi, who was chatting with Pei Ziyan on his mobile phone, turned around and saw a man coming out of the back seat in a black car not far away. Black clothes and black trousers wrapped in a slender figure, and his expression was not arrogant. The lips squeezed into a straight line show the indifference of rejecting people thousands of miles away. It's Ningxuan. Rongxi bends his lips. He came as expected. This is not a star. This is Ningxuan, the head of the Ning family. I met him when I went abroad with the school band to participate in the exchange performance. Song Yutong explained with a smile. At this time, Ningxuan happened to turn his face in the direction of the orchestra. Song Yutong was busy standing up and woking to him. Ningxuan's eyes swept over Song Yutong and fell on Rongxi beside her. Looking at his eyes, Rongxi curled her lips and smiled back at him. Ningxuan nodded to her from afar, which was a response. Song Yutong suddenly misunderstood and mistakenly thought that the other party was greeting her. A face dyed pink. He seemed to be looking at you just now, Song Yutong. Wow, the other party is very impressed with you. Several girls all look envious. How could it be? It's just polite. Song Yutong was modest, but his heart couldn't help jumping heavily. In her first year of college, as a violinist in the school orchestra, she went to a foreign conservatory of music with the orchestra to exchange and perform. At that time, Ningxuan, as the representative of the local Chinese business group, specially visited the backstage. Not to mention bringing gifts to everyone, all the orchestra members are also invited to dine at the local top restaurant. After so long, does he still remember her? I heard that there will be a captain's dinner tonight. Can you take us there and take a photo with Ningxuan? I want it too, I also want it, and I want to keep the photo as a dream material in the future. Several young girls were chirping. This. Let me take a look. A big man like him may not attend the captain's dinner. Besides, we don't know each other very well. Song Yutong's mouth is modest, but her heart is full of pride. After so long, Ningxuan still remembers herself. Does she really have a good impression of her? If she can be with such a man, she will enjoy endless glory and wealth in the second half of her life. Why would she practice the piano desperately? In the applause, Ningxuan stepped onto the podium. On behalf of Ning's ship, I welcome you to the princess. After the brief opening, it's time for the reporter to ask questions. Reporter, Mr. Ning, as far as I know, this ship was designed by you, right? Ningxuan, yes. Reporter, excuse me, what is your inspiration? Ningxuan muttered slightly and spoke slowly. I once heard a violin piece by a musicist, and that song was the source of inspiration for this ship. A female reporter stood up. Is that music player Mr. Ning's favorite person? Ningxuan frowned and had no comment. On the reporter's invitation letter, Ningxuan specifically indicated that any privacy issues about Ningxuan are not allowed to be mentioned. Otherwise, it will be blacklisted by Ning's and will never be able to participate in all relevant press conferences under Ning's. The female reporter knew that her question had crossed the line and cleared her throat with a guilty mind. Well, I want to ask Mr. Ning, if that person had been here at the beginning, would Mr. Ning have anything to say to her? Ning Shen's eyes slowly swept over the crowd and fell in the direction of Rongxi. Welcome to your princess. Chapter 10. Is he going to kiss her? 1. Welcome to your princess. Ning Shen said that the ladies under the stage were all blushing. Wow, so flirtatious. I'm dead. A female classmate who is also an intern gently touched Song Yutong's arm. Yutong, is he talking about you? How is this possible? Song Yutong denied it, but she couldn't help looking forward to it in her heart. When she went abroad for an exchange performance, she played a violin solo. Could it be that the god of inspiration mentioned by Ning Shen is really her? Rongxi glanced at Song Yutong and narrowed her eyes slightly. Ning Shen's vision is not so bad, is it? Thank you, everyone. This is the end of today's press conference. I wish you all a wonderful journey. In the voice of Ning's spokesman, the debut ceremony came to an end, and everyone began to board the cruise ship in an orderly manner. Huo Jianxing, the leader of the regiment, took everyone to the 6th floor, and immediately the staff on the ship came to arrange for everyone to check in. The rooms on the postage tour are divided into 4 levels, ABC Level 3 and Top S Level suites. The cruise ship is arranged for the orchestra members in AB Class Seaview Room on the 6th floor. Except for the regimental leader, all the musicalists are the standard room for 2 people, and Rongxi is no exception. The staff are sorted by men and women and the first letter of the name. Rongxi and Song Yutong's initials are adjacent, and they happen to be arranged in the same room. Everyone checked in separately, and Rongxi didn't say anything. She came to the ship just to get close to Ning Shen, and she can put up with other things. On the contrary, several interns who were close to Song Yutong took the initiative to remind Yutong, how about you talk to the regiment leader about changing rooms? That is, be careful of some people secretly doing bad things. It's all right. Song Yutong smiled and glanced at Rongxi. This is not a school, and the wrong family can't cover the sky with one hand. Waving to several classmates, she took the lead in pulling the suitcase into the guest room and threw the handbag to the bed by the window. First come, first served, this is mine. Rongxi didn't bother to pay attention to her. He simply packed up his luggage and immediately began to prepare for the evening performance. At tonight's captain's dinner, the Philharmonic Orchestra will have a small show. Huo Jianxing, the old leader, specially arranged an opportunity for Rongxi to perform an erhu solo. Tune the strings well and make the rosin on the bow. Prepare the clothes and shoes to wear at night, and go into the bathroom to take a shower. Song Yutong sat in front of the dressing table with cosmetics, and glanced at the clothes and shoes prepared by Rongxi, with a burst of jealousy. Raw's family is really rich. The shoes she just saw in the magazine 2 days ago have been worn on her feet. While putting on makeup, Song Yutong accidentally touched her chin, which had not completely subsided. It was so painful that she took a breath of cold air. He looked at Rongxi's shoes, but he was so angry that he bit his back teeth. If there is no honor, she must be the person performing at the captain's banquet tonight. Want to make a name for the star? Humph. I'll let you plant your heels well tonight. The captain's meeting will be arranged in the VIP lounge on the ship. Before 7 o'clock in the evening, the guests had come to the VIP lounge one after another. The men are waiting with expectation, hoping to make friends with the powerful who can be attached to the banquet. Women compete for beauty, trying to attract men's attention with gorgeous clothes and jewelry. The captain is here. The voice of the master of ceremonies sounded, and Rongxi, like everyone else, turned to look at the entrance. Several people walked into the VIP lounge together, and the first one turned out to be Ning Shen. He didn't wear a suit tonight. What he was wearing was actually a white captain's uniform. The suitable uniform fabric makes the man's figure more and more upright. Not to mention that the girls around are all amazed, even if they are honored, they are bright in front of their eyes. Her beauty is so suitable for wearing a uniform. He shook hands with several familiar guests and said a few words. He noticed the orchestra and turned around and walked over. Seeing Ning Shen coming in his direction, Song Yutong's excited heart almost jumped out of his chest. Wait, I'll take a group photo with you. Whispering to several classmates, Song Yutong stepped forward and stretched out his right hand to Ning Shen. Mr. Ning, long time no see. Ning Shen did not hold her hand, and his eyes swept over her face faintly. Do we know each other? Song Yutong's face was hot, and her voice was stuttering. Well, we met at the concert 3 years ago. I'm a violinist, do you remember? Ning Shen's expression was indifferent and he didn't remember. The scene was extremely awkward. Song Yutong's face instantly turned pale as paper. I am sorry to laugh. Did she just say it? Ning Shen's eyesight is not so bad. Without paying attention to Song Yutong, Ning Shen went straight forward. Stop in front of Rongxi. Miss Raw, it's a coincidence. What's so a coincidence? It's just my deliberateness. Yes. Rongxi bent the corners of her lips sweetly. Unexpectedly, we met again so soon. It. Turns out that the two of you know each other. The leader shook hands with Ning Shen with a smile. Originally, I was going to recommend Miss Raw's performance to you. It seems that I don't need to talk too much. Ning Shen took the initiative to stretch out his right hand to Rongxi. I was looking forward to Miss Raw's performance. Thank you, Mr. Ning. Rongxi gently held his palm and looked around. Is it convenient for you to take a photo with us? Hearing the word photo, Zhou Yanxing, who was following Ning Shen, suddenly frowned. Whether it is a major affair of the company or an interview with the world's top economic magazine, Ning Shen has never refused to take photos, which can be seen how much he hates comparisons. Miss Raw is really a pot that can't be opened and picked up. Fearing that the scene would be awkward again, Zhou Yanxing took the initiative to step forward and prepared to bypass the topic in a round field. Before he could speak, Ning Shen's answer had already sounded. Of course. Zhou Yanxing. The band members were so excited that they were busy coming over and standing around Ning Shen's side. Ning Shen turned sideways, stood on the right side of Rongxi, and gave up the C position to her. He put his left hand on her side and separated her from the crowd with his arm. He took out his mobile phone and handed it to Zhou Yanxing. Yanxing, you take a picture. Zhou Yanxing took the mobile phone and took a group photo of everyone. Now, Miss Rongxi of the Jiangchen Philharmonic Orchestra is invited to perform for everyone. The host's voice sounded. I'm going to perform first. See you later, Mr. Ning. Xiang Ningshen nodded and took the piano case to the stage. Around, several interns of the orchestra looked envious. Rongxi is so powerful that even Ning Shen knows her. Of course, she is the daughter of the Rong family, the top rich family, and the Song family can't even rank in Jiangcheng, okay? Listening to everyone's discussion, Song Yuto was so angry that she almost bit her back teeth. She raised her face and looked at the glory on the stage, and snorted coldly. Let's see how long you can be proud. Tonight, Rongxi was wearing a black embroidered cheongsong, and there were not too many colors and decorations on her body. Just use a pearl belt to loosely outline a slender waist. Ying Ying's station is enough to become the focus of everyone's attention. It is an honor to participate in the first voyage of the princess. Tonight, I will play a song Phoenix Seeks Phoenix to the captain of the princess and all the guests. Sitting sideways, she played seriously. After her adaptation, Phoenix Seeks Phoenix is more suitable for the performance of Erhu, and the classic repertoire still gives people a refreshing feeling. Ning Shen walked over step by step and stood at the front. The song came to an end, and the audience applauded. She stood up, bowed and thanked, then walked to the steps to prepare to step down the rostrum. The high-heeled shoes suddenly fell off, Raw's eyes body shook, and his body lost its balance in an instant and fell down the steps. Chapter 11, Is he going to kiss her? 2. Everything happened so suddenly that Rongxi only had time to raise his palm to protect the key. The light and shadow in front of him darkened, and a figure strode over. The familiar breath came to his face. Rongxi raised his face and was bumping into Ning Shen's worried eyes. Are you all right? At this time, of course, you should be spoiled. Rongxi leaned in his arms and did not move. He frowned slightly and took a breath of cold air exaggeratedly. My foot seems to have been twisted. It hurts so much. Around, Hua Jianxing, the head of the orchestra, and everyone gathered around with concern and held Rongxi's arm. How about it? Aren't you hurt? Ning Shen squatted down and checked Rongxi's ankle. The bone is fine. It should just be a little sprained. Everyone was relieved to hear what he said. Song Yutong stood outside the crowd and curled her lips. Humph. You are lucky this time. Hold Rongxi's arm, and Ning Shen's tone is polite. Miss Ra's feet are not suitable for force now. Do you mind if I hold you there? The beautiful princess hugged her, and she couldn't wait. Rongxi Tian smiled at him. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Ning. You are a guest on the ship, which is an internal matter. Ning Shen bent down to pick her up and looked at the manager of the banquet hall, Yan Qing. You go to the infirmary to help Miss Rong get a bottle of painkiller. Others, continue the banquet. In a few words, he has arranged everything in an orderly manner. Seeing that Rongxi was taken care of by him, Hua Jianxing was also relieved, waved to everyone, and took the musician to perform on the stage. The guests also dispersed and continued to drink, chat, and enjoy the performance. Ning Shen took Rongxi into the lounge and put him on the sofa. The banquet hall manager personally sent ice and towels for cold compresses. Ning Shen took the towel and left it to me. You go back to take care of the guests in the hall. The manager agreed, left the lounge, and presided over the next captain's banquet. In the lounge, only Ning Shen and Rongxi were left. Sit down on the side of Rongxi, pick up Rongxi's feet and put them on your knees, wrap the ice in a towel, and gently apply it to her feet. Just talk if you don't feel well. His movements are very professional and serious. It looks like a doctor's attitude, without any distractions. But for Rongxi, it is a completely different feeling. The ice pack is cold, but the man's palm is hot. The temperature of the palm penetrated the skin, which seemed to burn her heart. The man's fingertips inadvertently brushed the center of his feet, and it was crisp and numb. Rongxi bent his toes sensitively, and his throat became itchy again. Obviously, she should be flirting with him. Why does it feel like he is flirting with her? It seems that I get hurt every time I see Mr. Ning. She laughed and joked. I don't know if this is a special fate. Ningshen's movements stiffened, and his originally stretched eyebrows frowned slightly. Noticing the slight change in his expression, Rongxi was upset for a while. Did she say something wrong again? Mr. Ning, the medicine is coming. Zhou Yanqing pushed the door open and came in. He had not only the painkiller spray brought from the infirmary, but also a wheelchair. Pulling away the folded wheelchair, Zhou Yanqing explained with a smile. Worried about Miss Raw's mobility, I specially asked the doctor to help her find a wheelchair. Boss didn't say anything, and he thought of it. This is a good assistant. As soon as Zhou Yanqing's words fell, he saw his big boss turn around and stared at him coldly. Zhou Yanqing? Did he do something wrong again? After taking the medicine handed over by Zhou Wanqing, Ningshen carefully sprayed a few sprays on Rongxi's feet. Spray it again tomorrow morning, and it should recover soon. Holding her into the wheelchair, Ningshen bent down to help her adjust her backrest. It's almost time. Shall we go to the banquet hall together? Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Ning. Rongxi held the armrest of the wheelchair and smiled back at him. It's good to be pushed by a beautiful woman without a princess hug. At this time, the orchestra's performance has also reached an end, and then it is official meal time. Ningshen pushed Rongxi, and everyone followed him all the way into the banquet hall. That posture, as if Rongxi is the protagonist of tonight. Entering the banquet hall, Ningshen naturally pushed Rongxi to the main table and arranged it beside him. During the banquet, guests came to toast Ningshen from time to time. Rongxi's excellent performance at the banquet tonight, and sitting next to Ningshen naturally, became everyone's toast. Mr. Ning, Miss Rong. I'd like to toast you too. Rongxi stretched out his hand to hold the cup. Ningshen stretched out his hand and held her wine glass. Miss Rong has a wound on her leg and should not drink alcohol. Take away Rongxi's cup, and Ningshen took the juice cup and put it in front of her. Rongxi. Drink juice. She is not a child. Originally, I was going to pretend to be drunk to flirt with him, but it seems that the plan can only be cancelled. Everyone chatted while eating, and Ningshen still held her wine glass in her hand. There is a faint pink lip print on the edge of the red wine glass. That's the lip print accidentally printed by Rongxi. It's so light that you can hardly see it if you don't look closely. Mr. Ning, I'd like to toast you. A senior cruise man came over and toasted Ningshen. Ningshen casually picked up the glorious wine glass and touched the other party. Gently turning the cup, he raised his right hand, sent the position of her lip print to his lips, and drank all the wine. Rongxi held the juice cup and saw him bring the wine glass to his lips, and the corners of his lips bent. She drank the wine glass. Is this an indirect kiss? But, that's not right. Isn't this guy a cleanliness fetish? Why should she use the cup she used? You must haven't noticed. Well, it must be. Next, how is she going to flirt with him? She was still thinking nonsense. Ningshen had put a spoonful of dishes in her bowl. Don't just drink juice, eat more vegetables. Rongxi drooped his eyelashes and stared at the crab tofu in the bowl. The dishes this guy picked for her were all her favorite food. No way. It's such a coincidence, right? She turned her face and looked at Ningshen carefully. Could it be that they knew each other before? It's impossible. With her memory, she will never forget such a beautiful woman as long as she has seen her once. If they had known him before, she couldn't have remembered him. Or, it's just a coincidence. Withdrawing her eyes, she ate seriously. The sky is big, the earth is big, and eating is the biggest. When flirting with beautiful women, it's too to time to eat enough. After a meal, she almost finished her dishes, and Ningshen would help her supplement them in time. Rongxi just needs to hold the bowl and wait for him to throw food, and have a great meal. After the meal, the guests left. Ningshen held the armrest of her wheelchair very gentlemanly. I'll send you. He let himself push himself out of the restaurant, leaning on the back of the chair and raised his face. It's a good night, but it's a pity that my legs are inconvenient, otherwise I would like to have fun on the boat. Mr. Ning is the designer of this ship. He must know what is the most suitable place to see the scenery on this ship. Can you tell me? If you want to see the night, I know a place is the most suitable. Where? The top deck. Unfortunately, my room card is AB level room card, so I can't go to the upper deck. Rongxi blinked. Can I rub your elevator? I'll take you there. Ningshen stretched out his right hand and pressed the top button. Rongxi bent the corners of his lips like a little fox. Well, it's your sentence to wait. The elevator went all the way to the top deck. Ningshen pushed her to the side of the ship, which was a specially designed viewing platform. Rongxi stood up with the armrest of the wheelchair and stood in front of the railing. The moon hangs in the sky. The sea is sparkling. Because it is the top deck, compared with the noise below, it is quiet as if it is a different world. Above the vast sea, there are only the lights on the boat, which gives people the illusion in a trance, as if there is only this ship left in the world. Sure enough, the best scenery is always in a high place, but it's a pity. I booked a room late. Ningshen looked at her sideways. Do you like it? What? This ship? Of course, but I think it's a little wrong to call it princess. It should be called queen. Speaking of this, Rongxi turned his face and looked at Ningxin. At the mating voyage ceremony, Ningxin said, "The inspiration of this ship comes from a person. Intuition tells Rongxi that it must be a girl. Otherwise, he would not call this ship the princess." Thinking that there is another person in the world who is spoiled by him as a little princess, Rongxi suddenly felt a little sour. When she picks this jailing flower, she must ask him to design a queen for her. Ningxin smiled faintly. The princess is a queen when she grows up. The man's face, because the smile, became more and more active. Rongxi's eyes fell on his lips and swallowed subconsciously. Turning around, she deliberately stepped on the deck with her bare right foot. Pretending to be in pain, Rongxi rushed forward and fell into Ningxin's arms. "I'm sorry." Holding his shoulder and straightening up, she smiled innocently and only cared about enjoying the beautiful scenery, forgetting the pain in her feet. After saying that, Rongxi stretched out the tip of his tongue and deliberately licked his lips. Not all novels and movies are played like this. Men always can't control it when they see girls like this. Under the light, her lips are pink and shiny. Ningxin tightened her waist and raised his left hand to hold her face. His chest pressed against him, Rongxi raised his face, and his breathing unconsciously became a little rapid. Is he going to kiss her? Chapter 12. The man's fingers swept through the ear. Don't move. The man's fingers swept through the ear. Rongxi only felt that the tips of his ears were hot, and his heartbeat instinctively accelerated. Hanging his eyelashes, Rongxi raised his face slightly, looking like Ren Jun Cai. However, the imaginary kiss did not come. Ningxin just raised his right hand and carefully untied her hair on his button. Helping her back to the wheelchair, the man's tone was still calm. It's time for Miss Rong to go back to her room to rest. Straight up, he looked up at Zhou Yangxing, who came from the elevator. Send Miss Rong back to her room. Xiang Rongxi nodded, and Ningxin turned around and walked away. Rongxi stared at the man's distant figure, and his eyes were full of resentment. This jailing flower is really hard to flirt with. Miss Rong, let's go. Opening the elevator door, Zhou Yanqing held her wheelchair armrest and personally sent her back to the guest room. So Zhou Yanqing left, and the disabled person immediately jumped up from the wheelchair, raised his foot and threw off the high heels on his feet. What kind of international brand? The heel fell off after only wearing it for a day. The high heels turned over in midair and fell on the floor with the bottom facing up. The corner of his eyes swept over the heel inadvertently, noticing the abnormality of one side of the sole. Rongxi bent down and picked up the shoes in his hand. There are two obvious scratches on one side of the high-heeled shoes with broken heels. These shoes were bought for her by my mother when she went to Europe a few days ago. She has never worn them. How can there be scratches? Rongxi has already guessed the answer without thinking the heel break is not an accident, but man-made. Worried that Song Yutong would do anything to her in private, Rongxi carefully checked the erhu and the bow before performing on the stage. Unexpectedly, this black lotus actually moved its brain to her high heels. If it hadn't been for this group internship, I wouldn't have had a chance to get on this kind of boat. Yes, thank you, Yutong, for treating us tonight. The door opened, and Song Yutong came in chatting with several girls. Rongxi stepped on his slippers to greet him and stretched out the broken high heels in front of Song Yutong. You did it, didn't you? Song Yutong's eyes flashed with a panic look, and her face was calm. You don't have much blood in your mouth. Which eye can you see that I did it? That's it, Honor, don't talk nonsense if there is no evidence. You said it was our Yutong who did it. Is there any evidence? Don't think that you can bully people if you are the eldest lady of the wrong family. Several of Song Yutong's followers retorted. Huo Jianxing, the leader of the regiment, happened to come back from a walk with the deputy leader and several musicians in the regiment. Hearing the quarrel here, several people strode over. What's the matter? Captain. Song Yutong immediately soothed the wicked first and wiped her eyes with an aggrieved face. Tell me, Rongxi insisted on wronging me, saying that I broke her shoes. If I don't make it clear, how can I have the face to stay in the group in the future? No one knows about this matter except her. Song Yutong thought that he was proud that he couldn't find evidence, so he was naturally fearless. The girl's voice was sharp, and the musicians of the orchestra in the nearby room all pushed the door and came out to check the situation. Seeing this, Song Yutong became more and more aggravated. Captain, you have to administer justice for me. This is too bullying. Isn't it? That's it, the leader likes to bully others when he is honored in school. Last time, Rongxi also beat Yutong. Several girls had just eaten Song Yutong's meal, and naturally, they all stood beside her, talking and helping, only describing the glory as the rich second generation who bullied others. For this kind of thing, Rongxi has been surprised for a long time, and he didn't even raise his eyebrows. My pair of shoes are limited handmade custom-made by Lafayette, and the heel is absolutely impossible to break. Rongxi, don't brag. Song Yutong pulled his lips mockingly. The limited edition is handmade. There are numbered steel marks on the soles, but your shoes are not at all. This fool. It's glorious to smile. If you haven't touched my shoes, how do you know that there is no numbered steel stamp on my sole? Only then did Song Yutong realize that she jumped into the pit that Ronxi had deliberately dug. I opened my mouth and couldn't say a word. Even a fool can figure out what's going on. Huo Jianxing, the leader of the regiment's face sank. The people around also showed contempt. It's terrible that such a little girl starts to play palace fighting. Who said no? Why are you so shining? Several female classmates who were close to her also looked at Song Yutong in astonishment. No one expected that Song Yutong, who was generous and gentle in their eyes, would do such a despicable thing. Song Yutong drooped his head and blushed. He couldn't wait to find a crack to get in. In this situation, she had no choice but to bow her head and admit her mistake. This is the first internship. If she is kicked out of the orchestra and the matter spreads out, how can she be in this circle in the future? Ronxi, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I just saw that the shoes looked good, so I secretly tried them on and accidentally broke them. I was afraid that you would be angry and didn't dare to tell you. Song Yutong choked and cried, pulling Ronxi's arm pitifully. Honor, we are all classmates. Can you forgive me? How much are the shoes? I'll pay you twice. Ronxi. Ha, it's really invincible if you are a cheap person. Well, for the sake of the leader and the teachers, forget about this matter. Ronxi shook off her palm. Justice is in people's hearts, I believe. Everyone knows whether you did it on purpose. Cough. Huo Jianxing coughed heavily. The orchestra was a whole, and every word and action represented the honor of the orchestra. This is the first and last time. If someone targets other members of the troupe next time, don't blame Huo Jianxing for kicking you out of the orchestra. Song Yutong has been amnestied. Thank you, leader. I will definitely behave well in the future. It's good that you know. Huo Jianxing turned his face and looked at Ronxi gently. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry, as the leader of the regiment, didn't take good care of you. Well, I'll find someone to change a room for you. At this age, who hasn't seen the old regiment leader? Everyone knows what Song Yutong's so-called carelessness is. Captain Hua was also worried that Ronxi would be wronged again, so he offered to help her change a room. The old man's gentle tone made Ronxi unconsciously think of his late grandfather. The old man smiled, and her tone was well behaved. Captain Hua, don't be so troublesome. It's too late, and I don't want to toss everyone around. What a sensible and knowledgeable child. Huo Jianxing nodded with approval. Well, that's it for tonight. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me at any time. Let's break up. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Huo Jianxing took a deep look at Song Yutong and also left with his assistant. Returning to the room, Ronxi took out his mobile phone as soon as possible and opened the payment code. My shoes are 29,800 yen on the official website, and it's 59,000 yen for double. Give me money. I don't care about this little money. However, Song Yutong can't be less than 1 point. Compared with ordinary people, the Song family is at most a rich family. Tens of thousands of yen is a penny for Ronxi, but for Song Yutong, it is pocket money for more than half a year. Song Yutong's heart also softened. Ronxi, you are not short of this money anyway. Everyone is a classmate. Can you think she is a bodhisattva? Ronxi curled his lips. 1 point less is not enough. Song Yutong gritted her teeth and transferred the account to her with the pain of her flesh. Looking at the collection record, Ronxi curled the corners of his lips with satisfaction. Speaking of which, I want to thank you again this time. If you hadn't broken my high heels, I wouldn't have had a chance to get close to Ningxuan, let alone a chance to walk with him on the top deck. Sprinkling salt on the wound or something, she likes it best. Chapter 13, The Possessiveness of Paranoia. Song Yutong gritted her back teeth and her face twisted. Originally, I wanted to make a fool of Ronxi, but it turned out to be full of Ronxi. She not only broke her fortune, but also humiliated herself in front of the leader and a group of musicians. After thinking about it, Song Yutong will hate it so much. Humph. She snorted in anger. No matter how rich you are, you don't want to sleep in a double room like me. As soon as she spoke, the door had been knocked. Song Yudong opened the door and said angrily, "What's the matter?" Outside the door, the foreign crew asked with a smile, "Excuse me, is Miss Rong here?" Rongxi came over. "What's the matter?" "Hello, Miss Rong." The foreign service manager bent down to her with a smile. "We are very sorry that you were injured on our cruise. As compensation, the cruise ship specially upgraded your room to the S-Class suite on the top floor. We are here to help you with your luggage." "S-Class suite? The 6-digit one night?" Song Yutong breathed tightly and almost fainted. Rongxi looked sideways and blinked at Song Yutong with a bad smile. "Thank you again this time, Mr. Song. Simply pack up your luggage and give the suitcase to the waiter." Rongxi blinked at Song Yutong with a bad smile and walked out of the door. "Go to hell." Song Yutong cursed angrily and threw the bottle of mineral water in his hand over. The water bottle hit the door, and the cap that was not tightened fell off. The mineral water suddenly splashed out, on the floor, on the bed, on Song Yutong's face. Everywhere. Raising his hand to wipe the water on his face, Song Yutong roared hysterically. "Honor and cherish, you wait. Top floor, S-class suite. Miss Rawl, please. The foreign account manager smiled and gave up the glory to the suite. This is our top princess suite, equipped with a full range of top-notch services. Please take a look first. What else do you need? Rongxi looked around. It is worthy of an S-class suite. The living room is several times larger than the room where she and Song Yutong live. Although it is a princess room, it does not use pink colors in a large area. Instead, it is dominated by grey, white and black, dotted with dark gold and grey pink, which is elegant and elegant. The terrace is a circular terrace, with floor-to-ceiling windows and good lighting, and the location is condescending. It can not only the whole cruise ship is in sight, and you can overlook the sea view, and you don't have to worry about being disturbed by customers on other floors. Thank you. I'm very satisfied. Then you can go to bed early. If you need anything, you can call the guest room department at any time. Have a good trip. The guest room manager said goodbye and left, and Rongxi dragged the suitcase into the bedroom. Take out your pajamas and walk into the bathroom. Seeing the jacuzzi by the single floor-to-ceiling glass window, Rongxi pouted his lips and whistled. Well, is this like a vacation? With warm water, she took off her clothes and lay in the bathtub. She pinched a big white rabbit from the candy box and peeled it off and stuffed it into her mouth. Take the mobile phone and open the chat dialogue box with Ningxin. Rongjia Xiaoxi, thank you for Mr. Ning Sweet. Rongxi is not a fool. I know it with my toes. This must be Ning Shen's arrangement. For such a top-end suite, a room manager does not have the right to upgrade for free. Ningxin, it's good that Miss Raw likes it. Sure enough? Even if he hasn't been in love with her yet, at least he doesn't hate her. I don't hate it, isn't that just like it? Rongxi curled his lips, and the big white rabbit in his mouth instantly became sweet to his heart. Rongjia Xiaoxi, by the way, please remember to send me a group photo taken by your assistant before. Ningxin, I accidentally deleted it. Rongxi, delete it? It's a pity that she still wants to take a photo of them. Rongjia Xiaoxi, then I'll take a shower first. Good night, Mr. Ning. A wall apart. Ningxin sat in front of the computer and stared at the two words bath on the screen of his mobile phone, with an ambiguous emotion flashing in his eyes. I feel a little impatient at the bottom of my heart. Raising his right hand, he pulled the collar of his shirt with the index finger of his right hand. Open the mobile phone album and call up the group photo taken by Zhou Yenting before. Enlarge the photo, delete everyone else, and leave only him and Rongxi. Ningxin's fingers gently stroked the photo's glorious face, and his eyes were full of paranoid possessiveness. Good night, my little princess. Early the next morning, Rongxi got up early and rushed to the concert hall on board to rehearse. Her personality is either not to do it or to do it well. Since she came to participate in the performance, she must do things well and live up to the appreciation and trust of the troupe leader. When she practiced for the 6th time, Huo Jianxing, the old leader, came with other musicians. Huo Jianxing, the old regiment leader, looked surprised when he saw her. Xiaoxi, are you here so early? Practice more to avoid dragging our orchestra down. Rongxi replied with a smile. Young people are so talented that they can be so down to earth. It's rare. The old leader nodded to her with a smile and clapped his hands. Has everyone arrived? Get ready to rehearse. Song Yutong stood not far away and curled her lips. What are you doing in a daze? The deputy leader raised his hand and threw a bunch of scores into her hand. Why don't you help the teachers arrange the scores? Intern, to put it well, it's an intern, but if it's bad, it's a chore. Of course, it can't be the same treatment as the honor of being a musical. Rongxi sat on the chair and prepared for rehearsal with all the musicians. Song Yutong ran back and forth, setting up the score and sending water to everyone. When Rongxi began to rehearse, she could only sit on the cold bench with other interns and listen quietly. There will be a formal performance in the evening, and it is the first time for Rongxi to cooperate with the orchestra. Naturally, rehearsals are indispensable. Originally, everyone was worried that the musician Huo Jianxing temporarily found was too young. After a short run-in, Rongxi was soon able to join the orchestra. At 8 o'clock that night, the performance officially began. Because of the glorious addition, it has added a lot of color to the well-known Jiangcheng Philharmonic Orchestra. The performance that night won the lottery. At the end of the performance, Rongxi packed up his piano and came out of the backstage. Just out of the exit of the concert hall, someone suddenly called her name. Miss Rongxi, please wait a moment. Chapter 14. The iceberg also wants to turn into a sea of fire. 1. Rongxi stopped and turned his face behind him. An orchestra staff member trotted over and delivered a bouquet of flowers and an invitation to her. The flowers are roses, and the invitation is packed in an envelope. Rongxi opened the invitation, and there were only 2 simple lines of words on it. Royal Avenue, 302. Well known or not? Rongxi raised his face from the invitation. Who sent it? The staff of the cruise etiquette department sent it over. I have something else to do. Let's go first. The staff waved to her and turned away. After the performance, I don't know how many spectators gave flowers and gifts to the musicians. The staff is only responsible for helping everyone receive and distribute gifts. Of course, it is impossible to ask everyone clearly. According to the tone on the invitation, it should be her acquaintance. On the cruise, except for the people in the orchestra, she only knew Ning Shen. When they were chatting on WeChat yesterday, Ning Shen said that he would come to listen to her concert. Could it be Ning Shen? Put the invitation back into the envelope, pick up the delicate petals in the bouquet, and walk briskly across the corridor. Royal Avenue is a Chinese restaurant on a cruise ship that serves Hong Kong cuisine. Because it was already evening, there were not many guests in the restaurant. Rongxi walked to the front desk. Hello, where is 302? Upstairs. Well, do you know the surname of the guest in the private room? Sorry, I'm not sure about this. Are you at 302? A waiter took the initiative to come over, and I'll take you up. The waiter respectfully took her to the third floor and gently pushed open the door of the private room at the end of the corridor. It's this room. Please go inside. Thank you. Rongxi nodded and walked into the private room. Bypassing the embroidered screen directly opposite the door, she saw a young man sitting on the sofa at a glance. The man crossed his legs, put his arms on the armrest of the leather sofa, and hooked a wine glass in one hand. He is indeed an acquaintance of Rongxi, but not Ning Shen, but Jiang Qingchen, the younger brother of Jiang Qingli, the young son of the Jiang family. Gently shaking the wine glass in his hand, Jiang Qingchen smiled coldly. Little Princess Rong, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? Because of the honor, the marriage between the Jiang family and the Ning family was invalidated the day before the engagement. The Jiang family lost the opportunity to marry the Ning family, lost 1 billion year of investment, and became the laughingstock of the whole Jingcheng. For the culprit, it is natural to hate it to the bone. Originally, the first voyage of the princess was the honeymoon of Jiang Qingli and Ning Yecheng. In order to accompany their daughter on her honeymoon, the Jiang family specially booked several high-end suites on the ship. After the marriage contract of Jiang Ning's two families was cancelled, there was naturally no honeymoon trip. The Jiang family was so anxious about the Ning family's billion-dollar debt. How can they still be in the mood to come to the cruise? The young man, Jiang Qingchen, has always been idle, so he simply asked some friends to play on the cruise together. The publicity of the Philharmonic Orchestra is known to the whole cruise ship. The honor of being a special guest is also in the content of publicity. Knowing that Rongxi was on the boat, Jiang Qingchen deliberately did this game. Say hello to Miss Rong. Jiang Qingchen raised his chin slightly, and several friends surrounded him with a bad smile. One of them is to lock the door directly. The moment he saw Jiang Qingchen, Rongxi already knew that this was a trap. After a few seconds of surprise, Rongxi quickly calmed down. Calmly putting down the bouquet in her hand, she said lightly, "What do you want? It's very simple. Be obedient tonight and serve your brother well. I will not only not do anything to you, but also love you well." Jiang Qingchen's eyes lingered on the girl's seductive face for a moment and fell on her waistline wantonly. When it comes to women, Jiang Qingchen doesn't know how many times he has slept, and there are countless stars and young models. But none of them can compare with the glory. Rongxi's slow and orderly hair has long hair. You don't deserve to warm my bed. I know that you are the little princess of the wrong family, but don't forget that this is not Jiangcheng. Jiang Qingchen twitched the corners of his lips disdainfully. In the high sea, even if I threw you off the boat to feed the fish, no one would know. Rongxi didn't say anything more. He just bent down and pinched an unused chopstick from the table. Use your hands as a comb, cup your long hair, and use chopsticks as hairpins. Then, she walked to the coffee table and held the decanter containing the wine. Is this the one who is good? Jiang Qingchen stretched out the cup and filled it for several brothers. Rongxi raised his right hand. The red wine that had just woken up was not wasted at all, and it was all spilled on Jiang Qingchen. Fuck. Jiang Qingchen was shocked and suddenly shouted from the sofa, and his face changed in an instant. Rongxi, you fucking toast if you don't eat alcohol, don't you? Catch her for me and strip her. A young man standing on the right side of Rongxi came to Rongxi with a sad smile. Come on, my brother will help you. Rongxi stood still and waved his right hand. Bang, the decanter hit the man's head heavily. The young man screamed and retreated with his head covered. Damn it. Little bitch, I want to die. Let's see how I can kill you later. Let's go together. Several people rushed up and rushed to Rongxi. With her toes gently on the floor, she straightened her waist, and her slender right leg kicked the chest of the leader fiercely with the wind. At the same time, a small tracher grabbed the palm on the right that reached out to her. Twisted suddenly. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bone fracture, the other party's finger has been broken by her. Flutter, flutter. Ouch! 4 of Jiang Qingchen's followers were injured and kicked away by her without exception. Because of premature birth, Rongxi has been weak and sick since childhood. I have seen countless doctors, and there is only one prescription in the end to strengthen the body. Since then, Rongxi has practiced with his eldest brother every day. From martial arts to fighting and tapping, the boss of the Rong family taught his sister everything about the bottom of his box, and even the special forces in his team were not her opponents. What's more, there are a few rich second-generation gangsters who are not diligent. Seeing that several people were beaten down by her, Jiang Qingchen threw away the towel in his hand to wipe his face and stood up from the sofa viciously. Grabbing the wine bottle, he strode over and waved his right hand to Rongxi fiercely. Hearing the sound of the wind behind his head, Rongxi quickly turned his head. The wine bottle brushed her hair and knocked away her chopsticks. The long hair is loose and scattered like silk. Rongxi turned around and kicked Jiang Xingchen directly out and hit the wall. Damn it! Covering the colic lower abdomen, Jiang Xingchen suddenly smashed the wine bottle on the corner of the coffee table. He grabbed the bottleneck, and the broken glass pointed to Rongxi's face. Damn girl, if I don't put you to sleep today, I won't be surnamed Jiang. Bang! Without waiting for Rongxi to respond, the closed box door had been kicked open. Rongxi turned his face and saw a familiar handsome face. Rongxi glanced at the few people who were knocked down by him and lowered his head dejectedly. It's rare to fight back, but he bumped into it. If she said that these people all slipped by themselves, would he believe it? His eyes swept over the crowd and fell on Rongxi's messy face. The man's eyes instantly froze with ice slag. He rushed over and protected Rongxi. He held her arm nervously. Are you all right? Rongxi threw himself into his arms and rubbed his eyes red hard. Raise your face, and coquettishly. Mr. Ning, they bullied me. The female demon's head turned into a little treasure in a second. Jiang Qingcheng holding a wine bottle. The people who fell to the ground and moaned. Fuck, it's obviously they who were beaten, okay? Chapter 15. The iceberg also wants to turn into a sea of fire, too. Ningxuan raised his big hand and pressed her face on his chest. He patted her back comfortingly in a gentle tone. It's okay. I'm here. His eyes fell on Jiang Xingcheng's face, and Ningxuan's eyes cooled down again. Take it to the confinement room. Zhou Yanxing raised his chin, and the security personnel on the ship immediately rushed over to control Jiang Qingcheng and others. Jiang Qingcheng didn't know Ningxuan and only regarded him as a staff member on board. Shaking the wine bottle, he looked arrogant. Let me tell you, don't mess around. Before he finished speaking, the security personnel had grabbed his arm, cut it back, and threw him to the ground. On the high seas, the captain is the king of the cruise ship. If you dare to make trouble on Nei's ship, the other party is the first. If you dare to be so arrogant to Ningxuan, the other party is also the first. Of course, the security should let him know how to behave. How can the prince, who is usually respected and well-deserved, bear this? It was so painful that he screamed like a pig. Ningxuan raised his hand, covered Rongxi's ear, frowned and glared at the beating subordinate. Take it to the confinement room for treatment. Jiang Qingcheng was still held so hard that the other little followers had already been stunned. They didn't dare to shout anymore, and were obediently dragged out of the private room by several people. He took off his coat and wrapped it around Rongxi's shoulder. When Ningxuan opened his mouth again, he was already as gentle as water. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'll take you back to your room first, okay? Rongxi hugged his waist and looked like a startled bird. Well. With a gesture to Zhou Yanxing, Ningxuan hugged her all the way to the elevator and sent her back to the room in person. Sitting her on the sofa, he looked her up and down with concern. Are you injured? Rongxi shook his head. Did they touch you? Rongxi still shook his head. They didn't touch her, but she touched them well. Ningxuan breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and walked into the bathroom, and wrung up a hot towel. Holding her palm, he wiped her fingers carefully. The towel wiped her skin, extremely gentle, as if she was a fragile porcelain. Carefully help her wipe her hands, Ningxuan raised his face and smiled comfortingly at her. Don't worry, I will arrange everything. In the future, they will never have a chance to bully you again. On the high seas, the captain is qualified to deal with all the troublemakers on board. There is a special confinement room in the basement, which is used to detain people. Rongxi just thought that he didn't think much about it when he said to close the other party or expel him off the ship. Then you go to bed early. I'll deal with it. Ningxuan stood up and stretched out his little hand to pull the corner of his suit. Mr. Ning, I'm so scared alone. Can you stay with me for a while? Single man and widow, sharing a room. How could she miss such a good opportunity? Ningxuan turned his face and saw that the girl's eyes were red rubbing, which looked particularly pitiful. He sat back beside her. Well, I'll wait for you to fall asleep before leaving. Sure enough? A domineering president like him is spoiled. Thank you. Rongxi stood up. Wait for me. I'll change this broken clothes. Entering the cloakroom, she reached out and pinched the zipper on her back, pulled halfway and stopped. Mr. Ning, can you come in and do me a favor? The footsteps rang gently, and the cloakroom door was pulled open. Ningxuan pushed the door open and walked in, only to see Rongxi standing in front of the mirror with his back to him. Beiqi bit her lower lip and looked at him distressedly. The zipper of the skirt is stuck. Could you pull it for me? Ningxuan came over and stood behind her. The zipper of the skirt has been pulled halfway, revealing a large area of white back. Pinching her dress, he gently pinched the small zipper head and pushed down a little harder. The zipper slides down smoothly and slides all the way to the waist. The skirt lost its support and naturally slid to the wings. He clearly saw the small waist socket on her waist. That waist is too thin to grip. Ningxuan pinched her finger on the zipper and tightened it suddenly. The fingers were raised instinctively and reached out to her side of the waist. On the waist, a scald. That's a man's palm. Rongxi's breathing suffocated unconsciously, and his heartbeat accelerated instantly. Qi and blood surged, and all the nerves in his body seemed to be concentrated on the waist, the square inch under his fingers. Rongxi swallowed subconsciously, and his throat was very itchy. This time, can't he finally help it? Ningxuan put his palm on his waist and tightened it little by little. As long as he reaches out his palm and pulls open the thin skirt, she belongs to him. Possesses her. Possess her. In my mind, a villain jumped out and roared wildly. But soon, another villain also jumped out. Ningxuan, calm down, so that you will scare her. Don't worry, take your time. Finally. Reason triumphs over paranoia. All right. On the waist side, the man's palm suddenly tightened. Rongxi turned his face and only saw the reclosed door. No. Is there really such an obstinate man in this world? She still doesn't believe it. Even if he is an iceberg, she will seduce him into a sea of fire. Take off the broken skirt on your body, raise your hand to take off a suspender pajamas from the hanger and put it on your body, turn around and walk out of the cloakroom. Ningxuan, who was standing by the window, turned around when he heard the sound. In sight, the girl is wearing a black suspender skirt. The skirt is loose, but the light silk fabric just outlines the ups and downs of the body. He didn't even need to look carefully, and he knew that she was a vacuum. Ningxuan lowered his eyes and his voice was hoarse. Wait for me in bed. Wait in bed? I thought he was really not close to women. It turns out that I don't like to be in the cloakroom. Rongxi walked into the bedroom obediently, lay on the bed, pulled the quilt over and covered himself, thought for a while, and sat up again. This guy has always been obsessed with cleanliness. Should she take a shower? No way. What if the time is delayed and the other party changes his mind? Outside the door, footsteps rang softly. Knowing that it was Ningxuan who came over, Rongxi was busy lying back on the pillow, deliberately pulling the quilt down, carefully exposing half of his shoulders. The footsteps sounded gently, and Ningxuan pushed open her door and came in. Raise your hand to turn off the headlights. The room was dark, and only the bedside table emitted a faint light. Watching him approach step by step, Rongxi's heart became more and more anxious. I don't know which type he likes. Should she be more open or reserved? She was still thinking nonsense. Ningxuan had already walked to the side of the bed. Close your eyes. There are so many rules. Rongxi closed her eyes obediently and couldn't see him. She could only feel his existence by hearing and smell. The quilt on the body moved slightly. Is he going to start? Chapter 16, let's see how long you can enjoy it. 1. The quilt on the body suddenly became lighter, as if it had been uncovered. Then, it fell gently. It's not a man's palm, but a soft silk quilt. Her deliberately exposed shoulders and backs were all covered by him. Rongxi opened his eyes in astonishment and saw that Ningxuan had pulled a chair and sat down on the side of her bed, turning over the book in his hand. Then, the man's voice sounded in a low voice. Not long ago, there was a one named Olida in Florence. Rongxi immediately heard that it was the original English work 10 Days that she had read half of before. Is there any mistake? Is this one really coaxing her as a child? Noticing her movements, Ningxuan put down the book in his hand. What's the matter? Rongxi stretched out a palm to hold Ningxuan's arm and deliberately put his head to his side. I can't sleep. I'm scared when I think of what happened just now. Standing up straight from the chair, Ningxuan sat sideways on her side. Well, are you still afraid? Rongxi raised her face. Can I be closer to you? Ningxuan nodded gently. With his permission, Rongxi immediately stretched out his arm, hugged his waist, and rested his head on the man's lap unceremoniously. Raise your face and return an innocent smile to him. It's much better. She still doesn't believe it. With a beauty in his arms, can he really read books? Rongxi nestled in his arms and bent the corners of his lips badly. Let's see how long you can enjoy it. Ningxuan stretched out his palm, helped her pull the quilt, reopened the pages in his hand, and continued the part he had just read. While reading for her, his palm stretched out and patted her on the back. On the side of the ear, the man's Mali tone is really pleasant. Especially on such a quiet night, such a voice is comparable to the mid-bass cello. In his voice, she relaxed unconsciously. Then, I fell asleep unconsciously. Listening to the girl's breathing in his arms gradually steady and gentle, Ningxuan looked down at her expression, closed the book in his hand and put it on the bedside table. He gently pulled away her arm around his waist and put Rongxi's head on the pillow. The girl slept very relaxedly, and her arms, naturally, stretched out to the side, which was completely defenseless. The suspender strap on one side has already slipped down, and the dark grey bed is half covered by the spring color, which is a different temptation. Raising her hand to help her cover the quilt, Ningxuan supported the bed with both hands and slowly bent down. He kissed the girl's forehead very lightly but solemnly. Good night. Help her dim the bedside lamp and arrange her slippers. Ningxuan turned around and walked out of the princess suite gently. Outside the door of the suite, Zhou Yangqing stood and waited for him. Ningxuan gently closed the door of the guest room, and when he turned his face again, his face was already full of frost. Where are the people? In the underground confinement room. Ningxuan strode to the elevator. Zhou Yanqing chased him and helped him open the elevator. He stopped talking. Noticing his expression, Ning Shen looked sideways slightly. Say, yes. Zhou Yanqing squeezed his lips. There were 5 people, 1 broke his finger, 2 broke his ribs, and 1 lost a tooth. Ning Shen narrowed his eyes, and some doubts appeared in his amber pupils. What do you mean? They said it was called by Miss Rong. Zhou Yanqing paused slightly. At first, I thought they were he lied, but everyone was interrogated separately, and they all said the same thing, not like a pre-stringed confession. And I also checked the surveillance. After Miss Rong entered the room, there was no other entry before we entered. It's not a pre-stringed confession, and there's nothing else in it, that is to say, they are all honored. 1 hit 5, and the other party was all injured. Even Zhou Yanqing couldn't believe that the delicate eldest lady of the Rong family could do such a thing. Ning Shen was slightly stunned and immediately curled his lips. This little fox. The elevator came to the basement, and Ning Shen stepped out of the elevator. What is the cause of the matter? The whole incident was arranged by Jiang Qingcheng. He was so angry that he broke the engagement of the Ning and Jiang families and deliberately set up this situation. His original plan was to attract Miss Rong over and then force Ning Shen, who was walking in front of him, and suddenly stopped. And then what? Then. Noticing Ning Shen's expression, Zhou Yanqing instantly sweated coldly and was busy skipping the word. They also prepared to take a video and post it on the internet, which made Miss Rong completely infamous. Where is Jiang Qingcheng? 1 confined room. As soon as he said that, Ning Shen had already strode away. When Zhou Yanqing chased out, Ning Shen had already entered the confinement room. No. 1. Bang. Close the door tightly. The deputy captain in charge of cruise ship security looked at Zhou Yanqing doubtfully. What's wrong with Mr. Ning? Zhou Yanqing didn't say anything, but just raised his right hand. Everyone. Get out. Everyone left the confinement room one after another, and the man's screams then sounded. At dawn, Ning Shen walked out of the confinement room slowly. The man's face splashed with some blood, and the usually clear and handsome man was instantly dyed with a little dark temperament. Pull a wet wipe and wipe off the blood splashed on the face. Ning Shen wiped his hands lightly, and he still looked like a handsome nobleman. He walked out of the confinement room and came outside. He stopped and asked lightly. They violated the rules on board. According to the High Seas Convention, how should they be dealt with? The co-captain responded loudly, Mr. Captain, according to the High Seas Convention, you will either be locked up and handed over to the relevant police staff on the way back, or you will be expelled from the ship directly. Ning Shen nodded and immediately expelled the ship in order to prevent them from threatening other passengers. The co-captain stood up straight. Yes, Mr. Captain. For a moment, a small lifeboat was thrown off the boat. Then, Jiang Qingcheng and his 4 followers were also brought out and thrown down the princess one by one. Now in this sea area, the nearest island is also more than 200 nautical miles away. Without nautical experience, it is still unknown whether it can withstand the nearest island with only a lifeboat. What's more, this area is also an area with a high incidence of pirates. The pirates dare not move the ship of Nei's ship. However, the pirates will have no mercy when they leave Ning's boat. At this time, he was expelled from the ship, so what was waiting for Jiang Qingcheng and others was only 2 results: either buried in the sea or captured by pirates. One is death, and the other is life is not as good as death. The result is naturally, as Ning Shen said. From then on, Jiang Qingcheng and others were afraid that they would not have a chance to see Rongxi again, and naturally, it was impossible to bully her. He did what he said. Princess Sweet. Rongxi opened his eyes and saw Ning Shen's face. The man supported the bed with one hand, leaned on her side, and was looking at her. Mr. Ning? Rongxi was a little surprised. He actually guarded her all night. She was still surprised. Ning Shen had turned sideways, and the man's hand had reached out to hold her face. Do you know what I'm waiting for? What? Wait for you to wake up. The man lowered his head and kissed her. The thin suspender nightgown was torn by him, and then the man pressed it heavily. She subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he grabbed her palm. Didn't you say, you want me? He approached little by little, and Rorsi's heartbeat accelerated in an instant, and his whole body became soft and damp. The man bowed his head and kissed her, unceremoniously, to tear off her last bondage. Chapter 17. Let's see how long you can enjoy it. 2. Rongxi suddenly opened his eyes and saw the luxurious crystal chandelier in the princess suite. Without Ning Shen, without. The lingering just now is just a dream. It's just that the dream was so real that she lay on the pillow and was a little distracted. After taking several deep breaths, Rongxi closed his eyes to calm down his restless mood. She took off the quilt and got out of bed. She put on her slippers and walked into the bathroom. She picked up cold water to wash her face. Her face was reflected in the mirror. The cheeks were red, and a pair of eyes were full of water. Rongxi cursed in a low voice. Is there any mistake? She actually dreamed of him. Take off your pajamas, stand under the shower, and let the water wet your long hair. After taking a shower, go to the cloakroom to change into clean clothes. Thinking of the dream just now, Rongxi's face was hot again. A bold idea came to mind. Won't she really be moved by Ningxuan? The mobile phone vibrates. She walked over quickly and took her mobile phone. On the screen, the WeChat sent by Ningxuan is displayed. Ningxuan, 1900, I'll wait for you. 1900? Isn't that the room next door to her? He lives next door to her. Changing his shoes, Rongxi carried his small handbag and walked out of the room. Walk through the corridor and come to the 1900 gate on the same floor as her. She took a deep breath, straightened her hair, and left the colored images in her mind behind. Raise your hand and click the door. The door was separated, and Ningxuan stood inside the door. He probably just took a shower and buttoned his shirt halfway. The hair is still a little wet and messy. Compared with him, who is usually abstinent and cold, Ningxuan in front of him has a little less cold sense of distance. Like a big cat that just woke up, lazy and sexy. There is a faint woody fragrance in the air. Because of his height, Rongxi's eyes just looked straight at the other's neckline. He also has 2 buttons, his collarbone is half exposed, and he can vaguely see a little line of his chest muscles. The ambiguous picture that had just been thrown away by Rongxi suddenly appeared in front of me. Rongxi's throat is a little dry. Cough. She coughed softly. Am I here early? Ningxuan, open the door and come in. Rongxi stepped into the door and glanced around. The layout of his room is basically similar to that of the one she lives in. However, there is a huge oil painting on the wall of the living room. In the oil painting, it paints a girl standing by the sea playing the violin. The girl raised her hair and played the piano intently. The morning light plated her with a layer of gold, the wind brushed her long hair and red skirt, and seagulls danced around her. Although it is only a background, you can still imagine the beauty of the picture. Rongxi stopped and fixed his eyes on the oil painting. Her intuition told her that the girl in the painting should be the source of inspiration he mentioned before. Please sit down. Behind him, Ningxuan's voice sounded. Rongxi withdrew his gaze and sat on the sofa. After taking the cup, Ningxuan poured a glass of warm boiled water and sent it to her. Drink some water first, and breakfast will be coming soon. Sitting on the sofa opposite her, Ningxuan stared at her face through the air. Jiang Qingcheng and others, I have been expelled from the ship according to the rules on board. Next, they won't have a chance to harass you again. I smiled at him gratefully and caused you trouble. This is my boat, it should be. Ningxuan put down his overlapping legs and stood up straight. He held the armrest of her sofa with one hand, and her amber eyes narrowed slightly. However, the ship's doctor said that there were 5 of them, 1 with a broken finger bone, 2 with a broken rib, and 1 lost a tooth. Cough. Rongxi was choked by the water and coughed urgently. In the end, it's still exposed. She lowered her eyelashes and told the truth. Yes. I did it. He must be angry. Rongxi lowered his head in frustration, and his heart was full of regret. Originally, she thought that she could act everything without a trace, but as expected, she overestimated herself. How can she hide a smart person like Ningxuan? The footsteps rang softly. In front of you, there are more feet of the other party. Then, Ningxuan's finger reached out, taking her glass with one hand and holding a tissue with the other. Wipe your face. Rongxi. Isn't he angry? She raised her face doubtfully. In his sight, Ningxuan's expression was very calm. Even the corners of his lips seemed to be smiling. I know, and I don't mind either. Ningxuan raised her chin and lowered his head to look at her. I just want to know why Miss Ro deliberately approached me so much. Isn't he angry? Then there is a drama. Rongxi bit my lower lip and curled my lip. Since I was seen through by Mr. Ning, then. I won't hide it. I like you and want to chase you. Like it? Hearing these 2 words, Ningxuan's eyes lit up clearly. He lowered his head and approached her eyes. I don't like others to lie to me, so, to be honest, I honor to be speechless. The pair of eyes in front of me is too hot. If he knew that she lied to him, he would be disappointed and sad, right? However, to tell the truth, he knew that she deliberately flirted with him just to save the 3rd brother, and he would be more angry. Rongxi bit his lip and was in a dilemma. She didn't dare to look into his eyes. She lowered her eyelashes and said softly, I have something I want you to help me with. I want you to help me arrange the surgery for my brother. Ningxuan's pupils contracted. Sure enough, she doesn't like him at all. Loosening her chin, he suddenly straightened up. The eyes in the man's eyes were obviously cold. The heart of glory tightened in an instant. In my chest, I began to twitch and hurt. Standing up from the sofa, she reached out and grabbed his sleeve. I know, it's a little despicable for me to do this. No, it's very despicable. I apologize to you. Please, save my brother, okay? Ningxuan suddenly clenched his fingers, and the glass squeezed between his fingers shattered in response. Mr. Ning. Rongxi stepped forward and held his arm. Ningxuan took a deep breath and suppressed the negative emotions gushing out of the bottom of his heart. Get out before I lose my temper with you. The man turned his back to her and felt what kind of anger he was suppressing at this moment from the other's tense body. I know you won't forgive me no matter what I say, but I still want to say to you. I'm sorry. She turned around and opened the door. She walked out of his guest room gently. Chapter 18 Uncle Ning. 1. Come out of Ningshen's room and walk into the elevator with regret. Come to the Chinese restaurant on the ship and order a breakfast. Suddenly, there was a roar above his head, and he recognized that it was the sound of a helicopter. Rongxi guessed something and got up and rushed to the open deck. Sure enough, the logo of Ning's group was sprayed on the side of the helicopter. Who else can move Ning's helicopter on board except Ningshen? Holding the railing and raising his face, watching the helicopter moving away, Rongxi sighed for a long time. Obviously, Ningshen has left the cruise ship, and her plan has completely failed. On the helicopter, Ningshen turned his face. I saw the familiar red figure on the terrace at a glance. Gradually moving away, the figure only turned into a small red dot. Like a vermilion mole, printed on the man's pupil. Ningshen frowned and withdrew his gaze. Contact the laboratory and give me Rongyi's information. A week later, the first voyage of the princess ended. The orchestra ended its sea tour, and the cooperation between Rongxi and the Philharmonic Orchestra came to an end. Everyone returned to Jiangcheng together. Huo Jianxing, the leader of the regiment, personally sent Rongxi out and did not forget to tell him. Then let's make a deal. If there is a chance in the future, we must cooperate again. It's my honor. Rongxi said goodbye to him with a smile and came to the parking lot to sit in his big G driver's seat. This car was also given to her by Rongyu. In order to protect his sister's safety, Rongyu specially changed the ordinary 3-point seatbelt to a 4-point seatbelt for racing. When he fastened his seatbelt, Rongxi, naturally, thought of Rongyu. The car drove into the villa community where Rong's family was located. Rongxi looked at his familiar 3-story villa from afar and parked the car in the parking space outside the door. He raised his hand on the steering wheel and buried his face in his arms sadly. If she hadn't made her own opinion and flirted with Ningshen, she might not have offended him. Maybe the third brother still has a chance. This time it all made her mess up. What kind of face does she have to meet the third brother? Outside the window, the sky darkened unconsciously, and Rongxi was also completely unaware of it. Until... dun dun dun. The window of the car was knocked. Rongxi raised his face and saw the face of the maid Liu outside the car window, busy pushing the door open. Noticing the suitcase in her hand, Rongxi frowned in doubt. Sister-in-law Liu, you are. The third young master is in the hospital. The gentleman asked me to pack up something and bring it there. Hospitalization. Rongxi's heart suddenly tightened. After only a week of absence, did Rongyu's situation get worse again? After grabbing sister-in-law Liu's suitcase, he stuffed it into the trunk and started the car in a hurry. Which hospital? Anning International. As soon as sister-in-law Liu spoke, Big G had already roared and rushed out. All the way in a hurry, he rushed to Anning International Private Hospital. Rongxi rushed into the elevator all the way to the neurological ward on the 9th floor. She trotted all the way through the corridor and came to the door of room 903. She pushed the door open. Third brother? In the ward, the bed is empty. By the window, there is a young man. Wearing a suit and leather shoes and a pair of rimless glasses on the straight nose. Behind the lens, peach blossom eyes are born with a smile. Noticing the glory that came in, the man squeezed his mobile phone and smiled gently at her. That posture looks full of Sven, but in fact it is absolutely scum. The person in front of me is none other than Rongxi's second brother Rong Jin. Quickly ending the call, Rong Jin came forward with a smile. Look, this little eyebrow is so wrinkled that it can kill a fly. The man raised his palm and gently rubbed her slightly wrinkled eyebrows. Tell the second brother, why are you so worried? Rongxi was about to open his mouth when the door of the ward had been pushed open. Rong's father, Rong Sinan, pushed Rong Yin, followed by Rong's mother, Pei Yingshu. Behind the three people, there were several doctors in white coats. Third brother. Rongxi turned around and greeted him, squatted down, and held Rongyu's legs. How about you? Don't worry, the doctor said that I was in good condition and could have surgery at any time. Rongyu reached out and held his sister's shoulder. Thank you, Xiaoxi. The third brother will definitely cooperate with the treatment. Hand. Surgery. Rongxi raised his face in astonishment. You must be Miss Rongxi, right? The handsome young doctor in the lead smiled and stretched out his right hand to her. I'm Guo Shi from Lion Laboratory, and this is our team of experts. Miss Rong, don't worry, we will definitely do our best to treat Mr. Rongyu. Lion Laboratory? Did Ningshen really arrange the operation for Rongyu? You. Rongxi can hardly believe his ears. Do you agree to operate on my brother immediately? This operation is relatively complicated. We need to consult with many parties to determine the surgical plan, but it won't make you wait too long. Dr. Guo Shi smiled and nodded to the crowd. Well, please take a rest first. After we confirm the operation plan, we will discuss the specific operation time. Ro and his wife were busy thanking and sending Gu Xing and his party out of the ward. Ro Yu stretched out his finger and scratched the tip of Rong Zai's nose. Little thing, you have hidden such a big thing from the third brother. You have grown up your ability, haven't you? Our little princess has the ability to do it. Rong Jin smiled and held Rong Zai's shoulder. Otherwise, how could he deal with the people in the lion laboratory? Yes, this time, it's really thanks to Xiaoxi. Ro's mother Pei Yunshu came in with a smile. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known there was such a laboratory. Rong's father, Rong Sinan, also came over with a smile and raised his palm to touch his daughter's head. This time, Xiaoxi is the greatest contributor to our family. Looking at the smile on the family's face, Rongxi's heart was also secretly relaxed. Thinking of something, she stood up in a hurry. I'm going to the bathroom. Without waiting for Ro's family to respond, she had already trotted out of the ward and came to the doctor's office. Ro Yu raised his hand and slammed the door. Guo Shi, the attending doctor, opened the door and saw her smiling and bending her eyes. Miss Ro, is there anything wrong with Mr. Rong Yu? No. Rong Shi walked into the office and gently covered the door. This matter was arranged by Mr. Ningshen, right? Ningshen. Guo Shi still smiled. You misunderstood. The laboratory is going to open a branch in Asia. We have specially selected a group of patients. Your brother just meets our conditions. According to what he means, doesn't this operation have anything to do with Ningshen? So that's it. Rong Shi nodded and felt a little lost inexplicably. Anyway, I would like to thank you. Can my brother's leg recover? I can't guarantee you 100%, but the chance of success should be more than 70%. That's great. I'm so happy that I took a step back and bowed solemnly to the other party. Thank you, thank you. No matter what the result is, I will be grateful to you and Lion Studio for everything you have done for our family. When I said goodbye, I left the office. The smile on Rongshi's face disappeared little by little. The moment she knew the news, she thought that all this was arranged by Ningshen. It seems that she thinks too much. There is nothing special about her to him. In the office, Guo Shu took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. I have sent the inspection results of Rongyu to your email. In addition, Miss Raw came to me just now, and I said it according to what you told me. Didn't you see? Guo Shi's mouth, the little girl's expression at that time was almost crying aggrievedly. The other end of the phone, Ning Shen opened the information he had just received in the mailbox. Hearing Guo Shu mention Rongxi, his hand on the mouse paused. Did she cry? Why are you so nervous? I'm just kidding. Guo Shu leaned lazily on the table, but on the other hand, this little girl is really cute. Do you mind if I chase her? In the phone, Ning Shen's tone turned cold. You have a try. Guo Shi. Do you mean to die if you try it? Guo Shi smiled evilly. Old classmate, don't blame me for not reminding you. Girls don't chase like this. I told. Bang. Before he finished speaking, the phone was hung up heavily. Chapter 19. Uncle knew, too, that night, Raw Yu stayed in the hospital. Coming back from the hospital, Roxy grabbed his mobile phone and nested it on the lazy sofa in the room, and opened the dialogue box with Ningshen. Fingers tapped on the keyboard, lost and deleted, deleted and lost. In the end, not a word was left. Xiaoxi, is the second brother coming in? The door opened, and Rong Jin came in with a gift box. Rongxi was only afraid that he would see him chatting with Ningshen and busy putting his mobile phone into his pocket. Why are you so focused that you can't even knock on the door? Rong Jin handed her the gift box in her hand. Let's see how the quality is. In midair, familiar fragrance. Frankincense. Rongxi's eyes lit up immediately, and he carefully opened the sealed box. Sure enough, on the white cotton cloth, a fist-sized light green spice, is the Oman green frankincense known as golden resin. Knowing that she likes to study perfume, every time her family goes out and encounters some rare spices, they will bring them back for her. Rong Jin also spent a lot of thought to buy this Oman green frankincense. Seeing his sister's bright eyes, the man's peach blossom eyes bent with laughter. Since the accident of Lao San, my little girl has been sad all day long. It's rare to see my little sister so happy. These tens of millions are worth it. Are you happy? Change your clothes and go out with your brother. Put the spices into the working room and put them in a constant temperature and humidity spice storage box. Rong Shi changed into a set of clothes to go out and sat in the backseat of the car with Rong Jin. The car drove out of the villa area and came to the Mandaton auction house in the city center. When taking the elevator upstairs, Rong Jin's tone also became serious. This time, they got a batch of incense spices. You can help me pick them out later. Raw's grandmother was a perfumer before her death, and Raw's treasure seal was her self-created brand. After grandma passed away, Raw's father handed over the brand of Baosen to Rong Jin. Rong Jin has a commercial tact. On the basis of the original perfume and incense, it has developed into a full range of cosmetics companies, which is bigger and stronger than before. Of the children of the Rong family, only Rong Shi inherited his grandmother's sensitive sense of smell. Therefore, when choosing these rare spices, Rong Jin always likes to take her little sister with her to slap herself. The Rong family has a special lounge in the auction house. There is still some time before the auction, and the brother and sister go to the lounge to rest first. Rong Jin took out the computer to process an urgent document, and Rong Shi stood up straight. Second brother, I'm going out for a walk. Okay. Knowing that she was going to find out the situation, Rong Jin raised her chin to the assistant. Xiao Song, you follow the young lady. No, I won't attract attention by myself. Waving to Rong Jing, Rong Xi went straight to the exhibition hall. The exhibits to be auctioned tonight are all displayed in transparent sealed boxes for guests to check. Compared with photos, such an intuitive display is more effective. The auction house doesn't specialize in spices, and it's the same tonight. In addition to the incense wood that Rong Jin is interested in, there are calligraphy and painting, porcelain, and so on. Rong Xi observed the 2 pieces of incense wood, and he already knew it in his heart. Noticing a purple sand pot in the middle, she walked over with confidence. After all's mother Pei Yunshu is a Jiangnan family, her father Pei Anan is a master of purple sand passed down from generation to generation. Rongxi has followed his grandfather since he was a child, and his ears and eyes are familiar. While other children are playing in the mud, she is already learning how to make pots from her grandfather. Not only can I make pots, but my taste of pots is also first class. Looking at the purple sand pot from a distance, she was a little familiar. She came over curiously and wanted to take a closer look. When I saw the text introduction next to it, I suddenly laughed dumbly. Author, Anxi, the only personal disciple of Purple Sand Master Anan. Honor and regret. No wonder such an eye-catching pot turned out to be a pot made by myself. Looking at this handmade texture, it should be her immature work when she was a child, and I don't know how it flowed into the market. Unexpectedly, the price is 2 million yuan. What a shame. Come on, let's take a look at this pot. Rongxi turned his face and saw a kind-hearted old lady standing beside her. The old man is already old, and his clothes are elegant and generous. Although her face is full of wrinkles and her hair is grey, it can still be seen from her facial features that she must have been very beautiful when she was young. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. Rongxi naturally gave way to the side and left a better place to visit the elderly. Seeing her small movements, the old lady smiled at her sideways. Little girl, do you also like purple sand pots? Well, honor and regret should be light. It's rare for you to like these things at your age. What do you think of this pot? This. Rongxi smiled, so. Of course, she is embarrassed to praise her poor work when she was a girl. Haha, it's really a class act. If you don't understand, you pretend to understand. This is the work of the Purple Sand Master Anan, the only personal disciple. How can you say it's so? Behind him, a mocking female voice came. Rongxi turned his face and saw Jiang Qingli walking slowly with an old man. No need to guess, Rongxi can also think of Jiang Tianyang, who must be Jiang Qingli's grandfather. Looking at Rongxi's eyes, Jiang Tianyang's face sank and reprimanded him. At a young age, he pretended to understand. He really didn't have a tutor at all. It was she who invalidated the marriage contract between the Jiang family and the Ning family. Jiang Tianyang naturally hated Rongxi. Rongxi suddenly got angry. Her granddaughter made her third brother's legs disabled, and she didn't come to apologize. Is this a tutor? Mr. Jiang said that I don't understand, so I'll ask you, what material is this pot made of, what type is it made of, and what is the meaning? This. Jiang Tianyang is speechless. I'm not an expert, but at least I won't talk nonsense. Many buyers around heard the voice here and came over curiously. The old lady glanced at Jiang Tianyang and smiled. Little girl, can you say something? This is the best Qianxing mud among the purple mud produced by Huanglong Mountain. The fetal quality is fine and the color is delicate. However, the pot maker has little experience, and the pot handle is too bad, so he made up 2 small persimmons. Firstly, it means things goes well, and secondly, it can cover up flaws. If you look closely, you can see that the color of these 2 persimmons is slightly different from the pot, because they are not the same mud. Of course, she knows the pot she made by herself. When she was making this pot, she accidentally crooked the mouth of the pot, so she covered it with persimmons and persimmon leaves. Qianxing mud has always been precious. If the mud is not enough, she will replace it with other mud. Speaking of it now, of course, the head is the way. Everyone observed carefully and couldn't help nodding. Really, if you look closely, this persimmon is indeed different from the pot body. The little girl is really an innocent. Jiang Tianyang's old face suddenly turned red. I wanted to make a fool of Rongxi in front of the old lady of the Ning family. As a result, it was myself who made a fool of himself. Ha! The old lady laughed out loud. It's really scary. Mr. Jiang, we old people should show off less in front of young people in the future. Without giving Jiang Tianyang a chance to speak again, the old lady held Rongxi's arm with a smile. There are still a few pots at Grandma's house. Does the little girl have time to help Grandma taste them? Rongxi didn't know who the old man was, but looking at the attitude of the Jiang family, he seemed to be very flattering the old lady. Of course, she can't let the enemy please the people they want. All right? Rongxi smiled and responded. I'm always free. Okay, that's it. I'll arrange someone to pick you up tomorrow. Can you leave a phone number for Grandma? Rongxi nodded and left his name and phone number to the old man's assistant. At this time, the staff also came to inform everyone that the auction was about to start. Grandma, see you tomorrow. He waved to the old man and turned around and turned upstairs. Old lady. Jiang Tianyang quickly chased behind the old lady. What happened before was a misunderstanding. Don't listen to the little girl's nonsense. The marriage of Qingli and Yuchen. The Jiang family has a big career. And our Ning family can't afford to climb high. Nodding to Jiang Tianyang, the old lady turned around and left. As a parent, Jiang Tianyang has such a virtue. How much better can a granddaughter be? It must be Rongxi who deliberately said bad things about me in front of the old lady. Jiang Qingli was so angry that she bit her back teeth. Grandpa, what should she do now? Mr. Jiang snorted coldly. Humph, don't worry, Grandpa will help you find a better marriage in the future. I came to the auction this time because I learned that the old lady of the Ning family would come. They didn't know that Rongxi didn't know the old lady of the Ning family, just thinking that she had complained to the old lady of the Ning family in advance. Now, Jiang Tianyang also knows that this marriage is completely hopeless, and he has no choice but to give up. Unwilling to participate in the auction, the grandfather and grandson left quickly. Early the next morning, as soon as Rongxi finished breakfast, the old lady's assistant called. Arriving at the place agreed upon by both sides, Rongxi took the car driven by the assistant. For a moment, the car came all the way to the old city and stopped outside a very old-fashioned foreign-style building. Rongxi followed the assistant up the steps and walked into the living room. There was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. She looked up and saw Ning Shen walking down the stairs with the old lady at a glance. Rongxi. Xiaoxi is here. Let me introduce her. This is my youngest son, Ning Shen. Xiaoshen, this is what I mean by the purple sand expert. Rongxi glanced at Ning Shen, feeling a little guilty. Mr. Ning. Don't be so raw. Grandma Ning is holding Rongxi's arm. Ning Shen is a few years older than you. From my point of age, you can call him Uncle. Rongxi lowered his eyelashes and looked obedient. Hello, Uncle. Ning Shen glanced at his old mother speechlessly. Is your son that old? Chapter 20. Make this man crazy about her. 1. Ning Lao, sir. The maid came out of the restaurant wrapped in an apron, and breakfast was ready. Come on, Xiaoxi. Grandma Ning patted Rongxi's arm with a smile and let's eat something together. Thank you, Grandma. I've already eaten. Eat more after eating. You girls nowadays always like to lose weight. Look at this thin one. Grandma is heartbroken when she looks at it. Come on, be obedient. The old man took her arm intimately and walked to the restaurant. The tone is loving, as if Rongxi is his granddaughter. It was hard to resist, so Rongxi had to follow the old man into the restaurant. The three main guests sat down. Grandma Ning picked up the spoon with a smile and chatted with Rongxi while eating. By the way, Xiaoxi, you should still be in school now, right? Well, I haven't graduated yet, and I'm preparing to find a place for a summer internship. Did you find it? Not yet. Well, Grandma Ning's eyes are on her son. Xiaoshen, you arrange an internship for Xiaoxi in your company. Rongxi happened to have a wonton in his mouth. It was inconvenient to speak, but he just raised his face and looked at Ning Shen on the opposite side. The man was dressed in black and sat in the morning light coming in from the window. Like the oil painting painted by the master, it is rich in ink and colorful. Rongxi narrowed his eyes. I really can't get enough of her beauty every day. When she looked over, Ning Shen happened to look over. He looked at each other and lowered his eyelashes, pretending to eat wontons seriously. Ning Shen stared at Rongxi for a few seconds through the air. Okay, I'll arrange it. He didn't refuse. So you won't be angry with her? Well. Rongxi's eyes lit up, and I would like to thank my uncle first. Grandma Ning glanced at her son and curled the corners of her lips. I don't understand work. You can talk about it first. I'll take out several purple sand pots in my collection. The old lady got up and left, leaving only Rongxi and Ning Shen in the restaurant. Rongxi half lowered his head, and a pair of big eyes were innocent and clear like a deer. Is your uncle still angry with me? Compared with Mr. Ning, Rongxi prefers the name of uncle, and the relationship between the two seems to be much closer. The girl's voice is delicate and soft. When she calls him uncle, it always sounds a little coquettish. Ning Shen suddenly liked this name a little. He put down the tableware in his hand and said in a gentle tone, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you that day. I did something wrong, and you should be angry. Rongxi curled his lips and smiled back at him. I knew that my uncle was not so stingy. With her smiling face in his eyes, Ning Shen's expression became a little softer and softer. Guo Shi is the best neurologist in the laboratory. He will definitely cure your brother. Rongxi was shocked. Does he know everything about his brother? So, the third brother can have an operation so quickly, which is still related to him. Obviously, he was angry with her, but he still helped Rongyi arrange the operation. Her beauty is really heartwarming. The little resentment in Rongxi's heart disappeared in an instant. So, I'll send you my resume later. Okay. Ning Shen stood up straight, and Rongxi also got up and followed him. Uncle, wait a minute. Ning Shen stopped and chased him quickly. Your collar is a little crooked. She raised her hand to pinch his tie and straightened it. She carefully helped him press the collar flat. Take a step back and look at it with satisfaction. It's all right now. One day, she will tear off his tie with her own hands and make the man crazy about her. Thank you. Ning-shen took a look at his tie. The company still has something to do. I'll go first. I'll send you. Rongxi followed him out of the living room and stood on the steps and waved to him. That posture is like a wife who sends her husband out. Sit in the back seat and look at the slender figure in the rearview mirror. Ning-shen raised her palm and gently stroked the tie she had retied for him with her fingertips. Seeing Ning-shen's car go far away, Rongxi followed the housekeeper upstairs to Grandma Ning's study upstairs. The servant sent refreshments and fruits and appreciated the purple sand pots collected by Grandma Ning one by one. For the purple sand pot, it is like a treasure. An old man and a young man talked happily. After appreciating the teapot, Rongxi took the initiative to help the elderly maintain it. The children are old, and they rarely go home with several grandchildren. Ning-shen flies around all day long and spends most of his time abroad. It's a big house, and there is usually only the old lady. It was rare for Rongxi to talk to her. The old lady, naturally, regarded Rongxi as her old friends. Taking the opportunity to chat, I took the opportunity to listen to Ning-shen's details. Uncle, does he live with you? He is a workaholic. He flies around all day long. It would be good to live at home for 1 day a week. When it comes to her son, Grandma Ning's tone is resentful. She is almost 30 years old, and she hasn't even talked to a girlfriend. As an old mother, I'm really worried. Haven't you even talked about a girlfriend? Is her beauty, Ning, so good? Rongxi bent the corners of his lips. Don't worry, uncle will definitely have a good relationship with such good conditions. That grandma borrowed your good words. Grandma Ning smiled, her eyes fell on Rongxi, and her heart moved slightly. Xiaoxi, you are so beautiful that many people must chase you at school. What does your boyfriend do? I shook my head. I don't have a boyfriend. Really? Why did I lie to you? Grandma Ning is getting more and more happy. This little girl is not very old, but she behaves well, is generous and decent. At first glance, she is not from a small family. You should be good-like, temperamental, intelligent and erudite. It's really suitable for your own son. If her son finds such a daughter-in-law, she will not be so lonely in the future. The more Grandma Ning looked at it, the more she felt the glory and pity. Suddenly, I regretted that I shouldn't have let her call her Uncle Ning-shen, but she was relieved soon. Nowadays, young people don't always say anything. Age is not distance, and height is not a gap. Young men and women have feelings everywhere. Xiaoxi. Grandma Ning made a decision in her heart, and the smile on her face became more and more gentle. Grandma Ning treats you at first sight. If you have time in the future, you should come to see me often. Honor and cherishing are naturally unsought for, and immediately laugh and respond. Don't worry, I will definitely come here often. The two talked until noon, and Grandma Ning had lunch with Rongxi, and then reluctantly ordered the driver to take her away. Back home, Rongxi prepared her resume and sent it to Ning-shen's mobile phone. Rongjia Xiaoxi, uncle, when do I go to work? After a moment, Ning-shen replied. Ning-shen, when is it convenient for you, you can come and check in at any time. She is worthy of her beauty, and the efficiency is really fast enough. Rongjia Xiaoxi, okay, see you tomorrow. The next morning, Rongxi arrived at Ni's building on time and brought his resume to the personnel department. Miss Rongxi, right? The staff of the personnel department looked at her resume and left it. You can fill in the entry form directly and go to the president's office on the top floor to find Joe's special assistant. After thanking the other party, Rongxi came to the top floor with the entry form in his hand. As soon as I walked out of the elevator, I saw a young woman in beige professional clothes walking over. Seeing Rongxi, the woman looked at her up and down, and her eyes fell on the entry form in her hand. Newcome. Chapter 21, Make this man crazy for her, 2, yes. Rongxi spoke politely, my name is Rongxi, please take care of me. I'm Nina from the Ministry of Commerce. The young woman pulled up her entry form and glanced at the information on it. Conservatory of Music. Ning's current garbage interns are also accepted. Rongxi held back his temper and didn't make a sound. Nina raised her right hand and piled the job form and the documents in her hand on Rongxi's hand. All documents, in 10 copies, should be made within half an hour. However, the personnel department asked me to find Special Assistant Joe. Special Assistant Joe? Nina smiled mockingly. If every intern had to arrange Joe's special assistant would have been tired to death. This is for Mr. Ning's meeting. Don't you hurry up. What do you want to use? Rongxi looked at the documents in his hand and walked into the copy room. After copying the document, she carefully divided it into a book and separated the folder. Notice that there is an error in the French on the content of the file. Rongxi walked out of the copying room and came to the coffee room. He found Nina, who was holding coffee and chatting with several staff members. Sister Nina, do you have time to come over? Nina came over impatiently. What's the matter? Rongxi, please point out the error in the file. Is it a mistake? There seems to be something wrong here. Of course, Rongxi also understands the rules in the workplace. She is a newcomer, and the other party is an old man. She still gives the face she should give. So she didn't say it was wrong, but made a mistake. Ro's mother is a college teacher and teaches French. When Rongxi first learned to speak, Pei Yinshu began to teach her French. Rongxi grew up in a bilingual environment, and he is better at French than English. What do you know? Nina looked at her disdainfully. It was in French, not English. I know it's French. What I mean is that this French word is wrong. Ha! Nina laughed. Listen, an intern from the Conservatory of Music said that I typed wrong in French. Around, several staff members who drank coffee with her laughed out loud. In turn, our sister Nina is a talented student in France. She has been studying in France since high school. French is similar to her mother tongue. How can she make mistakes? That's it, I really don't know how thick it is. This is a trade contract, a mistake in one word, which will change the meaning of a whole sentence. If the contract is really signed according to this contract, it will be Nings who will suffer losses at that time. Listening to the ridicule of the crowd, the tone of honor also sank. Everyone can also make typos from the Chinese novel. I suggest you check it carefully. How dare a little intern treat her like this? Nina's face sank, and she is about to have an attack. Mr. Ning is here. An employee standing at the door reminded softly. Nina glanced at Rongxi and took the document from Rongxi's hand. This is the first time. I won't argue with you. There is no next time. She turned around and strode out of the coffee room. In the corridor, Ning Shen walked in the front. Behind him are a group of high-ranking officials who have just come out of the conference room. Mr. Ning. Everyone greeted Ning Shen respectfully. Third uncle. Greeting Ning Shen, WHO came by and looked at Rongxi. WHO was standing not far away. Nina deliberately raised. I have prepared the documents you asked me to prepare. Do you have a look? Is there any problem? Third uncle. Honor and regret. She offended Ning's family on the first day of work. She really blamed herself. Everyone listened to Nina's voice and squeezed a sweat for Rongxi at the same time. Nina is the daughter of the second son of the Ning family, and she is spoiled in every days. She has just come to work in the company for a short time. Because of her identity, the senior management of the company has always sold her some face, and many employees are slaughtering her every day. In the company, Nina has always been arrogant. Rongxi offended her on the first day, and the end can be imagined. This little intern. It's over. Hello, Mr. Ning. In the summand of so many employees, Rongxi also called him Mr. Ning like everyone else. Ning Shen took the document, and his eyes naturally fell on Rongxi. Today, she is completely dressed as a white collar. The black shirt is put into the silver suit trousers, and the long hair is tied with a ponytail behind the head, adding a little skill and handsomeness. Nodding gently to her, Ning Shen's eyes fell on the document, and then frowned at Nina. The words are spelled wrong. Is this the contract you drafted? Hearing the other party's displeasure, Nina's heart tightened. Everyone knows Ning Shen's personality. I can't rub the sand in my eyes, and the employees under my hands have always been strict. Even the Ning family has never tolerated their mistakes. Nina finally passed the assessment of the personnel department and entered the company. Of course, I don't want to admit my mistakes in front of a high-ranking group. Therefore, put everything on Rongxi. Third uncle, I really don't blame you for this matter. I got this document last night. I was worried that there was something wrong, so I asked the intern to check it carefully, but she didn't see it. The honor of innocent lying down. Without giving her a chance to explain, Nina scolded against her nose. Do you know how important this contract is? I have stressed many times that you should check it carefully, but you can't see such an obvious mistake. I just said that the students of this Conservatory of Music are simply rubbish. How can they be qualified to be an intern in our nays? In the company, everyone knows her identity and will tolerate her. If this intern doesn't bear such a black blame, who will bear it? She didn't believe it, but the other party dared to refute. Zhou Yanxing glanced at Ning Shen's expression and coughed softly. Miss Nina, Miss Roll. I'm Mr. Ning's assistant. Today is the first day of work. Mr. Ning's assistant? Nina didn't realize the reminder in Zhou Yanxing's tone. Third uncle, how can such a person be qualified to be your assistant? Just an assistant? Is it comparable to her identity as the eldest lady of the Ning family? Ning Shen interrupted her harshly and went to the personnel department to go through the resignation procedures. From today on, you will not go to work. Nina turned her face and looked proud. Did you hear me? Don't you want to get out of here? Bang! Ning Shen raised his right hand, and the document fell heavily on Nina. I mean, you. The folder hit my hand and turned red in an instant. Nina's lips trembled, and tears almost filled. Third uncle, get out of here. Let's go. Nina curled her lips aggrievedly, dropped the document on the ground, and turned away. Around, everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to show up. Ning Shen looked around with a majestic voice. In Ning's, there is no Ning family, only employees. Well done, award. If you can't do it well, get out. Ning Shen stepped forward 2 steps and stopped in front of Rongxi. Follow me to the office. The man strode forward. Rongxi was busy picking up the documents on the ground, followed him into the president's office, and gently closed the door tightly. Uncle, it's not. Mr. Ning, what's the matter with me? If she caused such a thing on the first day of work, she won't fire her, will she? Chapter 22. Do not show your shoulders, your waist, and your back. 1. You should turn around carefully. From today on, you are my personal assistant. The main job is to help me complete my daily work. If necessary, you need to accompany me on a business trip. Is that okay? That means that she can get along with her beautiful beauty day and night. That's great. I will try my best to cooperate with your work. Ning Shen glanced at the document in her hand. Can you see French? I learned some from my mother, and I heard that writing is not bad. Prepare this document again. Is half an hour okay? No problem. Very good. Ning Shen opened the drawer and handed her a black card. This is your work card with the highest authority. You can enter my office directly. If other people hear it, I'm afraid I'll be shocked. Rongxi didn't care. Since he was his personal assistant, of course he could enter his office. Otherwise, it's not convenient to work, is it? Rongxi took over the card. So, where do I work? Ning Shen opened the door, opposite Yanqing. Rongxi followed his gaze and looked out. Near the floor-to-ceiling window, there was a spacious desk, neatly arranged. On the table, there are laptops and necessary office supplies, and even a vase of champagne roses. As an intern, such a working environment has long exceeded Rongxi's expectations. Okay, Mr. Ning, then I'm going to work. She turned around and wanted to leave. Wait. Rongxi stopped. What else can Mr. Ning say? When there are no outsiders, you can call me uncle. In addition, the company's dress rules are not allowed to show shoulders, waist, back, skirts are not more than 5 centimeters above the knees, and Ning Shen's eyes fell on her loose neckline, and 2 buttons were not allowed to be unbuttoned. What kind of old cadre regulation is this? Rongxi squeezed his lips, raised his finger pinching the access card, and pulled his collar to one place. It's inconvenient to hold the folder in one hand. She is about to put down the folder and fasten the button. Ning Shen stepped forward, and I'll help you. Rongxi looked down and saw the man's beautiful fingers slowly pinching her collar. Put the pearl-shaped button into the button eye. The silk fabric was pulled by his fingers and rubbed against the skin. If there was a touch, it made Rongxi's skin numb, and he unconsciously had a layer of thin bumps. The man in front of him is clear and cold, full of abstinence. But his every move seemed to make her heart tickle. Carefully help her pull the collars on both sides to symmetrical, and Ning Shen withdrew his fingers. I'm waiting for your file. Okay. Withdrawing his lustful heart, he turned around and walked out of his office and sat at his desk. Open the notebook and reorganize the French contract. Inside the door, Ning Shen sat back at the table and raised his hand to hold the signature pen. Under the finger, the body of the pen is delicate, like the touch of her pearl button. The man's eyes turned gloomy and stained with an obscure emotion. Enter the password to open the safe. He took out the injection agent and pierced it into the venous blood vessels. In less than 20 minutes, Rongxi has sent the documents in. She not only corrected the words that Nina had mistaken before, but also corrected several grammatical errors. Putting the document in front of Ning Shen, she raised her right hand and pointed to the clause she specially marked on the document. British and French legal contracts are different from those in China. We'd better add a clause to prevent them from exploiting legal loopholes. Ning Shen was a little surprised. Have you studied law? For a student of the Conservatory of Music, even Ning Shen was surprised by her knowledge. Rongxi smiled. I have learned a little. Actually, it's not at all. She not only successfully obtained a law diploma, but also obtained a lawyer's certificate. However, it is rarely mentioned to people. Ning Shen took a closer look at the documents she had prepared. Okay, just modify them as you said, and then make 10 copies and send them to the conference room. When Rongxi prepared the documents according to his instructions, the news that the eldest lady of the Ning family was driven out by Ning Shen had also spread throughout the Ning's building. Everyone was very curious. On the first day of work, the young lady's little intern was squeezed out. How sacred is it? Several department heads went upstairs and asked Ning Shen for instructions. They were also surprised to find that their big boss had a young beautiful assistant. At first, they thought this person was just a vase. But soon, Rongxi used his talent to refresh everyone's cognition. She handled all kinds of documents and materials sent by everyone in an orderly manner. Before coming to work, Rongxi had already done his homework in advance and was very familiar with Ning's business. In the past, during the summer and winter vacations, she often helped her father and brothers deal with the work, and knew the affairs and processes of the company's management like the back of her hand. The business of the two companies is different, but the process is similar. She is naturally comfortable at work. Especially the little girl has a sweet mouth and loves to smile, which naturally wins people's hearts. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. In less than half a day, Assistant Rong has become a new topic in the whole Nei's building. Many employees who didn't need to look for Ning Shen also deliberately found excuses to go upstairs to see the demeanor of this beautiful little assistant. When Ning Shen came back from the meeting, he saw this scene. Outside the president's office, which has always been deserted, there are 7 or 8 people crowded, which is rarely lively. Assistant Rong, shall we have lunch together? Yes, let's have a meal together at noon. Welcome to join the company. Assistant Rong, let me tell you, the food in our Nei's staff restaurant is delicious. You must try it. Seeing this scene, Ning Shen's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. Are you free? Mr. Ning. Seeing him, everyone changed their faces and left in a hurry. In the president's office, it was quiet again in an instant. Mr. Ning. Rong Shi stood up with the document in his hand and followed Ning Shen into the office. You need to sign these documents. Ning Shen took the signature pen and signed the document with his name. I just forgot to remind you that Ning doesn't allow office romance. Rong Shi. Office romance is not allowed, so how can she flirt with him? I got it. I'll give you half a day off in the afternoon. You can get ready and go on a business trip with me tomorrow. Uncle is going to take me on a business trip. Your French is very good. You can translate for me. Can you get along with Ning Mei Mei so soon? Anyway, she is just an intern and will go back to school after the summer vacation. At that time, she will not be his employee. Even if you flirt with him at that time, it's not an office romance. Rongxi, who was originally a little depressed, became clear again in an instant. No problem, then. I can leave after finishing these tasks, right? I want to go to the hospital to see my brother. Ning Shen nodded. Thank you, uncle. Rongxi smiled and bent his eyes. By the way, give me your certificate and I will help you book the ticket. Ning Shen opened the drawer and handed her the passport. Rongxi took it with both hands, held it out of the office, and immediately opened the passport. Of course, booking tickets is just an excuse, and the purpose is, of course, to know his date of birth. She wants to see how old her Ning Mei is. Chapter 23. Do not show your shoulders, waist or back. 2. Calculate according to the date on the passport. Soon, it will be Ning Shen's 30th birthday. He is 9 years older than her. Carefully remember Ning Shen's birthday in mind. Rongji smiled and closed his passport. Her 30th birthday is a big day. She wants to prepare a birthday present for his Ning Mei Mei. Book the ticket and finish processing the documents at hand. Rongxi grabbed the handbag and left Ni's building quickly. After buying lunch and coming to Tianning International Hospital, she pushed open the door of the ward with a smile. At a glance, I saw my third brother Rong Yu leaning against the head of the bed and watching the latest racing news on the tablet. The glory is in the eyes, and the joy is in the heart. Since the car accident, Rong Yu knew that he could no longer drive, and he almost never watched the most popular racing news before. Now, starting to care about his favorite racing car again, it is enough to see that he is in a good mood. Handsome man, it's time for lunch. Seeing her, Rong Yu put down the tablet computer, helped her support the small table on the sick bed and set up the meal. He opened the chopsticks and handed them to his sister. Rong Yu glanced at her. Did you do the matter of the Jiang family? What's the matter? Rongxi deliberately pretended to be stupid. Your brother only has a leg disability, not a brain disability. Rong Yu smiled and glanced at her. Okay, little thing, everyone knows that he is protecting the third brother, and he didn't hurt you for nothing. Rongxi was originally worried that mentioning Jiang Xingli would hurt him. Seeing Rong Yu's indifferent face, she was also relieved. She made the third brother like this. I just let her have one less marriage, which is already cheap for her. Rong Yu smiled and raised his face. Do you know about Jiang Qingcheng? Jiang Qingcheng. Rongxi raised his face. What's wrong with him? He made trouble on the princess and was expelled from the ship, including several rich second generations who boarded the ship with him. Now, they are all in the hands of pirates, and the other party is asked for 100 million yuan. Previously, in The Princess, Ning Shen expelled Jiang Qingcheng from the ship, and Rongxi knew it. She originally thought that Jiang Qingcheng and others had returned to Jiangcheng. I didn't expect the consequences to be like this. Captured by pirates. This guy is really unlucky. Thinking of what happened that night, I snorted coldly. He deserves it. What are they doing? Come on. Eat quickly. This is what I specially bought from Jingying. If you don't eat it, it will be cold. Rong Yu picked up his chopsticks, observed his sister's expression, and did not ask Jiang Qingcheng about anything. As long as it has nothing to do with his sister, Jiang Qingcheng's life and death are none of his business. I heard from my mother that you are doing an internship. That's right. Rongxi raised his arm and put a cool expression on him. Look, do I look like a professional woman now? Yes, President Rong. Rong Yu smiled and praised. In which company? Is this it? Rongxi pursed his lips. I told the third brother that the third brother would keep it a secret for me. Which company on earth? Ning's. What? Rong Yu suddenly changed his complexion. Did you work under Ningshen? Third brother. Rongxi shook his arm. It's just an internship. Why are you so nervous? Besides, Jiangcheng is so big. Aren't there only a few big companies? Am I going to Rongxi? At that time, my classmates will laugh at me as a waste, and I can't even find an internship company. Rong Yu snorted coldly. Who dares? I abandoned him. I know that the third brother loves me the most. Can you help me keep the secret? Shi shook his arm to be coquettish. Third brother. Yu was helpless by her, so he had to nod and agree. However, you should remember. If any man dares to have ulterior motives towards you, tell the third brother immediately. In his opinion, Rongxi is just a small intern, and his job is the bottom department of Ning's. Ning's family is so big that she will definitely not be able to contact Ning Sheng. Got it. Honor and smile. Anyway, she has ulterior motives, which is not a lie. After accompanying Rongyi to lunch, Rongxi came to the doctor's office and found his attending Dr. Gushi to ask about Rongyi's surgical arrangements. Gushi explained with a smile, the surgery plan has been confirmed, and the time is scheduled for next Monday. Originally, Rongxi was also worried about the business trip time, which conflicted with Rongyi's surgery time. Hearing Gushi's words, Rongxi was completely relieved. Okay, thank you for your hard work then. Don't worry, this is what we should do. Gushi took the newly received fax from the fax machine and took a curious look. There are a few words of surgery plan written on the fax. And there is a hand-drawn neural structure diagram below. In the upper right corner, there is an English signature lion. Is this my brother's surgery plan? Yes. Gushi spread the fax on the table, pointed to the diagram above, and carefully explained to her that we would use the latest biotechnology materials to implant Royu's body. In this way, the broken nervous system could be reconnected and reorganized. He didn't use difficult medical terms, but made it easy to understand. Rongxi, a medical layman, also heard clearly. Looking at the fax, Rongxi only felt that the font on it was a little familiar. Is this lion also a doctor in your laboratory? That's right, he is the best doctor in our laboratory, and the laboratory is named after him. He is the professional inventor of neurobuilding, and his brother's surgery plan was also determined by him personally. That's great. Rongxi looked grateful. Will he also come to operate on my brother? I want to thank him in person. This lion is very busy, and he is just doing research, not on the operating table. Gushi smiled and narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, you will have a chance to see him. Well, I won't disturb your work. When he said goodbye to Gu, Rongxi went to the ward to chat with Rongyi for a while. The nurse came in and took Rongyi to do muscle rehabilitation before the operation. Rongxi drove into the car and left the hospital and went to the Yuan bar in the south of the city. This racing-themed bar is Rongyi's industry. After Rongyi was injured, Rongxi has been helping him take care of it. When Rongxi and the manager have reconciled the accounts, it was past dinner time. Looking at Rongxi signing the bill, the bar manager spoke flatteringly. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Can I ask the kitchen to cook something for you? Just in time, you can also try the craftsmanship of the new chef. Okay. Rongxi nodded and asked them to send it directly to the bar. I'll go downstairs and have a look. The manager respectfully agreed. Rongxi sorted out the accounts and went downstairs to the lobby on the first floor. Because of the reputation of Rongyi, the business in the bar has always been good. 70 or 80 of the guests on the table have reached the table. Rongxi did not occupy the table. He casually pulled a bar chair and sat down by the ring bar for dinner. Just halfway through the meal, a man suddenly walked to the bar and slapped the bar heavily. Why hasn't the wine on table 9 been served yet? What's wrong with you? Sorry, there are a lot of guests today. Rongxi put down half of the meal in his hand and turned around. What kind of wine do you want? I will arrange it for you right away. The young female guest was stunned when she saw her. Is it you? Chapter 20 for nickname. Mr. Ning's horse's feet. 1. Rongxi narrowed his eyes and finally recognized the young woman with heavy makeup in front of him. The person staring at her across a bar was Miss Son of the Ning family, Ning Yixing, who was kicked out of Ning's family because of the glory. Sure enough, the enemy is always narrow. It turns out to be Miss Ning. What kind of wine do you want? Being forced to leave Ning's family, Ning Yixing was naturally very unhappy. I specially brought a few friends to the bar, just to vent. Holding back her anger, she was worried that there was no place to attack, but Rongxi was delivered to her. How could Ning Yixing enjoy it? Squinting his eyes, Ning Yixing glanced at the wine rack behind Rongxi. What's the most expensive wine here? If Miss Ning wants to drink champagne, we have the Royal Salute and Spade A here, both of which are 8888. If Miss Ning likes brandy, we have Hennessy Richard and Louis XIII, priced at 58,888. If you want more high-end, we also have several bottles of Golden King Martell, 108888. Which one do you want? The most expensive, Golden King Martell. She bent down, opened the locked glass cabinet, took out a bottle of Golden King Martell, and put it on the tray. Which table are you at? Can I send it to you? No need. Ning Yixing stretched out her right hand. Just open the bottle cap and give it to me. Rongxi opened the bottle cap and brought it to her with both hands. Please take it. Ning Yixing stretched out her hand to hold the bottleneck. When Rongxi withdrew her palm, she sneered at Rongxi and relaxed her fingers. Bang! The 6-digit Gold King Martell fell on the marble floor and fell to pieces. Ning Yuxing kicked the fragments of the wine bottle at her feet, curled her lips, and smiled coldly. More than 100,000 yen for a bottle of wine, is your annual salary enough? Of course, Ning Yuxing would not have thought that the one standing in front of her now was the owner of the bar. I just take Rongxi for granted as a part-time college student who works here. Rongxi frowned and glanced at the wine on the ground. Such a good wine is really a waste. The sound of the wine bottle breaking instantly attracted the attention of many customers and staff. Everyone rushed over curiously and gathered around the side of the bar. Wow, the Golden King Martelli, a bottle of more than 100,000 yuan, who fell? The bar manager came down from the private room upstairs and saw the crowd gathered here from afar, busy trotting over. I'm the bar manager. Please give way. Separate the crowd and squeeze into the side of the bar. Seeing the broken wine on the ground, the bar manager's eyes fell on Rongxi with concern. Miss Raw, are you all right? Rongxi shook his head gently. Sure that she was not injured, the manager was secretly relieved. It doesn't matter if the wine is broken, as long as the little ancestor is fine. Otherwise, Rong, you must destroy him. Are you the manager? Ning Yuxin's eyes swept over the manager's badge. Your people broke my wine, what did you say? The manager didn't know the holiday of the two. How dare he blame Rongxi? He immediately smiled at Ning Yuxing with the attitude of calming things down. Why don't you say it like this? This wine is mine. I'll get you another bottle. What do you think? Knowing that the manager misunderstood, Rongxi explained lightly, Manager Wang, don't misunderstand. I didn't fall on the wine. Didn't you fall? Ning Yuxing raised her arm. Do you mean that I deliberately broke the wine and framed you? Ning Yuxing looked around, which one of you saw that I fell to the wine? The incident happened suddenly, and no one noticed the details here. Naturally, they kept silent. At this time, several of Ning Yuxing's partners also noticed the situation here and squeezed into the crowd to protect Ning Yuxing's side. They are all arrogant rich second generations, and naturally, stand on Ning Yuxing's side. What do you say? Our Miss Ning can still frame you. That's it, I look up to myself too much. Ning Yuxing raised her right hand and signaled to be quiet. It's just a bottle of wine. It doesn't matter if it's on my head. I can't swallow this breath. Looking at Manager Wang's face, Ning Yuxing's tone was arrogant. If you fire her, forget about it. If she loses her job, she will also lose her job. Expel her? Manager Wang's face turned pale. It's good if this little ancestor doesn't fire him. Manager Wang didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he immediately laughed and hit the round. Miss Ning, right? I'm really sorry, look. Otherwise, this wine is mine, and I'll get you another bottle. Is Nina missing a bottle of wine? That's right, this dead girl slanders our Nina like this. If she doesn't fire her, who dares to come to your store for consumption in the future? A few young men and women, you and I help Ning Yuxing. Since Miss Ning insists that I dropped the wine, why don't we? Call out the surveillance camera to see who dropped the wine. Rongxi took the tablet and put it on the counter. In order to prevent similar disputes and protect the safety of guests. The bar is pre-installed with surveillance, and the bar is no exception. Just in order not to affect the overall decoration, these monitors are cleverly installed in the dark grid. Except for the insiders, I don't know the existence of these monitorings at all. Monitoring? Hearing that Rongxi wanted to adjust the surveillance, Ning Ye gritted her back teeth angrily. Forget it, I'll give the manager a face. I won't argue with you. This wine is mine. Okay, then I'll get you another bottle. Manager Wang saw that she took the initiative to admit her cowardly and did not pursue it again. To open a business, it is natural to value harmony. With a calm attitude, he took a bottle of wine from the shelf again. Here, I'll give you a 20% discount on this bottle. No need. Ning Yuxing curled her lips. I changed my mind now. I don't want to drink foreign wine. I want to drink cocktails. Okay. Manager Wang smiled. What kind of wine do you want to drink? I'll ask the bartender to mix it for you right away. I want her to tune. Ning Yuxing raised her hand and pointed to Rongxi in an arrogant tone. If she can mix the wine I want, I will have all the wine on the wine rack today. Please, my friend here. Ning Yuxing knows very well that no one will drive the business out. It's impossible for the manager not to make such a large sum of money. Tonight, she is going to oppress people with money and make the manager give in to her. A poor woman who works in a bar also wants to fight with her young lady Ning. Chapter 25 Nickname. Mr. Ning's horse's feet, too, wow, thank you. My sister is really angry. The people around sighed. Manager Wang is not a fool. Naturally, he also heard the other party's voice outside the string, which was obviously deliberately targeting Rongxi. Taking a step forward, Manager Wang's tone also sank. If you want to drink cocktails, we have a special bartender. If you are here to make trouble, then, please get out. Otherwise, we will call the police immediately. Manager Wang actually doesn't make money and protects a working girl. This is something that Ning Yuxing never thought of. Are they relatives? Ning Yuxing was still wondering that several rich second generations who came with her had been shouting. Yo, who are you scaring? Then you can report it. We didn't do anything wrong. What are you afraid of? I thought my buddy was scared. After many years of opening the store, Manager Wang has never seen anyone. How can you be scared by so many rich second generations? They will have an attack as soon as their faces sink. Manager Wang. Rongxi raised his hand to hold Manager Wang's arm, motioned him to step back and stood in front of the bar by himself. Miss Ning wanted me to mix the wine, right? Okay. I'll help you mix it. If you really make a big deal, it will be the bar that will suffer at that time. Ning Yuxing obviously wants to find trouble for her. If she doesn't clean up the young lady well, she doesn't know how to restrain herself. Unbutton the small suit, take off your coat and throw it on the bar chair. Rongxi untied the cufflinks, wrapped his arms around his elbows, and took the wine mixer for mixing wine. Miss Ning, whatever you want to drink, please say whatever you want. Well, you have a kind. Looking at Rongxi's set, Ning Yuxing smiled badly. I don't want anything else, just a cup. Ramos Kimfers. Hearing the name, not to mention the people around, even the manager and the bartender's face changed. This cocktail, which can be said to be the ceiling of the cocktail, has always been nicknamed the bartender's nightmare. 8 kinds of ingredients are matched, and the foam of the wine finely mixed should be at least 2 centimeters higher than the wall of the cup, and the straw can be erected to be successful. Even a professional bartender can't guarantee 100% success. The proportion of ingredients, the shaking time. Any mistake may affect the final result of mixing and cannot form a perfect bubble like a cloud. Cough. The bar manager coughed softly and was about to find a step for Rongxi. Rongxi's voice has sounded 1 step ahead of him. Ramos Kimfers, right? No problem. Taking out the required raw materials one by one, she skillfully clamped the measuring cup with her fingers and poured the measured raw materials into the wine mixer. The action is smooth, and there is an indescribable beauty in the dashing. The guests around were attracted to her without exception. Ning Yuxing looked at her movements and was a little confused. In order to be proud of it, she specially ordered the most difficult Ramos Kimfers. This dead girl. Can she really tune? Bang, shake the wine neatly and put the wine mixer on the bar. Rongxi took the iced glass, dropped a few drops of orange blossom water, and slowly poured the mixed wine into the glass. The cocktail looks good in color, but it doesn't rise to the edge of the glass. That's all. Ning Yuxing curled her lips. For a successful cup of Ramos Kimfers, the foam should be at least 2 centimeters higher than the wall of the cup. Can you also be called Ramos Kimfers? What is Miss Ning in a hurry? Rongxi opened the soda bottle, took the glass wine inductor, and poured the soda into the cup. A miracle happened. The foam, which was originally just flush with the wall of the cup, slowly rose out of the edge of the cup like a white cloud. Above the edge of the cup, a perfect cylinder is formed, and the height is far more than the standard 2 centimeters. Take out the cup, peel off the lemon with a small knife, make it into the shape of a rose, and gently put it on the top of the foam. Wrong cup reached out and pushed the cup to Ning Yuxing. Ramos Kimfers, Miss Ning, are you still satisfied? Not to mention the guests, even the manager and the bartender were stunned. It takes a normal bartender at least 10 minutes to shake the wine, and Rongxi only takes less than 5 minutes, and the finished product is so effective. Even if Ning Yuxing picks bones in her eggs, she can't pick out the fault from the cocktail in front of her. You're lucky. Let's go. With a cold snort, she turned around and wanted to leave. Slow down. Rongxi clicked the bar with her finger. Miss Ning just said that if I mix this wine, please drink all the wine on the shelf together. Won't you forget it? Ning Yuxing turned around. Isn't it just money? You count it. Rongxi, Manager Wang, how much is our wine? Manager Wang replied fluently, a little more than 5 million in total. 5 million? Ning Yuxing's eyebrows jumped. It's impossible. Manager Wang smiled faithfully. There are 20 bottles of Golden King Matelli in our wine cabinet, which alone are 2 million. With other wines, 5 million is much more than that. If Miss Ning doesn't believe it, I can count it for you in person. Ning Yuxing was speechless. Then I'll be the master, wipe the change, and give Miss Ning a 20% discount, and charge you 4.38 million yuan. Rongxi has taken the collection scanner. Does Miss Ning swipe or scan the code? 438. Isn't it just killing 3 or 8? Poof, there was a low laughter all around. This little girl really doesn't swear with dirty words. Ning Yuxing blushed with anger, but she was unable to refute. The bet is her own start. I moved a stone and hit my foot, and I could only endure the pain. What's the matter? Rongxi smiled lightly. Miss Ning can't afford it, can she? Why don't you brag if you don't have money? That's right, the tone was so big just now that I thought it was really an earthen trench. Several waiters, don't miss the opportunity to tease. Tonight's incident happens to meet Rongxi. If you changed to an ordinary waiter, wouldn't you be angry with Ning Yuxing at that time? Of course, the waiters hate the difficult guest like Ning Yuxing. Who said I can't afford it? Ning Yuxing took out her credit card from her money bag, fell heavily on the bar, and swiped the card. Seeing that the manager took her credit card and swiped the cash register, Ning Yuxing also had a burst of pain. Even for a rich girl like her, 5 million is not a small number. Rongxi, you wait. Not in the mood to drink anymore, Ning Yexing grabbed the card handed back by manager Wang, squeezed out a few words with gritted teeth, and turned to the exit. Seeing Ning Yexing go far away, Rongxi raised his right hand and patted in the air. Come on, open all the wine on the shelf and share it with the guests. Ning Yexing has already paid the money, and she has nothing to give up. What's more, this matter will soon be spread by these drinkers, and Yuan Bar will naturally become a hot topic for everyone. You don't need to think about it. There will only be more and more guests in the bar in the future. Next month's bar turnover will definitely reach a new level. Use Ning Yexing's money to make announcements for her own bar. Why not do it? There were cheers all around. Many people have taken out their mobile phones, or posted Weibo, or called friends on WeChat. Rongxi took a step back and sat back in the bar chair. I held the cup on the bar, and the freshly mixed Ramos Kimfizz was brought to my lips. Take a sip of cream and wine. The sweet fragrance of cream is mixed with the spiciness of gold wine. Sweet and refreshing. Early in the morning of the next day, Rongxi dragged the suitcase down from the taxi and was still yawning. Worried that Ning Yexing would go back to make trouble, she didn't leave until the early morning in the hotel yesterday. I got up early to catch the plane. Naturally, I didn't get enough sleep. Seeing Ning Shen in the VIP lounge, she was busy trotting over with the ticket she picked up. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Ning. Ning Shen, who had been sitting on the sofa and working for half an hour, calmly closed the computer in front of him. I just arrived, too. Zhou Yanqing. Is this the so-called lying without drafting? The three of them passed the security check together and came to the plane corridor. Rongxi carried his bag and prepared to go to the economy class. If she travels by herself, she must choose the first class. But the business trip costs the company's money. She is just a small intern. Of course, she is embarrassed to book a first class for herself. Ning Shen reached out and grabbed her arm. Where are you going? Economy class. Rongxi turned his face and smiled back to him. You and Zhou Tasuka are in first class. Ning Shen. Is it SA need for this child to save money for him like this? Yanqing, please help Shishi upgrade the ticket to first class. Give the ticket to Zhou Yanqing to upgrade. Ning Shen gently reminded me to travel with me in the future. Remember to book a seat next to me, so as to facilitate your communication with me. Sure enough, it's her pattern that is small. That's right. How can Ning's big company lack this little money? Yes, Mr. Ning? Rongxi responded, followed him, and suddenly reacted again. If she heard it correctly, he seemed to have told her to cherish it just now. What did you just call me? It's better to be careful. Chapter 26 Strong Wine. Human Courage 1. Ning Shen turned his face, and his tone was as light as usual. Don't you like it? How could it be? Rongxi bent his lips. No one has ever called me that before. I think it's quite kind. Ning Shen smiled back at her, so this is my exclusive title. That's right. Honor and smile. Knowing that the other party was just making fun of, Rongxi's heart was still a little sweet. Let's go, cherish, cherish. This time, Ning Shen deliberately increased the tone of the name. The pleasant Mali tone, between the transition of the voice, unconsciously reveals a little pampering. Rongxi chased to Ning She's side and moved forward side by side with him, and his steps were a little lighter. From Miss Rong to Xixi, the change of a name also represents that the relationship between the two is a little closer. This is enough to prove that her efforts were not in vain. It takes more than 10 hours to travel from Jiangcheng to Country F. It was just noon here when we landed. I had a good sleep in the first class. When I got off the plane, Rongxi was already refreshed. The Ning's branch has already arranged for the staff to receive them, send the 3 people into the city, and come to the hotel arranged in advance. The manager of the account department personally took the 3 people to the presidential suite on the top floor and explained with a smile. This is Mr. and Mrs. Ning's suite. Mr. Zhou's room is downstairs. Mrs. Ning. Rongxi. Cough. Zhou Yanqing coughed gently. Miss Ro is Mr. Ning's assistant, not his wife. Excuse me. The receptionist of the branch who followed me suddenly turned pale. I didn't hear clearly. I immediately went to book another room. Don't be so troublesome. I'm sorry to take a step forward. If Mr. Ning doesn't mind, I can live in the second bedroom, which is also convenient to help Mr. Ning's work. Mr. Ning, what do you think? That's it. Ning Shen fixed the tone with a hammer. The receptionist of the branch secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone knows Ning Shen's temper. Such a big mistake this time, the old man didn't lose his temper, and the receptionist was also secretly glad. After packing up briefly, the 3 of them came to the restaurant together. In the private room, there are already several senior executives of the branch waiting. Seeing Ning Shen and others enter the door, everyone stood up at the same time. Sitting in the middle, the young man in a dark grey suit saw Rongxi, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Third uncle, yo. Where did you find such a beautiful woman? This is my new assistant Rongxi. Ning Shen's tone sank. Next time, I don't want to see your attitude like this again. Hearing Rongxi's name, the young man smiled and looked at her up and down, with a little mockery in his tone. Are you Rongxi? This is Ning Yiling, the branch manager. Zhou Yanxing took the initiative to introduce that Uncle Ning and Mr. Yiling are in charge of the European branch, and Mr. Yiling is mainly responsible for the relevant affairs of country F. Hearing Zhou Yanqing's words, Rongxi immediately reacted. It turns out that this is Nina Ning Yushin's own brother. Ning Yushin was kicked out of the head office by Ning Shen. I'm afraid she had already sued her father and brother. No wonder the other party suddenly changed his attitude when he heard her name. It turns out to be Manager Ning. Please take care of me. Rongxi still kept a polite smile and raised his right hand to shake hands with the other party. Before she could raise her hand, Ning Shen had already blocked her hand in front of her arm. Time is tight. Let's have a meal. When Ning Shen spoke, everyone did not dare to mention shaking hands again, and was busy giving him to the master's position. Walking to the main seat, Ning Shen pulled away the chair next to him. Cherish, sit down. Ning Yiling pulled the corners of her lips and did not hide her disdain for Rongxi, third uncle, an assistant. Is it inappropriate to sit in the main position? She is my personal assistant. Wherever I am, she is wherever I am. Good, good, you are the head of the Ning family, and you are the biggest. Ning Yiling was unhappy, but she didn't dare to show it. She sneered and sat down in the chair next to her. It's the same wherever you sit. Now, foreign countries don't pay attention to this. A high-ranking man laughed and played a round field. Come on, everyone sit down. Soon, the meal will be served. Ning Shen ate slowly and logically while talking to everyone about this cooperation plan. After finishing the meal, several people were still chatting. She didn't want to disturb her, so she took out her tablet from her bag to check the information. Miss Roy is so dedicated. She is working as soon as she finishes dinner. A high-ranking man smiled and praised. Ning Yiling glanced at Rongxi's tablet and curled her lips. If brushing these is also work, then I can work 36 hours a day. Rongxi raised his face, and his tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Manager Ning, don't get me wrong. I'm not playing. This is the account I'm looking at, which is the account of the daughter of the president of the Wade shipyard we are going to cooperate with. Humph. Ning Yiling raised her hand and threw a pile of documents on the coffee table in front of her. If you have that time, you might as well turn over the information of Wade shipyard. I finished reading these basic materials yesterday. Rongxi glanced at the documents dropped by the other party. Wade shipyard, whose main business project is ocean cargo ships, has a total of 16 shipyards, with an annual profit of more than 10 billion. Rongxi finished the main information on the document in one breath. Manager Ning, am I right? She is from Ning Shen, and the other party's attitude towards her also represents her attitude towards Ning Shen. A junior disrespects his elders. How dare you slander her assistant in front of Ning Shen for not doing her job? Then don't blame her for her sharp teeth and mouth. Ning Yiling was speechless. Several high-ranking officials also had a little more appreciation in the eyes of Tong Rongxi. At first, they were the same as Ning Yiling. I think the young and beautiful girl in front of me is at most of ours, that is, it is useless to take it out to look good. Rongxi's performance also surprised several people. Sure enough, none of the people Ning Shen like is a waste. Zhou Yanxing stood behind Ning Shen and quietly gave Rongxi a thumbs up. Most of the children of the Ning family obey Ning Shen. Only the second father and son of the Ning family are a little disrespectful to Ning Shen. Ning Shendu came in person for such an important cooperation. The second son of the Ning family only arranged for his son to come forward, which is obviously disrespectful to Ning Shen. Zhou Yanxing has long seen that Ning Yiling and his son were not pleasing to the eye, but because of each other's identity, it was inconvenient for him to say anything. Seeing Rongxi hit Ning Yiling in the face, Zhou Yanxing also felt sad. Mr. Ning. A senior manager hung up the phone, and the people from Wade shipyard arrived. Shixi, go to the conference room. Ning Shen stood up and walked to the door. There was no special expression on the man's face. Rongxi still heard a little light mood from his raised ending. Yes, Mr. Ning? Rongxi held the computer and followed him happily. Several people came to the hotel conference room. There are already 5 or 6 people standing in the conference room. The first one, with a deep eagle nose, is Mr. Wade, the president of Captain Wade. Seeing Ning Shen, the other party greeted him with a smile. Shake hands with the other party, and change to French carefully. The man speaks fluently, and his sentences are as fluent as the locals. Rongxi listened to him talking fluently with several people, but just pursed his lips. With such fluent French, does he still need to bring her this translator? Okay, please take a seat. Ning Shen raised his hand and signaled everyone to check in. The two sides soon got to the point. Renault clicked the contract prepared by Ni's side on the table with thick fingers. Regarding the terms of the contract, there are too few 3-7 accounts. Our ideal figure is 40% of the total profit. Ning Shen leaned on the back of the chair and put his hands on the armrests of the chair. He crossed his fingers and put them on his chest, with a confident face. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 27 Wine Strong. Human courage too so. Is there no need to talk about it? Renault threw the signature pen in his hand on the document and stood up. Let's go. He got up and left, and several employees of Wade Shipyard also stood up and followed him to leave. Ning Shen sat in the chair, standing still. Seeing Renault walk out of the office, several senior officials frowned secretly. Ning has done so much work for this project. Is this the breakup? Mr. Reno. Ning Yuling couldn't sit still and stood up to chase. Manager Ning. Rongxi stood up and stopped him with his arm. Don't chase him. He will come back. Shopping malls are like battlefields. It's not just a mental struggle, but also a mental and courage. Now, the initiative is in Ning Shen's hands. If Ning Yuling chases out, it will only affect the pace of Ning Shen's negotiation. You don't know anything. Ning Yuling raised her hand to push away Rongxi's arm and was about to rush out. Rongxi took a step back and almost fell down. Stop. Ning Shen drank angrily. Ning Yuling had already grabbed the doorknob and heard Ning Shen's voice. He subconsciously stopped and turned to him obediently. Third uncle. Apologize to Xixi. No, why? I'll push her. Why should I apologize? In front of so many senior directors of the company, Ning Yuling naturally refused to ask him to apologize to a yellow-haired girl. Besides, what am I for? Isn't it for the company? Do you want me to apologize to her? Okay. Unless Mr. Wade comes back and proves that she is right. Dun dun dun. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Ning Shen ordered. Mr. Wade, who had just left, walked into the conference room with a smiling face. Mr. Ning, I'm very sorry for my attitude just now. Can we sit down and talk about it? Ning Yuling. Fuck. This guy is a drag of honor, right? It's okay to talk, but it's 28 accounts now. You too, I8. Ning Shenwei frowned. This is the price of your disrespect to me. For so many years, no one has dared to throw anything on his negotiating table. Mr. Wade smiled flatteringly. I apologize for my rudeness just now. Can you add a little more profit to us? Mr. Wade. Rongxi stepped forward. As far as I know, your shipyard is now difficult to maintain. Ning is the only one who can take you out of trouble. You should cherish this opportunity. Obviously, he has been found out. Mr. Wade raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead and smiled awkwardly. Okay. I'll sign it. The current situation of the shipyard is burning money every day. Now waiting for Mr. Wade, either go bankrupt or cooperate with Ning. Everything he did just now was just bluffing. Because of my pride, I lost 10% of my profit. This also made Wade thoroughly understand the horror of the legendary Oriental man. After taking the pen on the table, he obediently signed his name. Sign the contract and signal Zhou Yanting to send Mr. Wade out. Ning Shen stood up, walked to Rongxi's side, and looked at Ning Yuling coldly. Xixi, tell him, how do you know that Mr. Wade will come back? I checked Wade's daughter's social network before. Tomorrow is the National Day of Country F. In the past, the Wade family would hold a big party every year. Several days in advance, his daughter will show off her wealth on the internet. But this year, this young lady who loves to show off her wealth didn't send anything. He can't even afford to hold a glamorous party for his daughter, which can be seen how bad Mr. Wade's current financial situation is. He has no choice but to cooperate with us. Ning Shenji looked at Ning Yuling's face condescendingly. Now, are you satisfied? Ning Yuling didn't make a sound. Pop Ning Shen's right hand hit his face fiercely. Ning Yuling stepped back 2 steps, and the corners of his lips overflowed. His face hurt, but he didn't dare to show his face. This is the first time that Ning Shen is furious with him. In the face of such a cautious, Ning Yuling also shivered. Remember the pain of this slap and learn hard in the future. What does it mean to respect others? Ning Shen took out the handkerchief and wiped his fingers slowly and orderly. Also, tell your father. If he likes vacation, he will simply resign. He will still be absent on such an important occasion next time. I don't mind the board of directors removing him from the name. Ning doesn't raise idle people, and I don't care whether his surname is Ning or not. Rongxi stood aside, with the man's movements in his eyes, and his throat was a little dry and itchy. This is the first time that she has seen Ning Shen, who is decisive and even a little dark in the rumor. Her beauty Ning is really handsome and man. Throw the handkerchief that wiped your hands into the trash can, and Ning Shen turned around and walked out of the conference room. Rongxi was busy tidying up his computer and materials, and trotted out. Ning Shen came out of the bathroom after washing his hands. When he saw Rongxi waiting at the door, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Just now. Were you scared by me? Rongxi smiled and shook his head. How can I be so timid? Ning Shen relaxed and reached out to take the notebook bag in her hand. You have made contributions today. What reward do you want? Rongxi put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at him. Anything is fine? Anything is fine. Well. Rongxi blinked his eyes. I haven't been abroad for a long time. Can you take me out to play? Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. That's what you said. Don't regret it. Rongxi stood in front of him with a smile and pulled his hand while retreating. It refers to the plan. Let's go to Barist to buy puffs first, then go to the Seine to eat puffs and watch the sunset, and finally find a bar to celebrate. How about it? Ningxuan smiled. No problem. The two went downstairs together. Ningxuan handed over the laptop in his hand to the front desk for safekeeping and walked out of the hotel lobby with honor. According to her request, buy puffs and watch the sunset. Of course, I didn't really take her to the bar, but took her to a restaurant. There are more and more people in the restaurant. Tomorrow is the national day of this country, and the restaurant is full of joy. Rongxi ordered a bottle of champagne, and Ningxuan did not stop him. The waiter delivered the boiled wine and helped them pour it into the glass. Come on, congratulations to uncle on his roots all over the world. Touching a glass with him, she raised her hand and drank the champagne. Drink slowly and be careful not to get drunk. If you are drunk, you will get drunk. Isn't there still an uncle? How can you do whatever you want if you are not drunk? Rongxi filled the two people's wine glasses. With this cup, I wish my uncle will always be so handsome. Ningxuan smiled and drank the wine. Seeing that she was going to pour wine again, he stretched out his palm and held the bottle. If you drink on an empty stomach, your stomach will feel uncomfortable. Half of the man's fingers are on hers. The wine bottle was cold, but his palm was warm, burning on the back of his hand and fingertips. The temperature spread all the way from the fingertips to the hand pulse and itched the heart. Rongxi held the wine bottle without looseness, soft and coquettish. Just one cup, the last cup, okay? Yes, but drink slowly. When she heard his promise, she let go of her finger. Ningxuan helped her pour the wine and picked up the glass. In this cup, I wish my uncle a good harvest in love and career. Ningxuan brought the wine glass to her lips and sipped the wine slowly, but her eyes were only fixed on her lips. The girl's lips were stained with champagne, which looked particularly plump and seductive. Raising his hand, he drank all the champagne in one gulp. The wine entered the throat, but it did not extinguish the fire in the heart, but made the strange mood more and more restless. Put down the cup, Ningxuan held the ice water, drank a few sips, and controlled his emotions. Let's eat. By the time the two of them had finished their meal, it was already the beginning of the lantern. Rongxi knows how much he drinks and how much he can drink. Her original plan was to pretend to be drunk and set up Ningxuan's words. But she overlooked one thing: there are bubbles in champagne, which is easier to get drunk. When she came out of the restaurant, she was already a little drunk. When I went down the steps, my gait was a little unstable. Be careful. Ningxuan was busy holding her arm and stopping a taxi. The car turned the corner, and Rongxi's body slid over and leaned softly on his shoulder. The wine was bold and hugged his arm. Rongxi raised his face slightly and came to his ear. Uncle, I can ask you a question? The girl's breath passed warmly past her ears. Ningxuan's voice was obviously a little hoarse. What's the problem? What kind of woman do you like? Chapter 28. Triangle back, male dog waist. 1. What kind of woman do you like? The girl's voice sounded softly in my ears. Ningxuan looked sideways, staring at the little face in front of him, which was a little drunk, and smiled lightly. You are drunk. Forget it. Rongxi hugged his arm and lowered his eyelashes. Anyway, it's all mine. Halfway through, she couldn't help burping. Ningxuan was afraid that she would vomit because she was not feeling well. He was busy helping her back and took out a handkerchief and put it to her mouth. How about it? Do you want to vomit? Rongxi shook his head, tilted his head, and leaned against his chest. Seeing that she was fine, Ningxuan was relieved. What did you just want to say? There is no response in my arms. He looked down and saw Rongxi with his eyelashes hanging down and had already fallen asleep. When the taxi returned to the hotel, the doorman opened the door. Ningxuan took off his suit jacket and wrapped it around her body, and took Rongxi back to the second bedroom of the guest room and put him on the bed. Ningxuan straightened up and wanted to get up, but the tie was involved. He took a closer look and noticed that at some point, Rongxi had held his tie in his hand. Ningxuan held her palm and gently pulled the tie without moving. He bent down and whispered in her ear. Cherish, be good, let go. Rongxi didn't respond. Ningxuan stretched out his right hand and held her shoulder to wake her up. He stretched out his hand halfway and then retracted. Bending over, he carefully loosened the tie she was holding and untied it from her neck. Worried that she would be tripped by the tie in the middle of the night, Ningxuan wrapped the tie loosely around her arm and tied it into a beautiful bow. Sitting sideways to her, he lowered his head and stared at the girl's sleeping face. Finally, he couldn't help bending down and putting the tip of his nose to the side of her ear. Ningxuan slowly lowered his eyelashes and gently sniffed the sweetness of her breasts. Her face was a little itchy because of the man's hair. Rongxi turned her head and changed the direction of her face. Their faces just meet the same place. She slept soundly, and her long eyelashes were thick and black, like a sleeping doll. His eyes shifted from her eyebrows and fell on the girl's delicate lips. Ningxuan's breathing became heavier little by little, and the throat knot slid up and down several times. Holding the bed with both hands, he slowly bent down and kissed her hair. This is mine. Then, he moved his face down and put his lips close to her. Still a few centimeters away, he kissed lightly. Here, too. Looking down on the glory in front of him, the man muttered, but there was a paranoid strength between the lines. It's all mine. In the early morning, the alarm clock is about to ring. She turned off the alarm clock in a daze, got up from the pillow and walked into the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, she stretched out her hand to wash her face, and then she noticed that there was something extra on her arm. Black bottom, dark gold pattern. Loosely wrapped around the arm, it will neither strangle the hand nor slip off, and a neat and beautiful bow is tied. She recognized it as Ningxin's tie at a glance. How could his tie be in her hand? Rongxi raised his right arm and recalled last night carefully. I only vaguely remember that she drank too much. Ningxin took her back by taxi, and the rest was completely blank. Staring at the tie on his wrist, Rongxi's heart tightened. Could it be that she did something out of the ordinary after getting drunk yesterday? Wash as quickly as possible and change into a set of clean clothes. Rongxi walked out of the bedroom, came to Ningxin's bedroom, raised his hand to slam the door. Uncle, are you awake? Inside the door, no one responded. A conservative and abstinent old carder like Ningxin won't be scared by her, will she? Rongxi increased his strength a little, and the pace also accelerated a little. Uncle. Mr. Ning? There was a rapid sound of footsteps in the door. The closed door was pulled open, and Ningxin appeared at the door. What's the matter? I saw Ningxin standing in the door, and I lost my mind for a moment. The man was only wrapped in a bath towel, and not only his hair was wet and dripping with water, but his shoulders, chest, were also stained with water. While taking a shower, he heard Rongxi knocking on the door. He was only worried that something was going on, and the water rushed out without drying it. A drop of water dripped down from the tip of Ningxin's ear and slid all the way. It flows through the pectoral muscles with beautiful lines but not exaggerated at all. Follow the outline on one side of the horse clip line and slide into the invisible place in the towel. Rongxi's eyes followed the drop of water and fell on Ningxin's bath towel. Her face was hot and she withdrew her gaze. I drank too much last night. Didn't you go crazy? No. What about your tie? Rongxi raised the arm wrapped around the tie. Why was it in my hand? You were drunk last night and pulled my tie and refused to let go. I was afraid of hurting your hand, so I just stayed with you. I was worried that you would trip when you got up, so it was on your hand. Rongxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So, then I'm relieved. I thought I was drunk too much and went crazy. She said you. With her mouth and her eyes secretly glanced at her. Ningxin didn't have a little fat waist. There is really nothing to choose about her beautiful figure. In Rongxi's mind, he unconsciously remembered the words of his beauty sister Qingqiu. Triangle back, male dog waist. What about me? Ningxin asked. Of course, it's like this, it's like that. Rongxi curled his lips and looked innocent. It's nothing. Her eyes brushed over the tie in her hand, and she shrank her arms back without a trace. Well, I'll return the tie to you after washing it. Okay. Then I won't bother you. Go take a shower and don't catch a cold. Before turning around, Rongxi glanced at Ningxin a few times. She won't miss such an opportunity. By the way, Xixi. Ningxin thought of one thing and stopped her again. Today is the National Day of F, and the company can't work during the holiday. Let's go to the winery later. You can dress casually. Rongxi agreed, went back to his bedroom, raised his hand and pulled the bow tied by the tie on his arm. Afraid of hurting her hand, Ningxin simply tore off the tie and left it for her. Even for fear of her tripping, he deliberately tied the tie on her hand. Ning Meimei is also so considerate. Is he only so gentle to her, or is he so gentlemanly to all women? There is no answer to Rongxi. In the past, she did not participate in his life and did not have the right to control it. But in the future, when he becomes hers, his thoughtfulness and gentleness, she will dominate together. The winery mentioned by Ningxin is the private winery of the Ning family, located in the river valley, the most famous champagne-producing area. At this time, the grapes are not ripe yet, and they are full of lush greenery. On one side of the river valley, stands a 4-story ancient castle. Not far from the castle, there are also wineries, wine rooms and workers' rooms specially used for brewing. Because it is the National Day here, there are also lanterns and decorations everywhere, decorated with colorful flags, which shows a lively festive atmosphere. On the grass on the side of the old castle, Grandma Ni, who specially came to escape the summer, was sitting on a rattan chair to bask in the sun. Next to them, Ning Yuling and her siblings are suing. Grandma, look at my face. Ning Yuling raised her finger and pointed to her swollen face. The third uncle really did it. Grandma Ning half squinted her eyes and her tone was calm. I don't understand the work. Xiaoshen must have his reason for beating you. What's the boy's plan? Ning Yuling curled her lips. Ning Yuxing held Grandma Ning's arm. What about me? The third uncle kicked me out of Ning's house like this. Don't you care? Grandma Ning smiled and said that it was so hard to work from 9 to 5. There is no way to spend money to eat, drink, and have fun every day. It's just right not to go. On the side, Xi Shuxian, the second daughter-in-law of the Ning family, Ning Yili's mother, observed the old lady's face and winked at her daughter and son. Let me tell you. These are not Lao Sa's business, it's all because of that little fox. Chapter 29 Triangle Back, Dog's Waist. 2, that's right. Ning Yuxing forked a piece of fruit from the fruit plate and sent it to Grandma Ning's mouth. Grandma, the third uncle is used to her, so you can't sit idly by. Yes, Grandma. Ning Yuling took over at the opportunity. A girl took the initiative to live in a room with a man, which... This is unclear. Do you want to plot against the third uncle? Grandma Ning originally half closed her eyes and didn't care at all. Hearing this, his eyes suddenly opened. The girl you mentioned lived with Xiao Shen last night. Grandma Ning knows about her son, Ning Shen. There is absolutely no mistake for the son to do the company's affairs. But when it comes to her son's marriage, Grandma Ning dares not relax at all. Looking at the old lady's action, the family of 3 is getting worse and worse. Can I lie to you? This is said by the staff in charge of contacting the third uncle. They booked the wrong house, so they booked 2 rooms. Originally, they wanted to help her have another room. As a result, the little vixen refused to say anything and had to stay in the third uncle's room. Mom, it's not a trivial matter. Xu Shuxian, the second daughter-in-law, also stirred up the fire. The orphaned man and widowed live in the same room. In case she uses some means, the third son can't say it clearly. Who said no, Grandma, this kind of woman can't stay. 3 people, a word for you, a word for me. Only describe Rongxi as a female vixen who wants to take advantage of her body. You guys are quiet. Grandma Ning was told by several people for a while and raised her hand and waved. There was a vixen on the left and a vixen on the right. Who on earth are you talking about? Who else is the new assistant of the third uncle? Yanxing. It's not Yanxing, it's a new assistant. Didn't you see that those well-dressed people don't look like going to work? Grandma Ning also frowned. She has just helped her son choose a daughter-in-law and arranged for Ning's, and this 8 words have not been finished yet. It's not good to suddenly kill a chung bite gold halfway. Who is the assistant you are talking about? Ning Yuxin was about to answer when the roar of a helicopter had sounded in the distance. Recognizing that it was Ning's helicopter, Ning Yuxin pouted at the helicopter. No need to guess, it must be on the plane. Grandma Ning also frowned, then I'll come to see how good this little girl is. Hearing that the old lady was unhappy, Ning Yuxing and her son both smiled badly. Honor, let's see how you get through the old lady's level this time. While several people were talking, the helicopter had already arrived over the manor. For a moment, it stopped steadily on the lawn. The hatch opened, and Zhou Yanxing was the first to jump down. Then it was Ning Shen who jumped down. He turned around and took the initiative to stretch out his arm to Rongxi. Be careful. Thank you, Mr. Ning. Holding the skirt in one hand, Rongxi held Ning Shen's arm and stepped off the helicopter. Grandma. Ning Yuxing held Grandma Ning's arm and raised her chin to Rongxi. It was her. Look. An assistant dressed like this, it didn't look like a working state. Grandma Ning narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction of Rongxi. When he was old, he couldn't see his appearance clearly from a distance. He only saw a slender figure. Rongxi saw Grandma Ning from afar and greeted her with a smile. Grandma Ning. Grandma Ning. Ning Yuxing hummed secretly. How sweet you are now, and how badly you will be hit in the face in a moment. Seeing Rongxi approaching step by step, Ning Yuxing felt happy when she imagined that she was scolded by the old lady and then driven out of Nails. Rongxi, I'm waiting to see you cry. Like her, Mrs. Ning Jiaer and Ning Yuling beside her are also waiting. The 3 of them were getting closer, and Grandma Ning also saw Rongxi's face clearly. Recognizing that it was her, the old lady was stunned, and then the corners of her eyes bent up. Holding the armrests of the rattan chair with both hands, she slowly stood up from the chair and walked towards Rongxi. Seeing her movements, the mother and son became more and more excited. When Grandma Ning was young, she was also a strong woman. Now I'm old, but my dignity is still there. Not to mention a few grandchildren, even the daughter-in-law and son are afraid of her. Seeing Grandma Ning walking towards Rongxi and raising her right hand, all 3 of them couldn't help getting excited. Is the old lady going to slap her directly? In the expectation of the 3, Grandma Ning raised her right hand, gently fell on Rongxi's arm, and said with a smile, "You must be thirsty all the way on the plane. Come on, come and eat fruit. Try the grapes in our manor." Grandma planted them by her own hands. Ning Yuxin. Ning Yuling. What about the promised big anger? What about the agreed to drive out of the Ning family? Why? You still eat fruit? Thank you, Grandma. Rongxi held the old man's arm, glanced over Ning Yixing's brother and sister, and landed on the face of the second wife of the Ning family. This must be the second lady. Hello. Xu Shuxian, the second daughter-in-law, was also a little surprised to see the old lady so friendly to Rongxi. The daughter was kicked out of the Ning family and the son was slapped in the face, both because of honor. Naturally, Xi Shuxian couldn't hold back his breath, and his face sank. Rongxi, don't think that you can fall through the test if you are sweet-mouthed. To be honest, who arranged for you to go to Ning's? What's the purpose? Why doesn't this daughter-in-law look at her face? Grandma Ning frowned and turned her face to stare at her second daughter-in-law. What is the purpose of the little girl's internship? Ally, go and order the housekeeper to clean up the bedroom on the east side of the 3rd floor. Grandma. Ning Youling frowned and said, you have to ask about this. In my opinion, the master behind the scenes must have no good intentions. Ning Yuxin also followed suit, that is, maybe it was arranged by the competing company to deliberately target our Ning family. Really, I'm so stupid. The Ning family's great genes, why don't they inherit more? Grandma Ning's face sank. I arranged it. What's the matter? Chapter 30 Group Pet 1, I arranged it, what's wrong? Grandma Ning glanced majestically at the mother and son, and her eyes fell on the face of her second daughter-in-law Xi Shuxian. Shuxian, go and order the housekeeper to help Xiaoxi change the bedroom on the east side of the 3rd floor with a new bed. Just now, he was still smiling. The kind-hearted old man opened his aura in an instant, and the domineering spirit of being the head of the family was fully revealed. Feeling the strength in the old man's eyes, Xi Shuxian lowered her head. Got it, Mom? Xu Shuxian left with a pair of sons, and Grandma Ning smiled and gave way to the table. Xiaoshen, you also sit down. Ning Shen made a gesture to Zhou Yanqing. Zhou Yanqing nodded and went to the study to help him do some necessary work. Ning Shen came over and sat down at the table. The servant sent refreshments and put 2 cups of black tea on the table one after another. Noticing that the square sugar jar was a little far away from Rongxi, Ning Shen stretched out his right hand and pushed the sugar jar in the direction of Rongxi. Grandma Ning held the cup and took her son's small movements in her eyes. Smile. My little bastard is finally enlightened. Xiao Xi came just in time. Every year on National Day, we hold a banquet and set off fireworks. It's so lively. Really? Then I'm really lucky. Rongxi said with a smile. Everyone ate grapes and chatted for a few words. Grandma Ning looked up and down at Rongxi and stood up straight from the rattan chair. Xiaoshen, take Xiaoxi to visit the manor. Remember to send her to my room later. I have something to do. Okay. Ning Shen responded and stood up straight with Rongxi. Seeing the old man leave, he turned around and walked to the direction of the winehouse. Let's go. I'll show you around. The two walked across the grassland, and Ning Shen briefly told Rongxi about the history of the manor. This manor was paid off by others to the Ning family in those years. Originally, it was just a small winery, but it was later expanded step by Grandma Ning. Up to now, it has been a large private winery integrating planting and winemaking. In order to ensure the quality of wine, it is strictly controlled from grape harvesting to later brewing. From a barrel to a small grape for each wine. Most of the processes are still carried out manually, using traditional technology and cooperating with modern scientific management. Such strict management naturally also ensures the quality of wine. The champagne produced from the winery has always been in short supply. When the two walked into the wine kiln, Rongxi immediately caught a faint and fruity fragrance of wine. It smells so good. It should be that they are opening the barrel to try wine. Let's go and have a look. Ning Shen took her to the depths of the wine kiln. Sure enough, several staff members are checking the flavor of aged wine in the barrel. Seeing Ning Shen, a staff member took the initiative to bring a glass of wine. The wine this time is really great. Mr. Ning, please try it too. Ning Shen took the cup, sniffed it gently, and brought it to Rongxi's hand. Have a try, what do you think? Tact the wine glass and smell the fragrance. Rongxi took a small sip and did not swallow it immediately, but put it in his mouth and tasted it for a moment. Well, there are not many bubbles, and the acidity is just right and deep. This champagne is at least 20 years old, right? When several workers heard that she was an insider, they all showed a look of appreciation. The young lady really knows about wine. This is the wine that Mr. Ning brewed in the year when Mr. Ning was born. It has been almost 30 years. Mr. Ning also said that this wine should be drunk when Mr. Ning gets married. So, Rongxi blinked at Ning Shen. What I drank was Mr. Ning's wedding wine. Ning Shen took the glass from her hand and walked to the other side of the wine cellar. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. Crossing a corridor, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. In front of me, there is a door with a combination lock. Ning Shen opened the door with his fingerprint and introduced Rongxi. Rongxi looked around. In addition to the tall wine rack, there were several towering bookshelves in the wine room, and there were many books on the shelves. Between the wine rack and the bookshelf, there is a leisurely office area. There are tables, chairs, sofas, and coffee tables. This is where my mother hides wine, and it is also my secret base. When I was a child, during the summer vacation, my favorite thing was to read and take a nap here. There is a transparent glass cabinet on the display rack in the middle. In the cabinet, there is a semi-old violin. Seeing the violin, Rongxi was stunned. Then, she almost instinctively accelerated her pace and rushed to the display cabinet. She is extremely familiar with that piano. The curvature of the piano body, the pattern of the side panel, and the second string column on the right are slightly damaged. She accidentally fell to the ground. That's her piano. In those years, the second uncle who loved her made the violin for her by himself. Rongxi never thought that one day she would have a chance to see this piano. Walking to the table, she stretched out her finger and stroked the glass cabinet. Thinking of the person in those years, she only felt that her eyes were astringent and her voice trembled slightly. Where did you get this piano? I bought it at the auction. Ning Shun walked to her side and held her arm. Are you okay? Rongxi retracted his fingers, clenched his fingers into fists, and tried to control his emotions. I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. I'll go back first. Didn't Grandma Ning just say that she had something to do? Turning around, she left almost as quickly as if she had escaped. Ning Shun looked at the piano in the cabinet and frowned doubtfully. Rongxi's reaction was completely different from what he imagined. He thought that she would be very happy to see the lost and recovered piano. This piano. What's the secret that makes her so abnormal? All the way back from the winery, Rongxi walked quickly into the manor and came to the bedroom arranged for her by Grandma Ning on the 3rd floor. Go into the bathroom and turn on the cold water. She bent down and immersed her face in cold water. After a long time, she didn't raise her face from the water until she could hardly breathe. The girl's figure is reflected in the mirror. His face was pale and his eyes were red. The drops of water slid down from the eyelashes and flowed down the cheeks, like tears. Outside the door, the voice of the servant came. Miss Raw, the old lady, please go to her bedroom. Okay, I got it. Rongxi agreed and picked up the cold water to wash his face. When I went out for a moment, I had returned to my usual cynical and smiling appearance. Following the servant to Grandma Ning's room on the 2nd floor, Rongxi knocked on the door and saw Grandma Ning standing by the bed and waving to her. Come on, Xiaoxi, come here quickly. Rongxi walked to her side and saw several gorgeous dresses on the bed in front of the old man. These are all the clothes I ordered when I was young. You and I were similar in shape at that time, so you should be able to wear them. He took a velvet black dress and compared it to her. Grandma Ning nodded with satisfaction. Come on, try this one. If it doesn't fit, Grandma will ask the servant to help you change it. Rongxi felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Grandma, this. How can this be? The clothes that have been treasured for so many years are also very precious to the old man. How dare she dye her fingers? What, dislike? Let me tell you, Grandma didn't wear it. Grandma, I didn't mean that. Then don't be polite. She stuffed the skirt into her hand, and Grandma Ning smiled and pushed her gently. Go quickly and change into a dress for Grandma to see. The other party was kind-hearted, and Rongxi was no longer pretentious. He obediently walked into the cloakroom and put on his skirt. Grandma Ning stood outside the door and looked at the girl who came out of the cloakroom. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Grandma said something. This skirt is simply tailor-made for you. You will wear this one tonight. What are you still doing? Help Xiaoxi put on makeup. The servant came over and helped Rongxi to the dressing table. Help her comb her hair and put on makeup. Grandma Ning walked into the cloakroom and came back for a while, holding a jewelry box in her hand. Put the jewelry box in front of Rongxi, and the old man opened the lid. Grandma promised that you would be able to fascinate the man at the whole party tonight. Seeing what was in the box, even the little Princess Rongxi, who was the favorite of the group, stared wide-eyed in amazement. Chapter 31 Group Pet 2. The lid of the box is opened, and the eyes are full of bright light. There is a whole set of black diamond bracelets on the golden velvet. Especially the one in the middle of the necklace is already a giant diamond. Rongxi is knowledgeable and recognized this as the top black diamond at a glance. The value of such a set of jewelry can no longer be measured by money. Grandma, this is not good, this is absolutely not. What's wrong? Grandma Ning held the necklace with her own hands and put it on her neck. Look, how beautiful it is. Holding her shoulder, Grandma Ning's tone was spoiled. You are Grandma and Xiaoshi's most honorable guests. Don't be polite to Grandma tonight. Born in a rich family, Grandma Ning grew up in a top-level rich family. She knows very well what these noble women and ladies of rich families look like. In those years, in order to please the beauty, Mr. Ning spent a lot of money to buy this set of jewelry, which was once said to be a rich family. Everyone knew that this set of jewelry was hers, and Grandma Ning specially put this set of jewelry on Rongxi. Not only the senior executives of Ning's overseas company, but also local celebrities will come to the banquet tonight. Grandma Ning did this to let everyone know. Rongxi is her person, and no one can be despised and trampled on. It's getting late. There are more cars in the manor, and in the large parking lot, like a luxury car exhibition. There are even many guests who came by helicopter. In the living room, the specially invited waiters shuttled back and forth, and put the meals prepared by the Michelin chef on the long table. On the side of the living room, a 3-person small band is playing the Alts live. Ning Shun, the master, is also in the living room at the moment. Holding a wine glass in his hand, he sipped wine one by one. Listening to several guests talking about the impact of this year's rain on the quality of wine, his eyes were fixed on the direction of the stairs. It has been several hours since the old lady called Rongxi to the room, and she didn't know what she was doing. Knowing that his mother has a crush on Rongxi, but Rongxi has not appeared for so long, Ningxuan is still a little uneasy. Raising his wrist to check the time, Ningxuan put down the wine glass in his hand and walked upstairs. Crossing the corridor, I came to Grandma Ni's bedroom and was about to knock on the door when someone just opened the door. Inside the door, there is Glory. The moment he saw her, even Ningxuan was suffocated. The girl is dressed in a black velvet A-neck dress with long hair combed into a retro Hepburn style. Snowy skin and gorgeous muscles, fragrant shoulders half exposed. Between the neck, earlobe. Between the eyes, the diamond shines. Such jewelry can easily take people's attention. In her body, it is only the best companion. The girl standing in front of him was graceful and noble enough to make Ningxuan stunned. Grandma Ning stood not far from the door, took her son's expression in her eyes, and a trace of pride flashed in her eyes. Grandma Ning came over and took Rongxi's arm. Go and accompany Grandma downstairs. There are many princes coming to the banquet today. Which one do you like later? Grandma will introduce it to you. Mom. Ningxuan coughed lightly. I have something to do with Xixi. Ha ha. In the past, she asked him to introduce his girlfriend. The son either changed the topic or turned around and left. Now you know it's urgent. Grandma Ning looked back at her son. If you have something to say tomorrow, you still let the little girl work at night? Let's go, Xiaoxi, let's go downstairs. Without giving Ningxuan a chance to stop her, Grandma Ning took Rongxi and left. Ningxuan said nothing in the company, but there was nothing she could do about her wayward old lady. She had to chase her and follow them behind. As soon as Grandma Ning appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of the guests. Seeing Rongxi coming down holding the old lady of the Ning family, the guests easily noticed the jewelry on Rongxi's body. I suddenly became a little curious about the identity of this young beauty. Which lady is this? I don't know, but looking at this situation, it has a lot to do with the Ning family. In the corner of the living room, the mother and son of the Ning family are also there. Ning Yuxing listened to the discussion of the crowd and just curled her lips. Grandma is really good. Even this set of jewelry is worn for her. What do you think? However, Ning Yiling looked at Rongxi ambiguously. No wonder the little uncle couldn't control it. Rongxi's dress was really charming. Don't learn from Ningxuan. This kind of woman can't enter our Ning family. Xu Shaoxian, the second wife, squinted at her son. Why hasn't he Ning come yet? While talking, a tall figure had entered the living room. Looking left and right, the person went straight to the mother and son. Auntie. This young beauty is none other than Xi Henning, the niece of her second wife, Xu Shaoxian, the eldest lady of the Xu family. Seeing her, Xu Shaoxian suddenly smiled. He Ning, you are here. It's rare for Ningxuan to be here. You must seize this opportunity. Xu Henning turned his face and stared at Ningxuan in the crowd, and a pair of eyes suddenly lit up. Auntie, don't worry, I won't let you down. He Ning, I can remind you. Ning Yuling smiled evilly. This time, my third uncle didn't come back alone, but with a little beauty. Without him, Xu Henning has also noticed Rongxi. Who is she? Ning Yuxing curled her lips. My third uncle's new assistant is Rongxi. The little vixen is so powerful that grandma and third uncle are coaxed by her. Really? Xu Henning's beautiful eyes narrowed. Then I want to see it. Slightly lifting the skirt, Xu Henning stepped on high heels and walked over with the prepared gift box. Old lady, Senior Ning. Long time no see. Senior? Rongxi looked up and down at Xi Henning, and suddenly pulled up the small siren in his heart. Well, there is hostility. Chapter 32. Holding her tightly in his arms. 1. To Xu Henning, Ningxuan just nodded gently, which was a greeting. He Ning? Grandma Ning smiled and stretched out her palm to Xi Henning. Why do you have time to come over? I happened to come here to do something these days. I knew that you like to drink new tea, so I specially brought some tea. Xu Henning handed the gift box in his hand to Grandma Ning, and his eyes fell on Rongxi. Yo, who is such a beautiful little sister? Grandma Ning took the tea and handed it to the servant beside her. Let me introduce to you. This is Rongxi, Xiaoxian's new assistant. Xiaoxi, this is Xi Henning, Yixing's cousin. The other party is looking at her, and Rongxi is also looking at Xu Henning. With the girl's intuition, Rongxi could easily feel Xi Henning's good impression of Ningxuan. She must have heard Ning's mother and daughter speak ill of her just now, and she can still be so polite to herself. Obviously, this person's position is better than Ning Yixing's. The other party doesn't show anything, and she also laughs harmlessly. Hello, Miss Xiwi, He Ning, are talented students in the law department of the university, and now we are famous lawyers in Jiangchong. Xu Shaoxian, the second wife, did not miss the opportunity to praise her niece. If you need anything in the future, you can come to her at any time. Let's forget it. Rawl's eyes tone joked that we'd better never need Miss Xi. After all, no one wants to fight a lawsuit, does he? Everyone around laughed. Xu Henning also smiled with everyone, but his eyes flashed coldly. How dare a little assistant make fun of her like this? Xu Henning was about to sneer at each other when the housekeeper had come over and informed Grandma Ning softly. Old lady, dinner is ready. Okay, let's go to the garden to talk, and everyone will also taste the newly picked grapes in my garden. Grandma Ning walked in front with Rongxi, and Ning Shen followed closely behind the two. A group of guests also followed out of the living room and came to the long dining table in the back garden to check in. Come on, Xiaoxi, sit here. Grandma Ning kindly pulled her to her side and arranged with Ning Shen. Xu Henning walked in the crowd and looked at Rongxi and Ning Shen sitting together with a flash of jealousy in his eyes. The old lady really spoils her. Humph. Ning Yuxing snorted coldly. I haven't told you yet. This dead girl has caused me to lose my job. Xu Henning withdrew his eyes from Rongxi and held Ning Yuxing's arm. Xinxin, go. Accompany my sister to the bathroom. Pulling Ning Yuxing to the corner of the mansion, she looked left and right and lowered her voice. Do you want revenge? I can't wait to tear her apart with my own hands. Xu Henning smiled, came to Ning Yuxing's ear, and whispered a few words. Ning Yuxing was stunned, and then smiled evilly. Sister He Ning is still smart. Why didn't I think of this way? SHH. Xu Henning raised her finger and signaled her to keep her voice quiet. Be careful. Don't show your horse's feet. I'll go to the restaurant to help you keep an eye on it. Don't worry, I know. Ning Yuxing turned around and went upstairs. Xu Henning straightened her hair and dress in front of the mirror and came back to the back garden. Seeing her, Su Shaoxian hurriedly greeted her with a smile. He Ning, sit down. Where is Yixing? She felt a little sick and went to the bathroom upstairs. Xu Henning said perfunctory casually. The servant poured wine for everyone, and Grandma Ning gently knocked on the wall of the cup with a spoon. Everyone calmed down. Holding up the wine glass, Grandma Ning smiled and glanced at Rongxi and Ning Shen in front of her. Here, this cup, I toast to you. Raising the glass to everyone, Grandma Ning smiled and touched the glass with Rongxi and sipped a sip of red wine elegantly. Please don't be polite. If there is any poor hospitality, please forgive me. You are so kind. Such a beautiful scenery, such a good wine. How can it be treated so well? The guests said with a smile. Everyone raised their glasses to return them and said auspicious words of blessing. Rongxi held the cup in both hands and stretched out to Grandma Ning. Grandma, I also toast you. Grandma Ning still had to answer. The steps on the grass sounded suddenly, and Ning Yuxing ran over angrily. Honor, you are so bold. Yixing. Grandma Ning's face sank. With so many guests, what's your name? Don't go back to your seat and sit down. Grandma. Ning Yuxing fristed her eyebrows. Something big has happened. Are you still protecting her? The eyes of a group of guests moved over in unison. Ning Shen frowned and turned his face, staring at his ignorant niece. What happened? Ning Yuxing raised her finger to hold Rongxi's face. She stole my necklace. Ning Yuxing. Ning Shen's voice cooled down. If you are not hungry, go back upstairs to rest. Ning Yuxing raised her voice unwillingly. Third uncle, she stole my things. Are you still protecting her? The second wives Xu Shaoxian, Ning Yuling and Xu Henning stood up almost at the same time and gathered around Ning Yuxing. Xiaoxin, what's going on? What did you lose? The necklace I just put on the dressing table is my father's 20th birthday gift. Ning Yuxing exaggeratedly sniffed, which is not only precious, but also meaningful to me. Xiaoxin, you can't talk nonsense before you figure things out. Xu Henning coughed lightly. You said it was Miss Rong who took it. Is there any evidence? I asked the servant that when I took a shower, only Rongxi went to the third floor. Be presumptuous. Ning Shenshen shouted and stood up from the chair. My room is also on the third floor. Do you also doubt me? Third uncle, I didn't mean that. Ning Yuxing raised her finger. Live in honor, how many old people are our servants? It's impossible to do such a thing. She is the only outsider in the family. Who is she? All the people's eyes were focused on Rongxi in an instant. He put down the wine glass in his hand and stood up proudly. Miss Yuxin, I haven't stolen your things, and I haven't seen your necklace. This is simple. Ning Yoling's eyes swept ambiguously over her slender waist. Have you stolen it? Don't you know if you search? Nonsense. Ning Shen swept over several people with majestic eyes. I know Xiaoxi's personality. I can guarantee it with my personality. She can't do such a thing. Yes, Yixing? Grandma Ning also laughed and played in the round. It must be your mistake. Look for it carefully later. Maybe it's stuffed in some clothes. Come on, let's eat first. Grandma Ning, Mr. Ning, smiled and said, since the matter has happened, why not? Everyone, come to my room and have a look. I also hope to prove my innocence. People's words are scary. Grandma Ning and Ning Shen trust themselves so much, and they are very grateful. However, she also understands. If she doesn't find this necklace tonight, she won't be able to get rid of herself. Grandma Ning also guessed what she was thinking and looked at her apologetically. Well, then. Let's go upstairs and see what's going on. The guests were not afraid of big trouble, so they all stood up straight and went upstairs with several people. Housekeeper, isn't there any surveillance in our manor? One person asked curiously. This is an old castle. In order to protect the house, there is no supervision in the mansion, only outside and the wine room. The housekeeper explained softly. Coming to the outside of Rongxi's guest room on the 3rd floor, Ning Yexing pushed open the door and raised her chin to the 2 servants. Search for me. Ning Sheng frowned and had a seizure. Grandma Ning reached out and grabbed his wrist and shook her head gently. At this time, their favorite means nothing to honor. The servant didn't dare to move and looked at Grandma Ning and Ning Shen inquiringly. In this family, Grandma Ning is the head of the family. Grandma Ning nodded, and then the 2 servants entered Rongxi's room. Turn over the bed, quilt and pillow, and then open the drawer to look. Bag, don't forget her bag. Ning Yuxin was aside and reminded loudly. A servant took Ning Zai's backpack on the hanger, unzipped it, and stiffened his expression. Glancing at the crowd, the servant slowly took out a necklace from the bag. In the light, the ruby on the necklace sparkles. Ning Yuxin walked over, snatched the necklace from the servant, and held it into the air. Rongxi, how dare you say that you didn't steal it? Chapter 33. Hold her tightly in your arms. 2. The guests would have believed and doubted. Looking at the necklace in Ning Yixin's hand, they also changed their faces when they looked at Rongxi again. I didn't expect that a beautiful little girl would steal something. That's why Grandma Ning trusts her so much. Who said no? Fortunately, I found it early, otherwise I might have stolen something. Xu Henning listened to the discussion around him, and the corners of his lips curled coldly. You despicable thief. Xu Shaoxian, the second wife, rushed forward and raised her hand to fan Rongxi's face. Ning Shen protected Rongxi and grabbed Xu Shaoxian's wrist. The matter hasn't been clarified yet. Second sister-in-law, calm down first. How can I find out that she is a thief? Xu Shaoxian glared at Rongxi angrily. Now, what else do you have to say? Rongxi stepped forward and took his bag from the servant. There is a faint fragrance of flowers on the handbag and in the room. Perfume of this quality is not affordable for servants. There is no doubt that it was the fragrance left by the person who put the necklace in her bag. Turn around and look around at the crowd. Not far away from her, Ning Yixing's perfume smell, Rongxi already has the answer. Miss Ning Yuxin, you put this necklace in my bag, right? Ning Yuxin was slightly stunned, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Miss Rongxi, this seems to be a little far-fetched, doesn't it? Xu Henning came over and blocked Ning Yuxin. In law, we should pay attention to evidence in everything. Now, human witnesses, physical evidence, are all there, and we have enough reasons to doubt you. You said that Yuxin framed you. What evidence do you have? This is the evidence. Rongxi shook the patent leather casual backpack in his hand. This kind of patent leather bag, the leather is mirrored, very smooth, and it is very easy to extract fingerprints. Miss Ning Yuxin, do you mind if I call the police? Ning Yuxin subconsciously took a step back, and the expression on her face obviously lost her calm. Yanxing. Ning Shen frowned and ordered to call the police. Hearing the word call the police, Ning Yixing's face suddenly turned pale, and she instinctively shrank behind Xu Henning. Seeing that Zhou Yanting took out his mobile phone, he was really ready to make a call. Don't call the police. Ning Yuxin finally couldn't stand it. She hung her head and took the initiative to confess. Yes. I did it. You. Grandma Ning was so angry that her hands trembled. Xu Shaoxian, is this how you taught your daughter? Grandma Ning knows a lot about her granddaughter. This method is by no means able for Ning Yuxin to come up with. This. The second wife, Xu Shaoxian, gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and slapped her daughter in the face. You are so bold that you didn't roll me back to the room. Ning Yuxin was aggrieved and painful. She covered her face and cried. Miss Rong, I'm so sorry. Xu Shaoxian accompanied her with a smiling face and owed herself to Rongxi. This child has been spoiled by me since she was a child. She was confused for a moment. Don't argue with her, okay? Child? Ning Shun snorted coldly. She is older than Rongxi. Why doesn't the second sister-in-law know how to feel sorry for other people's children? Xu Shaoxian was speechless. What are you waiting for? Ning Shun glanced sideways at Zhou Yanqing. Didn't he ask you to call the police? Zhou Yanqing held his mobile phone and looked embarrassed. Mr. Ning, this. After all, it's about the face of the Ning family. It's really necessary to call the police. The matter has spread out, and the reporters don't know how to write it. You don't fight? Ning Shen took out his mobile phone and I'll call. Xiaoshen, I beg you to forgive Yixing this time. Yes, third uncle, Xiaoxing. She was confused for a moment. Xu Shaoxian and Ning Yiling's mother and son were anxious and busy begging to stop them. It's better to be careful not to be moved. To unlock the mobile phone, you need to dial. Mr. Ning. Rongxi stretched out his palm and grabbed him. Forget it. Ning Shen's tone was resolute. No. Rongxi gently shook his palm, and his voice was soft, a little coquettish and a little pleading. Uncle. It's about the face of Grandma Ning, Ning Shen and the Ning family. Rongxi also knows the truth of accepting it as soon as it is. And she also knew in her heart that a silly and sweet person like Ning Yuxing could not think of such a sinister plan. If she guessed correctly, it must be the idea of lawyer Xu Henning. Bad things are done by others, good people are done by her, and the incident in the east window hides aside. This one is really a big black heart lotus. Ning Shen turned his face and glanced at her. The expression on his face finally eased a little. Yanxing, arrange a flight immediately to send the young lady to Ning's rubber garden in Southeast Asia to collect rubber. Within a month, who dares to pick her up? Don't blame me for turning her back. After listening to Ning Shan's words, Ning Yixin cried more and more. Zhou Yanxing held back his smile. Yes, Mr. Ning. In Southeast Asia in this season, it can kill mosquitoes. She still has to collect rubber at high temperatures. Ning Yuxing, such a spoiled young lady, can't cry 8 times a day. Xu Shaoxian felt sorry for her daughter, but she didn't dare to say anything. Ning Shen's character is known to Ning's family. Even Grandma Ning can't stop what he decided, let alone her. Grandma Ning stood beside her and also breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes fell on Rongxi's finger in Ning Shen's hand, and a trace of joy flashed in the old man's eyes. At this time, Rongxi can still take the initiative to beg for mercy for Ning Yixing. Taking into account the overall situation, Grandma Ning is also very relieved. For the first time in so many years, someone can control Ning Shen's temper. This bastard in her family finally met the person who could subdue him. Sure enough, she didn't see the wrong person. All right? Grandma Ning turned around and ordered the housekeeper to prepare the dishes in the kitchen. Let's go, let's have dinner. Yes, 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 eat, eat, I'm hungry. Who said no? I haven't tasted the grapes grown by Ning Lao. Everyone had a look and followed the old lady downstairs one by one. Xu Shaoxian and Xu Henning also helped, and Ning Yuxing, who was crying, left. The servants also retreated one after another, and only Ning Shen and Rongxi were left in the room. Frowning, Ning Shen looked annoyed and apologetic. Xixi, right? It's not your fault. What did you say sorry? Rongxi held his palm and winked at him. Besides, didn't you avenge me? She lowered her eyelashes and pursed her lips. Of course, I'm really a little wronged, so can you? Rongxi is still thinking about how to spoil him and ask for a comforting hug. With his waist tight, Ning Shen has held her tightly in his arms. Chapter 34. Does Uncle eat people? 1. The face leaned on the man's neck, and the chest was close to his chest. Rongxi could even feel that Ning Shen's chest was undulating because of breathing. She didn't expect that Ning Shen would take the initiative to hug her like this. The hands hanging on the side moved slightly. Rongxi quietly raised his arm, slowly closed it, and wrapped it around his waist. Drooping her eyelashes, she buried her face between the other's neck and gently sniffed the man's breath. He smelled like oak in the winery, and there was also a faint smell of wine. It's like a bottle of carefully brewed wine, refreshing and deep, which makes Rongxi can't help sinking. She unconsciously tightened her arms and buried the tip of her nose in his neck. Her beauty smells so good. She has a keen sense of smell since she was a child, and in addition to learning to mix incense with her grandmother since she was a child, she is also particularly picky about people's smells. When other people see others, the first thing they care about may be their appearance. For Rongxi, the smell of the other party is the most important. The breath of the man in front of her is also absolutely attractive to her. A man and a woman hugged quietly like this, completely forgetting the time. Until, outside the window, fireworks to celebrate the festival exploded, and the two of them came back from each other's arms. Ning Shen let go of her and looked out of the window sideways. It seems the fireworks are about to start. Let's go downstairs, too. Okay. Honor and regret should be light. Tidying up the skirt wrinkled by him, Rongxi followed Ning Shen step by step. Looking at the man's back, she was still thinking about the hug just now. Even if it's my uncle and nephew, I won't hug like this. Does he also like her a little? Thinking of this possibility, Rongxi's steps were a little light. When the two walked out of the mansion and came downstairs, the second round of fireworks was rising into the air. This way. Ning Shen turned around and went to a slightly higher position on one side. Rongxi accelerated his pace to catch up, because it was a little inconvenient to wear a skirt and high heels. Uncle, wait for me. Ning Shen stopped, stretched out his arm to hold her arm, and took her to the decorative railing on the side of the manor. Many guests also gathered over and stood beside them. You can see more clearly when you stand in front of you. Ning Shen stretched out his right arm and pulled her in front of him. He supported the guardrail with both hands and separated Rongxi from the crowd with his own body. In midair, fireworks bloomed. Rongxi looked up at the fireworks, and he bent down and came to her side. Look at the girl's face, suddenly bright and dark under the fireworks, and look at the fireworks blooming in her eyes. Around, many guests took out their mobile phones. Or video, or take photos. When the fireworks went out, Rongxi withdrew his eyes and looked around. It's a pity that I didn't bring my mobile phone. Ningxin took out his mobile phone and handed it to her. Rongxi turned on the camera, took a few photos of fireworks, and turned to look at him. Uncle, shall we also take a group photo to commemorate? Okay. Rongxi leaned on his shoulder, raised his mobile phone, and took a few photos of the two in the light of the fireworks. Look, it's the last big firework. Ningxin gently reminded that she turned her face and saw a huge firework in the air. The light gradually dissipated, returned the mobile phone to Ningxin, and the two followed the crowd back to the banquet site. Everyone else has finished breakfast and is having dessert. The two sat down at the table again, and the maid sent the main course reserved for the two of them. After the dessert, the banquet also came to an end. The guests said goodbye and left one after another, and Grandma Ning also stood up with a yawn. I'm too old to stay up all night. Xiaoxi, Grandma won't accompany you. No, you should go to bed early. Rongxi got up and wanted to see her off, but was held on the shoulder by Grandma Ning. Xiaoshen, please accompany Xiaoxi well for me. If you can't entertain my guests well, I will be in a hurry. To her own son, Grandma Ning held the servant's arm and walked away step by step. Housekeeper, wave your hand, signal the others to leave, put the dessert in front of the two, and stand in the distance. You can take care of the two at any time, without disturbing the two of them and hearing the distance that should not be heard. Let's go. Let's go to the grape rack. Ningxin helped her pick up the cake, and the two sat down on the small side under the grape rack. He turned around and walked away. When he came back, he already had a more tray in his hand. There are 2 bottles of wine and 2 glasses on the tray. This is the alcoholized champagne, which is just right with cake. Try it. Ningxin poured a glass of crisp champagne for Rongxi, and he poured whiskey for himself. Rongxi took the cup and took a sip. Sure enough, compared with ordinary champagne, this kind of champagne tastes lighter and retains the fragrance of wine, which is just right with dessert. The two chatted while eating. Ningxin, who has always been taciturn, rarely opened his mouth tonight. Talked to her funny things in the vineyard, and even told her that he was curious about the fact that he almost burned down the whole winery when he was a child. I can't see it, uncle, are you so cute? He put the empty plate on the table and turned his face inadvertently. Ningxin leaned lazily on the casual rattan chair, raised his right hand, loosened his tie, and unbuttoned the 2 buttons of his shirt, leaving the buttons scattered. The slender finger of the left hand buckles the mouth of the square wine glass. He raised his hand and brought the glass to his mouth, filling the spirits in the glass in one gulp. That posture is a little unruly and a little sexy. Cute. Ningxin looked sideways and smiled at her. Xixi, you will gradually understand that this word has never been related to me. Ningxin in front of him is obviously different from his usual one. Rongxi was a little unsure whether it was because of the wine or because of the night. The eyes of the man in front of him showed a little evil in his presumptuousness. She is not afraid, but a little curious. What kind of Ningxin is the real him? Rongxi didn't have the answer, but she wanted to find the answer. She wanted to know him and want him to tear off all the disguises in front of her and show the truest side. Rongxi stood up straight and snatched the whiskey bottle from his hand. Don't drink so much liquor at night. It's not good for your health. Now, it's time for uncle to have a rest. Ningxin laughed softly. Do you think I'm drunk? How can you not get drunk after more than half a bottle of whiskey? Rongxi pulled him up from the rattan chair. Only drunk people will say that they are not drunk. She has a meeting early tomorrow morning. She doesn't want him to have a stomachache and headache when he gets up early in the morning. He helped Ningxin back to the bedroom upstairs. Rongxi pushed open the door of his bedroom and tried to go in, but was blocked by Ningxin. It's very late. You should also go to rest. Rongxi took a curious look at the bedroom behind him. Uncle's bedroom won't hide any big secrets, will it? Is it a werewolf or a princess? Ningxin stared at her for a few seconds. If there really is a wolf in it, are you afraid? Isn't there still you? If Ningxin leaned over and approached her, I would be the wolf? Rongxi blinked his eyes. Does uncle eat people? Ningxin half squinted at her for a moment, and finally couldn't help laughing. Xixi, you are cuter than I thought. Well. Rongxi's tone joked, uncle. Do you like it? It's not all said that they tell the truth after drinking. She wants to listen to what he said. Chapter 35. Does uncle eat people? 2. The little girl tilted her head and looked innocent. So simple. However, it is so tempting. Facing such a face, it seems to be a kind of blasphemy to have evil thoughts about her. Ningxin raised his palm, pressed Rongxi's arm, turned around and gently pushed her out of the door. It's 12 o'clock. The werewolf is going to transform. It's time for the little princess to go to bed. Then, he took a step back. Closed the bedroom door gently. Click, that's the sound of the door being locked. Rongxi. Did you make a mistake, as if she could eat people? He turned around and strode to his bedroom. Humph. When you like me in the future, let's see how I deal with you. Behind the door. Ningxin held the door with both hands, listened to her footsteps walking away little by little, and took a long sigh. In front of her, his self-control is getting worse and worse. Crossing the corner of the corridor, Rongxi walked to the door of the guest room arranged for her by Grandma Ning. I glanced at the doorknob and noticed the abnormality. Previously, after being framed by Ning Yixing, she kept an eye on it. When she left with Ning Shen, she deliberately pulled her hair, wrapped one head around the doorknob and the other in the crack of the door. Now, the hair is gone. Someone entered her room. He raised his hand to remove a hairpin from his hair, held the tip outward between his fingers, and gently pushed the door open. When necessary, the hairpin is also a weapon, and the needle can also kill people. Inside the door, the second wife, Xu Shaoxian, stood. Seeing her, Rongxi relaxed his fingers and played with the hairpin with his fingers. It's so late. What is the second wife doing in my room? Don't think that the old lady spoils you, and you can fly on the branch to be a phoenix. Xu Shaoxian snorted coldly and sent the man back to his room in the middle of the night. It was really shameless. That's just your Xu family. Aunts and nieces want to marry brothers. You. Xu Shaoxian was so angry that her face turned blue and she opened her mouth. Unexpectedly, the words of rebuttal came. After a few breaths, she adjusted her breathing. Let me tell you, Rongxi, in a family like the Ning family, the most basic rule of marriage is to take care of the house. A poor girl like you doesn't want to enter the door of our Ning family. Poor girl. Rongxi puffed and laughed out loud. Yawning lazily, she stretched out her hand to open the door. I'm going to bed. Mrs. Please go out. Ning Shaoxian originally thought that her ridicule would not make Rongxi cry, but also make Rongxi unable to sleep all night. Unexpectedly, it was herself who was blown up by the air. You. Pointed to Rongxi's face and missed you for a long time. In the end, she just wanted to say a harsh word. Let's wait and see. The second lady walks slowly. Oh, by the way, let me remind you. Rongxi held the door leaf lazily. You'd better go back and ask your daughter who came up with such a bad idea. Otherwise, be careful of being used as a gunman and still helping others count money. Xu Shaoxian stopped and sneered again. Bang. Rongxi waved his hand and gave her a closed door. Dead girl film. Let's see how I deal with you. Xu Shaoxian said angrily and came to Ning Yixin's room downstairs. In the room, Ning Yixin flattened her mouth and her eyes were red. In front of so many guests, he was disgraced. For this well-respected young lady, it was naturally shameful and aggrieved. Mom. All right? Xu Shaoxian sat by the bed distressedly and raised her hand to touch her daughter's face. Did it hurt just now? Being hit in the face by her, Ning Yixin grinned in pain. How dare you ask, why do you really fight? Nonsense, if I hadn't hit you, would you have thought the old lady could spare you? Xu Shaoxian sat by the bed angrily. Yixin, tell me honestly, did you come up with this idea or someone else? This. Ning Yixin lowered her face, which was my own idea. Don't you tell the truth to me? Yes. Ning Yixin hesitated for a moment. It was Sister He Ning who taught me. Then, why didn't you say it just now? Sister Henning is for my good. How can I betray her? Besides, aren't you determined to let Sister He Ning marry the third uncle? If the third uncle knows, won't the marriage be over? In the Ning family, Ning Shen is the absolute master. Of course, Xu Shaoxian also knows this. She has been trying to arrange her nieces Xi Henning and Ning Shen, but she feels that her niece is easy to handle. In the future, as long as she fights for the sister-in-law of the Ning family, she can take over the Ning family from Grandma Ning and become the head of the Ning family. Then, help your husband and son to control the whole Ning family. Unexpectedly, the niece began to play with her before she entered the door. You. Xu Shaoxian raised her right hand and hit her daughter's eyebrows fiercely. Why did I give birth to such a fool as you? Mom. Ning Yixin hugged her mother's arm. Mom, can you help me beg for mercy? Don't let the third uncle send me to the rubber garden. Xu Shaoxian snorted coldly. If he had listened to me, could this happen today? After marrying the Ning family for so long, Xu Shaoxian also understands Ning Shen's temper. That man is a devil who says number two things. Even Grandma Ning can't change what he decided, let alone her. I'm angry. After all, it's my own daughter. Being a mother is naturally distressed. Early tomorrow morning, you can leave while the old lady is eating. How much you can cry, make the old lady cry softly, and naturally, you can leave you. Up to now, Xu Shaoxian has only one way. As soon as she spoke, the door had been knocked. Xu Shaoxian opened the door doubtfully and saw Zhou Yanqing standing outside the door. The plane has been arranged for you. Have you packed your luggage? You. Xu Shaoxian's face sank, and she can't let her come earlier tomorrow. I'm sorry, Mr. Ning said that it was now, not tomorrow. Zhou Yanqing looked at the attitude of doing business. However, I haven't packed my luggage yet. Zhou Yanqing raised his hand, helped the young lady pack her luggage. The two servants immediately came in, neatly found Ning Yixin's documents and clothes, and packed them into the suitcase. The car is already waiting. Zhou Yanqing coughed lightly. Miss, please. Ning Yixin glanced at her mother and walked out of the door angrily. Let's go. After a moment, the car started and drove out of the mansion. The guest room downstairs. Rongxi leaned on the railing of the terrace and sat the car go far away, with the corners of his lips bent. It's really interesting to go to the rubber garden to collect rubber. It's really interesting to punish people. Her beauty is getting more and more likable. The mobile phone vibrates. Rongxi walked into the room and grabbed the mobile phone on the table. On the screen, there is a WeChat prompt. She opened WeChat and immediately received the photo sent by Ningxuan. In addition to the fireworks she took, there are also photos of the two. The last one. Ningxuan in the photo put his arms on her side and tilted his head to look at her. That posture is like a couple. Rongxi gently clicked the mobile phone screen with his fingers and sent a text message. Rongjia Xiaoxi, I'm very happy to be with you tonight. The mobile phone vibrated again. Second return. Ningxuan, me too. Chapter 36. If this is not like, what is it? 1. So do I. On the screen, there are 3 simple words. It turned out that Ningxuan had the same mood as her. Protect her, comfort her, and reknit her anger. If this is not like, what is it? Her beautiful beauty finally fell in love with her. Stuffed a big white rabbit into his mouth, Rongxi gently swept the sugar block with the tip of his tongue to enlarge the photo. His eyes fell on the man's sexy thin lips, and Rongxi narrowed his eyes. This time it's a hug, next time. She wants him to kiss her. After a day's vacation, it's stressful work again. It was not until 3 days later that the 3 of them finished the work at hand and boarded the plane back to Jiangchang. When the plane landed at the airport, it was already the beginning of the lights. Tomorrow morning is the day of Rongyi's official surgery. Any operation is risky, not to mention such a large surgery as nerve reconstruction. At this time, of course, Rongxi should accompany his brother. The 3 of them sat in the car driven by the driver, and Zhou Yanxing carefully explained tomorrow's work schedule to Ningxuan. Rongxi was going to find an opportunity to ask for a leave with Ningxuan. Listening to Zhou Yanxing explain next week's work, he frowned. Tomorrow is Monday, and it is the day of Ning's regular board of directors. Under Ning's, there is another new project to be on the horse next week, and there are a lot of things to be busy with. There are so many jobs. If she asks for leave, I wonder if Ningxuan will be unhappy. She was hesitating how to open her mouth to Ningxuan, and Ningxuan had turned his face to her. You won't use the company tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Rongxi was stunned. Why? You should have had a day off on Saturday and Sunday, but this time it took up your weekend time, so naturally, I will make up for your day off. Ningxuan explained lightly. In the co-driver's seat, Zhou Yanxing, who had no idea what the holiday was, looked at Ningxuan with resentment. Boss, can you stop being so double-standard? Not only do you not need to ask for leave, but you can also take 2 days off. Rongxi looked happy. Thank you, Mr. Ning. This was originally your vacation. Ningxuan took the little girl's happy expression in his eyes. Where are you going? I'll see you off. No. Rongxi was busy refusing. Just park at the intersection in front of you, and I will take a taxi back by myself. Except for Rongyu, no one in the family knows that she is an intern in Nao's. If her parents see her, Ningxuan will send her away. I'm afraid it will be a mess. The driver parked the car at the intersection according to Rongxi's request. Zhou Yanxing got out of the car to help her carry her luggage, and Ningxuan also got out of the car with her. Yanxing, help Xixi stop a taxi. Zhou Yanxing stopped a taxi, and Ningxuan personally sent Rongxi into the car and watched her fasten her seat belt. Don't be nervous. Your brother's surgery will go well. Does he know? Rongxi turned her face a little surprised. Ningxuan had helped her close the car door, stepped aside, and signaled the driver to drive. She turned her face and looked through the car window. In the dim light, the man was slender and staring at her direction from afar. The heart of honor jumped heavily. In the chest, a warmth rose, and it melted like sugar meeting water. When the taxi left, Ningxuan stood on the side of the road and carefully wrote down the taxi license plate. Witnessing the car flowing into the traffic, he returned to the back seat, took out his mobile phone and dialed Guoshi, Rongyu's attending physician. What time is the surgery for tomorrow? It's 10 a.m., what's the matter? Ningxuan lowered his eyelashes and stared at his fingers for a moment. After a while, he spit out 4 words softly. Arrange it, and I'll go too. Guoshu gasped for breath, and then his tone became excited. Are you finally willing to go back to the operating room? I'm just watching. Got it. You are the boss. You have the final say. Rongyu's case is indeed relatively special. You may encounter various emergencies during the operation. With you, I am more confident. Speaking of this, Guo Shi suddenly laughed out loud. Sure enough, the little beauty is more influential than me. My curiosity has now reached its peak. Can you reveal something about you and the little beauty? Ningxuan raised his right hand and gently hung up the button with his fingers to cut off Guo Shi's gossip. Put the mobile phone back in your pocket, relax your back and lean on the back of the chair. I will take half a day off tomorrow morning, and all the work will be restimed. Take a break. It was the first time he heard Ningxuan say this word. Zhou Yanxing turned his face, including the board of directors. Ningxuan stared at Rongxi's face on the screen. Including. Zhou Yanxing's eyebrows jumped gently. It is not new for Ningxuan to change the schedule of work. However, the board of directors, which does not move every Monday, is the first time in Zhou Yanting's several years of assistant career. What's the matter? In Ning She's mind, is it more important than the board of directors? Early in the morning, everyone in the Rong family got up early, including the honor of a rare rest. Rong Jin, the second son of the Rong family, also flew back from abroad, and even the eldest brother of the Rong family, who was on a mission abroad, specially called to inquire about the situation. After breakfast, everyone rushed to the hospital by bus. Everyone tries to make themselves look relaxed. In fact, everyone didn't sleep well that night, including Rongxi. I don't know how many doctors have been invited in the past 3 months, and it's not the first time that Rongyu has done surgery. Even Guo Shi, the attending physician, has explained to everyone that the probability of success is only 50%. Half to half. No one can be sure what the result will be. This is already the world's top laboratory, top doctor, top operating room. Raw's family also knows that this is Rongyu's last chance. If he fails this time, it means that he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Of course, when entering the ward, everyone behaved very relaxed. It seems that what Rongyu will face next is a small appendectomy. Well, it's for you. Rongxi put the dessert specially brought back from France on the table, and you can eat it when you wake up after the operation. Raw Yu winked at her and remembered to take care of it for me, so that the second brother would not steal food. Rong Jin came over and held Rongxi's shoulder. Don't think I can't hear you. What bad things did you two say about me? Honor the bad smile. This is the secret between me and the third brother. I won't tell you. Little thing. Rong Jin pinched her little face and looked at Rong Yu's face. A trace of distress flashed in the man's eyes behind the lens, and he raised his hand to pat his brother's back. In the face of Xiaoxi, I don't argue with you. With that, he took the opportunity to retract his arm and held his brother and sister in his arms. When Raw's mother looked at her 3 children, she couldn't help but feel a little hot in her eyes. Reaching out and hugging his wife, Raw's father patted her on the back comfortingly. At this time, the 2 nurses also came in. Mr. Rong Yu, it's time to make preoperative preparations. Okay, shall we go out? Dad Raw waved his hand gently, and several people walked out of the ward together. At this time, Guo Shi, in a white coat, had also brought his assistant to the door of the ward. The assistant handed in the necessary confirmation of the operation and asked the Rong family to sign it. Guo Shi said with a smile, these are routine procedures. Don't be nervous. We will do our best. Okay, then we will. See you in the operating room. Half an hour later, Rong Yu came downstairs to the operating room accompanied by the crowd. Hearing the footsteps, he turned his face on the operating bed. I saw 2 doctors coming in one after and after. In addition to Guo Shi, there is also a tall man. Although the man, like all doctors, is fully armed and only shows a pair of eyes. Rong Yu still felt that the man's outstanding aura was outstanding. This man is not any of the consultation experts that Rong Yu has seen before. But my intuition told Rong Yu that this man was not simple. Who is he? Chapter 37. If this is not like, what is it? 2. He. Guo Shi, my special assistant, we are going to start, Mr. Raw, are you ready? Raw Yu took a deep breath and nodded gently. Ready. Okay. Guo Shu nodded and anesthetized. In front of the Raw family and all the doctors, he didn't show any nervousness and worry. However, in the deepest part of his heart, Rong Yu was more nervous than anyone else. A palm wearing sterile gloves fell on his shoulder. Rong Yu turned his face and met the man's eyes. It was Guo Shi's special assistant. Before being deprived of consciousness by the anesthetic, Rong Yu noticed a small detail. There is a small red tear mole on one side of the man's left eye. Outside the operating room, Rongxi, together with his parents and second brother, waited patiently and anxiously. 5 hours. 300 minutes. Every minute and every second is torment. Ding with a soft sound, the red reminder light in the operating room finally dimmed. Seeing Guo Shi coming out of the operating room, several people gathered together. No one dared to speak, just quietly waiting for Guo Shi to speak. Pulling down the mask, Guo Shi smiled at several people. Everything went well with the operation, and you will be able to see Mr. Rong Yu soon. 4 people were relieved at the same time. Rong Shi pursed his lips and wanted to ask, but he swallowed the words again. At this time, in the operating room, the medical staff had pushed Rong Yu out. Everyone was busy welcoming and pushing Rong Yu to the elevator with the medical staff. Mom and Dad, you guys go there first. I'll go to the bathroom. Rong Shi stopped in front of the elevator and waited for the elevator door to close tightly. She turned around and walked back to the operating room. Just now in Frong's family, she didn't dare to ask, for fear of hitting her parents' emotions. But she didn't feel at ease without asking about the specific situation. After a while, the door of the operating room finally opened again. Guo Shi came out with a male doctor who was also wearing a white coat and a mask. Seeing Rongxi standing outside the door, both of them were stunned. Dr. Guo Rongxi stood up from the chair and got up in a hurry. His eyes were dark and he was a little dizzy. I'm worried about my brother. She didn't eat much for breakfast. I've been waiting until now. That breakfast has already been digested, and my blood sugar is already a little low. The light and shadow flashed in front of her, and the strange male doctor rushed over and held her arm. The tip of the nose, the smell of déjà vu, mixed with a little smell of disinfectant. Rongxi calmed down and instinctively raised his face and smiled gratefully at the other party. Thank you. Her eyes touched the other party's eyes, and she was slightly stunned. This person is a little familiar. The male doctor let go of her and took a step back. Guo Shi said with a smile, Miss Rong, what's the matter? Rongxi withdrew his gaze from the male doctor. Dr. Guo, my brother's legs. What happened? The operation went well. If there is no accident, it should be a good result. Of course. Guo Shi smiled at her. The specific situation will wait until your brother wakes up, and I can't make a final decision for him. Go back to the ward and wait for me first. Okay. Thank you. Rongxi felt a little relieved and nodded to the direction of the elevator. Behind, the sound of rapid footsteps. Rongxi subconsciously turned her face and saw the doctor who had just helped her, strode after her. She was still wondering. The other party stretched out his hand and stuffed something into her hand. Rongxi lowered his head and spread his fingers. In the palm of his hand, there was a big white rabbit milk candy. Thank you. The other party didn't say anything. She just nodded to her and turned around and strode away. His eyes fell on the man's background, and Rongxi only felt a little familiar. Ding, the elevator arrives at the floor. She stepped in, looked at the sugar in her palm, and couldn't help shaking her head gently. It's the first time I've met a man like her who likes big white rabbit milk candy. No. It's not the first time. Rongxi suddenly remembered that when she fainted in front of Ningxin, Ningxin also fed her a big white rabbit. Speaking of which, their bodies are quite similar. Is the man just now Ningxin? No, soon, she denied the speculation. Now, Ningxin must be in a meeting in the conference room. How can he show up in the hospital? The elevator arrived at the floor, and Rongxi walked in the ward and met with the Rong family. An hour later, Rong Yu finally woke up. The nurse informed Guo Shu of the news. For a moment, Guo Shu walked into the ward with several residents. After a simple examination for Rong Yu, he uncovered the bed quilt on Rong Yu's body, took the cotton swab handed over by the assistant, and gently rubbed the outer edge of Rong Yu's heel. Rong Yu's leg has been injured for so long, and Rong's family has also learned a lot. Even Rongxi knows that this is Guo Shu doing a send reflex test for Rong Yu. If Rong Yu has a normal reflex, it means that his nervous system has resumed work. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Rong Yu's toes. However, the man's toes didn't react at all. The atmosphere in the ward was a little solidified for a moment. Rong Yu lay on the pillow and couldn't see his feet, but he also guessed the result from everyone's reaction. The man lowered his eyelashes, and his eyes were covered with melancholy. The mobile phone vibrates, breaking the silence in the ward. Excuse me, I'll answer the phone. Guo Shu walked out of the ward with his mobile phone in his hand, looked at Ningxin's name on the screen, and connected the phone. How about it? Ningxin asked. There is no carping reflex. Guo Shu frowned. How is this possible? Obviously, the operation went well. When did he wake up? It's been about 5 minutes. The anesthetic is still working. Wait for 10 minutes and try again. Okay, I'll have a try. Hanging up the phone, Guo Shu returned to the ward and smiled at everyone. Don't worry, everyone. Mr. Raw's anesthetic has not completely subsided. Let's try again in 10 minutes. Everyone didn't make a sound. Rongxi stretched out his palm and held Rong Yu's right hand. Feeling his sister's encouragement, Rong Yu raised his eyelashes and smiled at her. Don't be nervous. The third brother is fine. Guo Shu stood at the end of the bed and listened to the man's voice comforting his sister, and his eyebrows frowned a little more and more. He has seen many patients, such as Rong Yu. Most of them are family members comforting patients. In this case, the patient was still comforting his family, which he saw for the first time. Even Guo Shu couldn't bear it in his heart. How can God bear such a man? Raising his wrist to check the time, Guo Shu reached out and pinched a cotton swab. Come on, let's try again. Stretching out his right hand, he stretched out the cotton swab and rubbed the root of Rong Yu's foot again. This time, he used a little more force. Time seems to stagnate. Staring at his brother's toes, Rongxi subconsciously grabbed Rong Yu's fingers and held his breath. Chapter 38 Possessiveness Prevails. 1. Rong Yu's toes trembled lightly. Such subtle actions will almost be ignored if you don't look closely. Guo Shu was relieved, and his eyes bent up with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Rong Yu, your nervous system has begun to resume work. Rong Yu frowned slightly and looked at Guo Shu's eyes, and his voice trembled slightly. You said. What? Everyone in the Rong family also kept an eye on Guo Shu, for fear that they would make mistakes. Guo Shu Xiao Yu, as long as you take rehabilitation seriously, you will be able to stand up soon. Rongxi turned around excitedly and rushed over to hug Rong Yu's neck. Congratulations to the third brother, I knew. The third brother will definitely get better. Ro Yu stretched out his palm and put his arms around his sister's shoulder, and his face was also full of joy. Of course, your third brother and I are so handsome. How can God bear to let me be a crippled? Rong Jin, the second son of the Rong family, raised his hand and pushed his brother in front of me. How dare you say that you are handsome? Let Xiaoxi say, is the third brother more handsome than the second brother? Ro Xi straightened up and smiled evilly. They are all handsome. Listening to the jokes of the three children, Ro's mother also smiled and blushed. In the past 3 months, seeing my son being tortured by illness, being a mother is naturally the most distressed one. Ro Sinan comforted his wife's shoulder, took the handkerchief and quietly stuffed it into her hand. He turned to look at Guo Shi apologetically. I'm sorry, Dr. Guo, to make you laugh. Thank you very much this time. Yes, Dr. Guo, thank you. Rong Xi and others also turned around and thanked Guo Shi seriously. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Guo Shi smiled at everyone, and his eyes fell on Ro Yu's face. In the past few days, you should have a good rest first, and we will formulate a rehabilitation plan as soon as possible. Surgery is only the first step of treatment, and the next rehabilitation is also an indispensable key part. Ro Yu nodded, and I will definitely cooperate with the treatment. When he saw Guo, he was about to leave, and several people were busy seeing him off. No, everyone is so familiar, so don't be so polite. Guo Shi was busy waving his hand to block the crowd. Remember to inform the eldest brother that I will see Dr. Guo off. Rong Xi grabbed his mobile phone and chased out, and walked to the corner of the corridor with Guo Shi. Thank you very much for treating my brother this time. Please also convey my gratitude to Mr. Lion to me and everyone in the Rong family. If Lion hadn't personally booked the surgery plan for Rong Yi, this operation would not have been so smooth. Rong Xi understands this. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you. Guo Shi responded with a smile. In addition, Rong Xi squeezed his lips and smiled. In order to express our gratitude, I want to fund your laboratory in Asia. Who do you think I should contact? This. Guo Shi was stunned. The project had just been launched, and social donations could not be accepted yet. Well, let's talk about it later. Seeing Guo Shi leave, Rong Xi took out his mobile phone and was about to inform Ning Shen of the news. The mobile phone vibrated, and my cousin Pei Zuyan just called over. Is Xiao Yu's operation finished? How is it? The operation was very successful, and he was able to stand up soon. That's great. Hearing Rong Xi's answer, Pei Zuyan was also excited. God bless him. I also want to thank my cousin this time. What are you talking about? This is not right. Speaking of this, Pei Zuyan changed his words. By the way, Mr. Rong, look. The new equipment I mentioned to you before. Before he finished speaking, Rong Xi had replied to him. Buy it. Mr. Rong is wise. Pei Zuyan is busy flattering, so I'll arrange it now. Wait a minute. Looking around and walking to a secluded place, Lion Laboratory has been active in Asia recently. Have you heard? What kind of activity? Sure enough, even he didn't know. Rong Xi narrowed his eyes and quickly skipped the topic and ended the call. Opening the mobile phone web page, she tried to search for lion-related news. Similarly, no activities about the Lion Laboratory to find patient treatment in the Asian region were found. It is impossible for such an activity to be without any news on the internet. Unless there is no such so-called activity at all. If there is no so-called laboratory treatment activity, then Roy can do this operation, which must be arranged by Ning Shen. Ning Shenming helped her, but he didn't tell her. What on earth does he think? Xiaoxi. In the corridor, Rongjin walked over quickly. I asked the assistant to buy lunch and go back to eat quickly. Be careful that you will have low blood sugar again later. It's okay. I just ate candy. Rongxi followed the second brother to the direction of the ward, and Ningxin's face flashed in his mind again. That guy has always been a workaholic. It's so late, and I don't know if he has had lunch. Worried, she took out her mobile phone and opened Ningxin's WeChat. Rongtia Xiaoxi, my brother's operation is done, and everything is going well. Sending WeChat is like a stone sinking into the sea. Ningxin didn't reply until she finished her meal. Rongxi was a little uneasy. He found Zhou Yanti's phone and called him, but the other party didn't answer. She simply called the president's office, and the staff who answered the phone told her that Ningxin was in a meeting. This workaholic. I have carried the backpack and grasped the car key. Third brother, have a good rest. I have something to do. Saying goodbye to her family, she left the ward in a hurry. Rong Jin looked at his sister, leaving with a puzzled face. Xiaoxi seems to be very busy recently. Isn't it summer vacation? She has an internship during the summer vacation. Ro Yu explained. Internship? Rong Jin was stunned. Which company is it in? Ro's mother and Ro's father looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. The three of them looked at Ro Yu in unison. What are you all looking at me for? You don't know. How do I know? Rong Yu lowered his eyelashes. Mom, my knife hurts a little. Less garlic. Ro's mother stood still. Did you let her go to the garage to play with the car again? When the car accident happened, he didn't feel any pain. Who will believe what you say now is that the knife hurts? Ro's father and Rong Jin also looked at him scrutinily. Ro Yu looked at the three people and sighed. He only told him about his sister's internship. How could he betray her? Well, he can only bear the blame. I was wrong, okay? Ro's mother Pei Yunshaw frowned angrily. You bastard, didn't you say that you were not allowed to let her play with the car? In case she has another 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, Yunshaw. Ro's father, Rong Sinan, gently held his wife's shoulder. It was rare for Xiaoxi to like something, so let her go. Mom. Rong Jin also helped Rongxi to indicate. Xiaoxi, she has a Tawei to drive and will not be in danger. Ro's mother, Pei Yunshaw, opened her mouth and sighed softly, saying nothing more. Since that incident, my daughter seems to have changed. She never touched her favorite violin again, and even transferred to another department. In terms of performance, she seems to be the same as before. But everyone in the Rong family knows that she is completely different from before. In the past few years, her family has been taking her out of the shadow of that incident. Everyone teaches her what they are best at and tries their best to cultivate her new interests. But the child is always careless and doesn't care about anything. It's rare for her to be so careful about something. As a mother, how can you bear to stop it? Chapter 39 Possessiveness prevails too. Of course, the Rong family would never think of it. Rongxi did not go to the garage to play with the car. He went to another place, which was more dangerous in their eyes, the office of the president of News. With the card given to her by Ningxuan, she swiped open the door of the president's office and put the lunch she bought on the table. Rongxi put down his bag and briefly helped Ningxuan sort out the documents on the table. Walk into the tea room dedicated to the president's office, boil water, take out the specially brought tea sets and tea leaves, and clean up and prepare carefully. 2:30 p.m. The procrastinated board of directors is finally over. After returning from the conference room, Ningxuan briefly explained the work to Zhou Yanqing and pushed open the door of the president's office. Hearing the sound of the tea room, he came over doubtfully. I can see the glory at a glance. She was still wearing light beige casual clothes to go to the hospital, and her long hair fell on the back of her head and combed into a ponytail. Reflecting the afternoon sunshine coming in from the window, the youth is invincible and vigorous. While carefully cleaning the tea set, he also hummed a song. Cherish. Ningxuan looked surprised. Why are you here? At this time, shouldn't she accompany Royu in the hospital? Of course, I will send you lunch. Rongxi took out the hot lunch from the microwave oven and put it on the table. She turned her face and saw that Ningxuan was standing aside and did not move. She raised her eyebrows doubtfully. Come and have dinner. Ningxuan's eyes fell on the table, and the lunch was still steaming. You came here on purpose just to deliver me a lunch. Employees care about the health of the boss of the company, can't they? Reaching out and pulling Ningxuan's arm, Rongxi pulled him to the table with a smile, settled on the chair, and helped him pour a cup of newly brewed tea. Then, she pulled away the chair and sat opposite him. I came here this time not only to bring you lunch, but also to thank you for helping my brother arrange the operation. Does she know? Ningxuan's eyebrows jumped gently. Xixi, I got up and stretched out my right arm, and Rongxi raised her hand to hold his lips with one finger. I haven't finished yet. Withdrawing her finger, she sat back in the chair and glanced at Ningxuan opposite. Don't talk nonsense like Asian projects. I've checked it on the internet and asked someone. There is no project at all. Ningxuan frowned. Are you angry? Rongxi smiled badly. So, did you admit it? Before, she just doubted. Now, Rongxi can finally be completely sure. Rongyu's surgery was indeed specially arranged by Ningxuan. The sweetness in the chest dissed. Ningxuan. Unexpectedly, the little girl said, I think you must have your own reasons for doing this, or you don't want to break the rules of the laboratory, or there are other reasons. Rongxi shrugged his shoulders. I can forgive you this time, but... Rongxi looked straight into Ningxuan's eyes. You said that you don't like others to lie to you, and so do I. Don't lie to me in the future. Ningxuan nodded. Okay. Her beauty is so good. Rongxi smiled with satisfaction and raised his chin to the dishes on the table. Eat quickly. The food will be cold soon. In order to make sure that he can eat hot food at any time after the meeting. She has heated it in the microwave 3 times, and if it continues, the food will not taste good. Ningxuan relaxed and picked up his chopsticks to eat seriously. I thought the operation would be finished before noon. As a result, because the operation was too complicated, it was until afternoon. In order not to affect the company's work progress, he had already called Zhou Yanqing on the way to arrange a meeting. When I returned to the company, I immediately went to the office for a meeting. From the busy morning to now, I have been hungry for a long time. The man eats very deliciously, but his appearance is still maintained, which comes from the elegance in his bones. After dinner, he took a tissue to wipe the corners of his lips and held the bone china teacup with his slender fingers. Rongxi sat opposite him and looked at his throat not because of swallowing. Obviously, it's just a meal. How can it be so seductive? The big eyes turned around, and Rongxi deliberately tried. Uncle has helped me so much. How can I thank you? Ning Shen's fingers gently rubbed the bone china cup between his fingers. The porcelain cup is slippery, like a girl's delicate skin. Ning Shen raised his face and said in a gentle tone, "It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart. Besides, you haven't thanked me. I didn't tell her the truth, but I didn't want her to be grateful to him. What he wants is never gratitude. Rongxi, isn't her lunch a thank you? I came here to explain this to him, and specially bought lunch for him. Isn't her hint obvious? Does this big wood know that she likes him? I think the company is very busy, or I'll stay in the afternoon. Don't you have to take care of your brother in the hospital? I'm not a doctor. Besides, my parents are all here, and they don't need me. So he is more important to her than his brother." Ning Shen's possessiveness prevailed. If possible, he just wants to tie her to his side every minute. "Okay, I happen to have a lot of work today." Ning Shen opened the laptop on the table. "Today's plan, please check for me to see if there are any translation errors." "Okay." Rongxi sat on his office chair and carefully checked the documents. Ning Shen helped himself add tea and slowly paced to her side. Rongxi held the mouse and looked for it in the folder. "Uncle, where is the folder of the file?" Bend down and put the teacup on the table. "Let me have a look." Ning Shen supported the table with one hand, stretched out the other hand, held her right hand holding the mouse, and moved gently. This kind of action almost covered her whole body. The man's palm was placed in her palm, and the temperature of the palm was hot on the back of her hand. Rongxi's heart seemed to be electrocuted by him, jumping heavily. She subconsciously looked sideways and just looked at Ning Shen. The man's eyes were burning and strong. Rongxi swallowed unconsciously. His eyes moved down and fell from her eyes to her lips. Ning Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Mr. Ning." Zhou Yanqing pushed the door in, and the planning meeting was about to begin. Zhou Yanqing was stunned when he saw Rongxi sitting in Ning Shen's seat. "Miss Raw, aren't you on vacation? I'm afraid you won't be too busy, so I came back to help." Rongxi explained with a smile. "Great. Zhou Yanqing is like Meng Daha, just in time. I have several documents to deal with here, please." Since having Rongxi, Zhou Yanqing's work has been much easier. She was not here this morning, and there were a lot of things to do. Now Zhou Yanqing is too busy. Seeing her is like seeing the Bodhisattva. Rongxi got up and took the document in his hand. "No problem. Leave it to me." Seeing her leave, Zhou Yanqing turned to look at Ning Shen. "Mr. Ning, shall we go to the meeting?" Ning Shen frowned, stared at him, got up and walked out of the office. The second monk, Zhou Yanqing, can't figure it out. What did he do wrong again? Because Ning Shen was absent in the morning, the work was concentrated. When Rongxi finished processing the documents handed over to her by Zhou Yanqing, many senior executives of companies went upstairs and asked Ning Shen to deal with the work. Rongxi finished dealing with it one by one, and it was already dusk. Ning Shen didn't finish the meeting in the conference room. Rongxi looked at the time, put the documents that needed his signature on the table, and sat on the sofa and waited. It was late at night when she came home from the airport yesterday, and she got up early in the morning to go to the hospital. Now, she is also very tired. Leaning on the back of the sofa, he soon fell asleep. By the time she woke up, the night was already dim outside the window. Rongxi looked around and noticed that he was sleeping in the bed in Ning Shen's lounge. Was it he who took her in? With a squeak, the door was separated. The other party couldn't see the face clearly behind the light, but Rongxi still recognized that it was Ning Shen from his figure. She wanted to get up, thought for a psalm, and then closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Let's see what he is going to do. Ning Shen came over gently and stretched out his palm to help her pull the blanket. Rongxi smiled secretly. Sure enough, does Ning Meimei still care about her? Help her press down the edge of the blanket, and Ning Shen's eyes fixed on her lips. The girl's lips were different, and the posture seemed to be asking for a kiss. The man's breathing unconsciously became heavy, and the bottom of his eyes was stained with some obscure emotions. Chapter 40. Palms against each other, 10 fingers together, 1. Finally, desire defeats reason. He put his hands on the side of the bed and bent down, little by little. He couldn't see him with his eyes closed, but Rongxi still felt the man's breath approaching by his sense of smell. The warm breath brushed her cheeks. She only felt that her skin was tightening, and her breathing unconsciously became rapid. Ning Shen felt her change and suddenly straightened up. "Are you awake?" Raw was sorry that it was inconvenient to pretend to be asleep again, so he could only pretend to have just woken up and open his eyes. "Now, what time is it?" Rongxi sat up and looked at Ning Shen on the side of the bed. Did he want to kiss her just now? The man stood on the side of the bed with the light on his back. He couldn't see his expression clearly, and naturally, he couldn't see his thoughts. "Just woke up." Rongxi's voice was a little hoarse and lazy. The hair is a little messy, piled up on the shoulders of the cheeks, and the loose casual t-shirt collar is half crooked, revealing the half-bent collarbone. That kind of honor is particularly tempting. Ning Shen took a deep breath and suppressed the restless emotions in his heart. 10:30. It's so late. No wonder I'm so hungry. Rongxi pursed his lips. If my uncle finishes work, shall we have some late-night snacks? Okay. It's better to be cautious. I'll wait for you outside. He turned around and strode out. Rongxi sighed lightly. Jumping out of bed and walking into the bathroom, she washed her face in front of the mirror. Looking at herself with messy hair in the mirror and a pillow mark on the side of her face, Rongxi's little face suddenly collapsed. Did she just face Ning Shen like this? It's so ugly. It's really narcissistic. I thought he was going to kiss her. After washing his face, carefully tidying up his hair and clothes, Rongxi returned to the office. Where is Special Assistant Zhou? I asked him to go back first. So, just the two of them? Rongxi is happy. Let's go. The two left the office together and walked into the elevator. As the elevator went down, Rongxi secretly looked at Ning Shen. Just as she hit the eyes of the other party, her heart jumped heavily, and she was busy hiding her heart with a smile. Uncle, what do you want to eat? I don't have anything special to eat. How about you? When it comes to eating, Rongxi suddenly comes to exquisiteness. How about barbecue? There is a delicious Korean barbecue restaurant near the company. Would you like to try it, uncle? As a food lover, Rongxi has already investigated the restaurants around the company clearly. Okay. It's better to be cautious and light. While talking, the elevator has arrived at the lobby on the first floor. The two went to the barbecue restaurant for dinner together and came out after paying the bill. Raw's mother's WeChat message was also sent, asking her why she hadn't come home so late. Rongxi just bowed his head and replied to WeChat, not noticing that the green light had turned into a red light. Fortunately, Ning Shen was quick-eyed. He grabbed Rongxi's arm and pulled her to his side. The electric car roared and rushed past the two. Ning Shen turned his face with a lingering heart and frowned unhaste-pleasedly. In the future, you are not allowed to use your mobile phone when walking. It's very dangerous, do you know? Rongxi stuck out his tongue and made a grimace at him. Isn't there an uncle to protect me? The light flashed, and the red light turned into a green light. Ning Shen stepped out his right foot, retracted his foot, stretched out his palm, and took her palm to the pedestrian crossing. Let's go, kid. Does this guy regard her as a child who needs someone to hold hands and lead the road? On a short road, the two of them soon crossed. Ning Shen stepped onto the sidewalk, but did not let go of her palm. Rongxi lowered his head and looked at the palm he was holding. Uncle, wait for me. Cap with him 2 steps and walk side by side with him. She quietly stretched out her fingers, got out between his fingers, and clasped his palm. Ning Shen's face didn't move, but her pace obviously slowed down and maintained the speed in parallel with her. At the same time, tighten your fingers slightly. A man and a woman, palms against each other, and 10 fingers are clapped together. Needless to say, body language is already telling everything. Walking beside him, the corners of Rongxi's lips curled up, and his steps were light. It's late at night, there are not many pedestrians on the road, and the summer night is cool. Everything is just right. At that moment, she just hoped that this section would be longer and longer. In this way, you can hold hands with him and walk all the way. Unfortunately, the journey will not change because of people's mood. Soon, the two of them will be in the underground parking lot of the company. Stopping on the side of her car, Ning Shen let go of her palm and helped her open the door. Rongxi sat in the driver's seat. He watched her fasten her seat belt and bend down by the door. Drive carefully on the road and give me WeChat when you get home. Okay. Rongxi smiled and responded, well, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Help her close the car door, and Ning Shen stepped aside. He poured the car out of the parking space, slipped down the window and waved to him. Am I gone? Pay attention to safety, drive slowly, and don't use mobile phones. Got it. With a smile on him, she started the car and drove to the exit. He didn't get the kiss she wanted, but at least he took the initiative to hold her hand. Are you holding hands? Will the kiss be far away? Camouflage Big G drove out of the parking lot, looked at his left hand held by him, and pouted his lips and whistled lightly. My beautiful Ning, see you tomorrow. The next day, Rongxi arrived at the company early, but did not see Ning Shen. Hearing the prompt sound of the mobile phone in the handbag, Rongxi took out the mobile phone and saw the WeChat message sent to her by Ning Shen. Ning Shen, I have an urgent trip abroad. Leave a message if you have something to do. I will reply to you as soon as I see it. The message was received half an hour ago. At that time, she was still driving on the road. Rongxi was busy making the phone, and the voice prompted me to be careful to shun off the mobile phone. Knowing that he should be already on the plane, Rongxi hung up the phone and replied to him on WeChat. Rongjia Xiaoxi, got it. I'm here in the company. Don't worry, uncle. As soon as the news was sent, the door of the office was knocked on in a hurry. Rongxi opened the door, and Director of the Ministry of Commerce, came in. Assistant Rong, where is Mr. Ning? Mr. Ning has an emergency to go abroad. What's the matter with you? Have you gone abroad? Director Bai looked surprised. Then, what about Tianning Building? Tianning Building is a commercial building under Ning's, which is an important project of Ning's this quarter. Today is the opening ceremony of the building. According to the original arrangement, Ning Shen should attend the opening ceremony. Just cancel Mr. Ning's ribbon-cutting link, and the rest will be the same. However, Director Bai looked embarrassed. He just received a call that my wife's amniotic fluid was broken and she was going to give birth in advance. I originally wanted to ask Mr. Ning for a leave, then go back quickly. Rong Xi raised his wrist to check the time. It's okay. I'm staring at the opening ceremony. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Assistant Rong. Director Bai showed a grateful face. Then I'll go to the hospital first. If there is any emergency, please call me at any time. No problem. Be safe on the road and drive slowly. Rongxi said with a smile. Director Bai waved to her and trotted away in a hurry. Rongxi flipped through the work logbook, arranged the work at hand, and rushed downstairs to Tianing Building as soon as possible. It officially opened today, and the building is all newly decorated. The huge poster is dazzling, and the giant colorful balloons are floating in midair. It is located in the center of the city, with an inch of land and an inch of gold. It is not difficult to imagine that once it opens, it will definitely be a day-to-day gold fight. The ceremony venue is arranged on the first floor of the building. The originally magnificent hall has been decorated and looks more luxurious. Rongxi looked around and asked the staff for some details carefully. Sure that there was no mistake, she walked to the second floor and prepared to take a few photos so that she could report the work to Ningxuan. Arriving at the second floor, Rongxi found a suitable place to take photos and took a few photos. Catching the smell of smoke in the air, she turned her face doubtfully. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the corridor, a young woman wearing sunglasses was swallowing clouds and spitting fog. Rongxi frowned and came over. Miss, smoking is prohibited in the mall. Please put out the cigarette immediately. The young woman glanced at her through her sunglasses, raised her face, and slowly spit out a mass of smoke. Don't worry, I'll finish smoking right away. Please. Please tone up and put out the cigarette immediately. Smoking is absolutely prohibited in the mall, and every staff member has the power to stop it. What's more, today is the first day of the opening of the mall. If it is seen by the leaders who come to inspect or photographed by reporters, it will definitely have a very bad impact on Tianing Building and Ning's. Cut. The young woman squeezed out a disdainful squeeze from between her teeth. Raise your right hand and put the cigarette in your mouth. Rongxi took out his mobile phone and aimed at the other party to press the shutter. You. What are you doing? The young woman was shocked and tried to hide the cigarette behind her in a panic. I was careless, and the cigarette butt rubbed against the skirt. On the white gauze skirt, a burnt yellow hole suddenly appeared. You. Took a look at the burnt skirt, and the young woman threw the cigarette butt on the ground in anger. Who asked you to take pictures of me? Hand over your mobile phone. She stepped forward and reached out to grab Rongxi's mobile phone. Rongxi raised his hand to avoid the palm of the other party. Now, put out the cigarette butt, throw it into the trash can, and then clean up the floor. Well, you have a kind. The young woman's eyes coldly swept over Ni's chest card on Rongxi's body, and raised her hand to pull off her sunglasses. I hope you can always have a kind. Chapter 41. Palms against each other, 10 fingers interlocked. 2. Listening to this tone, this person seems to be not small. Rongxi narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party carefully. The face in front of me seems to be a little familiar. However, he is not familiar with it yet, and he can make Rongxi figure out who he is. Sister Qiao. Not far away, a young assistant ran over. The makeup artist came. Go and put on makeup. Sister Qiao. Rongxi reacted. Are you? Ji Xiaoqiao. When she just came in, she had already seen the press conference process sent by the Ministry of Commerce. Film and television star Ji Xiaoqiao will be a guest to attend today's mall opening event. Rongxi doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry. Ji Xiaoqiao has just become popular in the past 2 years, and she doesn't know him. It was only when I heard the assistant call her Sister Qiao that I guessed it. That's right. Ji Xiaoqiao raised his arm arrogantly. I'm Ji Xiaoqiao. It's too late for you to apologize to me now. Rongxi. It's really not very famous, and the ranking is not small. She has seen so many old actors and stars, but she is not so arrogant. Not far away, Zhou, deputy director of the Ministry of Commerce, happened to come over with several employees. Seeing Ji Xiaoqiao, he came over with a smile. Miss Ji, what's the matter? Director Zhou, you are here at the right time. Ji Xiaoqiao raised his hand and pointed to Rongxi. This employee broke my skirt. What do you think? Deputy Director Zhou's smile stiffened. This. Miss Ji, is there any misunderstanding? Who doesn't know that Rongxi is a celebrity around Ningxuan? Even a young lady of the Ning family like Ning Yuxing is not Rongxi's opponent. How dare Deputy Director Zhou offend such a celebrity around the president? Misunderstanding? Ji Xiaoqiao pulled her skirt. How can I still wrong her with such a big hole? Rongxi. This one is really talking nonsense with his eyes open. Okay, Miss Ji wants me to pay for the skirt, right? No problem. Tell me, how much is it? Compensation, can you afford compensation? The assistant pulled the corners of his lips. This is our sister Qiao. The new summer clothes she just bought from abroad are 3,000 yuan. The assistant deliberately aggravated the tone of the word yuan. Puff Rongxi almost laughed. That's all. I thought it was an expensive skirt. Rongxi pulled out his handbag and took out a pile of banknotes from it. A few days ago, she went abroad with Ningshen. She specially brought some foreign currency for backup, which happened to be in her bag. Counting a large stack of banknotes, Rongxi sent his hand to Ji Xiaoqiao. Well, 3,000 yuan, not much or less. Where is the money? Miss Ji, please take it. The skirt is mine now. Please take it off immediately. Ji Xiaoqiao froze in place awkwardly. Originally, I wanted to deliberately embarrass Honor, but I didn't expect that the other party casually threw a stack of banknotes, and it happened to be yuan. Around, several news employees laughed out loud. Ning Yuxing was originally in charge of this project before. Ji Xiaoqiao and Ning Yuxing were good friends, so Ning Yuxing asked her to support herself. This Ji Da star has also been spoiled since he was a child, and has been playing big cards since he appeared. For a while, he disliked the makeup artist's poor grade, and then asked for a separate changing room. Several employees have been impatient to serve for a long time, but they have been putting up with each other's identity. Now, seeing Rongxi slap this big star in the face, everyone is naturally happy. Deputy Director Zhou is in his 40s. He has never seen anyone in the workplace for so many years. Originally, I didn't understand the ins and outs, but now I can guess that 8 or 9 are inseparable. Cough. With a light cough, he laughed and played the round. I just forgot to introduce that this is Miss Rongxi, our assistant to Mr. Ning. Today, she will be in charge of the whole ceremony. I think this matter is a misunderstanding. Why don't you two give me some face? This sentence not only reminds Ji Xiaoqiao to accept it as soon as he sees it, but also gives her a step down. Ji Xiaoqiao's face suddenly changed. Are you Rongxi? Ning Yuxing was sent to the rubber garden by Ningshen. Naturally, she complained to Ji Xiaoqiao a lot. Ji Xiaoqiao is not unfamiliar with the name Rongxi. After seeing Rongxi at a glance, she thought she was an ordinary employee when she saw that the other party was so young. Who would have thought that this is Rongxi? Ji Xiaoqiao asked for nothing, snorted coldly, turned around and left. Go and put on makeup. Rongxi saw that the other party restrained and did not pursue it again. Today's opening ceremony is the key, and she doesn't have time to waste it. Clean up here. Rongxi raised his chin to the cigarette butt on the ground. In addition, he stared carefully. The municipal leaders would come over later. Don't make such mistakes again. Yes, Assistant Rong. Several employees were busy agreeing. One of them called for cleaning and soon cleaned up the cigarette butts and ash on the ground. Ji Xiaoqiao went back to the room and changed into the prepared dress. Looking at the burnt marks on the new skirt, I suddenly became angry again. The Ji family was originally in the entertainment industry, relying on the resources of their parents. The starting point was high when he debuted, and he has become a small flower in 3 years. Don't say it's a small actor. Even if there are brains in the circle, you should give her some face. Wherever you go, you will be held and spoiled. It's the first time for Ji Xiaoqiao to meet a role like Rongxi. Because of the honor, it is natural to lose face in front of so many people. It's not just a little assistant. What's so great about it? The assistant saw her mood and curled her lips. What did Sister Qiao care about her? Humph. Ji Xiaoqiao snorted coldly. If I let her go today and participate in Ning's activities in the future, who will pay attention to me? Looking at the ceremony process documents on the table, Ji Xiaoqiao smiled coldly. If I don't let her give in to me today, I won't be Ji. Chapter 42. The green tea bitch took advantage of the last moment before the official ceremony to run the whole mall, up and down and down. From the inventory of the supermarket, to the personnel arrangement of the boutique floor, to the staffing of the security department to prevent emergencies. She carefully asked all the details one by one to make sure that today's opening ceremony would not cause any mistakes. In a blink of an eye, it was almost 10 o'clock. Municipal leaders, senior executives of the company and guests of partners who came to participate in the ribbon cutting were also present one after another. Deputy Director Zhou was responsible for receiving guests. Rongxi returned to the second floor to check the preparation of the performers and all aspects of the stage. Everything is ready. At 10 o'clock, the celebration officially began. Several leaders and senior executives of the company came to the gate of the mall to hold a ribbon-cutting ceremony. The speech, which was originally scheduled to be delivered by Ningshen, was temporarily replaced by a senior executive of the company. Accompanied by the flying colorful balloons and pigeons, the ribbon cutting ended smoothly in the applause of the onlookers. Leaders and guests were invited to sit in the VIP area under the performance stage on the first floor. The on-site audience either sat or stood, and also gathered around the stage. The male and female hosts took the stage with a smile. Next, we will give you a wonderful performance and draw prizes one after another. That's right, I believe everyone already knows it. This time, in order to give back to consumers, Qianning Building has specially set up a special prize of 1 million yuan. This million can be used for shopping in shopping malls, and can also be used for all consumption in hotels, airports, etc. Under Ning's group. while all around, there was an exclamation. 1 million, a big hand. It's worthy of Ning's, that is, he is rich. I don't know who is so lucky. The music started, and the specially invited dancers began to perform on the stage. Tianning Mall opened, and the publicity began 2 weeks in advance. The whole shopping mall is decorated in a modern and luxurious way, and it has long been a place that people yearn for. A week before the opening, the publicity had already started. In this opening event, there will not only be various promotions and discounts, but also on-the-spot lucky draw. In particular, the publicity of the $1 million prize has become a hot topic for people. Before 10 o'clock, many consumers came to the mall to spend money. The performance in the central hall soon attracted many guests to stop and watch. Although Ningxin was not there and the director of the Ministry of Commerce was not present for a temporary matter, everything was still carried out methodically under the command of honor. The media reporters who were specially invited are taking photos and publishing articles. Many consumers have also taken out their cameras, punched in and took photos, or posted on WeChat Moments or Weibo. On social media, the $1 million prize of Cheoning Building has long become a hot word. Soon, the first third prize, a bonus of 50,000 ye, was generated. As the lucky one took the stage to receive the award, the performance also reached a small climax. Standing high, looking around, Rongxi raised the corners of his lips slightly. According to this passenger flow, the sales of Cheoning Building on the first day will definitely exceed the company's expectations. Raw's assistant. A staff member trotted over. Ji Xiaoqiao said that the accompaniment tape was wrong, and he also said that he could not perform on stage in this way. These things have been confirmed by Rongxi 2 hours ago. If there is really a problem, she won't ask in advance. Rongxi guessed the truth and nodded to the other party. I'll go and have a look. The two returned to the office area together. Before Rongxi entered the door, he had already heard Ji Xiaoqiao's tantrum. Make do. There are so many media reporters on the scene. If I sing wrong, how can I tell my fans? Seeing Rongxi, several employees waiting outside the door took the initiative to gather beside her. Assistant Raw, you can come. This person surnamed Ji is obviously deliberately trying to make trouble. That is, if there is really a problem with the accompaniment, what did she do earlier? We have asked more than once before. Isn't it intentional? She was on stage in 20 minutes. She obviously deliberately made such a fuss. Since this morning, Rongxi has been successfully recognized by everyone. Now, she has become the backbone of the scene. She is not targeting you, she is targeting me. Rongxi raised his right hand and signaled that everyone didn't have to say more. I'm going to persuade her. Rongxi walked into the lounge where Ji Xiaoqiao was. Indoors, Ji Xiaoqiao leaned lazily on the back of the chair, and the assistant sat next to her to help her paint her nails. The main and deputy managers of Cheoning Building are standing next to her, holding back their temper and coaxing her. Miss Ji, you will be on stage in more than 10 minutes. It's really too late now. Yes, Mr. Ji, with your talent, you must be able to sing very well. Ji Xiaoqiao glanced at the door and raised his chin arrogantly when he saw Rongxi coming in. That's not good. I have high requirements for myself. Without my satisfactory accompaniment today, I will never go on stage. Miss Ji, it's too much to see this person, and the building manager's temper has reached the limit. Don't forget that we have signed a performance contract. If you don't go on stage and affect the whole ceremony, we will investigate your legal responsibility according to the contract. Lose money, right? Ji Xiaoqiao curled his mouth. Do you think I'm short of that money? You. What else does the building manager have to say? Rongxi has come over and held his arm. When the two managers saw her, they turned their faces at the same time. Raw's assistant. Nodding to the two, Rongxi walked to Ji Xiaoqiao's chair and stopped. Miss Ji, it's not easy for the entertainment industry to be popular. I advise you to cherish your feathers. Haha, thank you for the reminder from Assistant Rong. Ji Xiaoqiao faked a smile. It was because he cherished his feathers that he couldn't take the stage casually. Rongxi is patient, so how do you want to take the stage? It's very simple, either you find the accompaniment I'm satisfied with, or find the band to accompany me on the spot. Otherwise, I will never perform on stage when Ji Xiaoqiao blows his painted nails. A staff member trotted over. Miss Ji, please get ready. In more than 10 minutes, it will be your turn to perform on stage and draw lots. Got it. Ji Xiaoqiao curled the corners of his lips and glanced at Rongxi with the afterglow of his eyes. For 10 minutes, it's too late to find an accompaniment or a band. She is indispensable for this large-scale event. Ji Xiaoqiao just calculated the right time and deliberately made it difficult. There is only one purpose, which is to make Rongxi beg her softly. Rongxi pulled a chair in a hurry, sat opposite Ji Xiaoqiao, and operated a few times on his mobile phone. Miss Ji, did you deliberately embarrass me? Ji Xiaoqiao laughed out loud. Assistant Rong, don't say that. You are the assistant to the president. How dare I embarrass you? So we don't have to talk about it. Of course not. Ji Xiaoqiao picked her badge with his nails and came to the side of her face. As for me, my heart is actually very soft. As long as Assistant Raw apologizes to me obediently and begs me well, I can still reconsider taking the stage. After saying that, Ji Xiaoqiao leaned his back lazily to the back of the chair. Look, how much time is left? It's time for me to perform on stage. The assistant glanced at the time and smiled badly. Assistant Rong, you have to hurry up. No. You only have 10 minutes left. Everyone's eyes fell on Rongxi. Sympathy is written in the eyes. The Qiangning building project is Ning's key project in this quarter. As the person in charge of today's opening ceremony, if there is a mistake in the opening ceremony, how can Rongxi take the superiors? Dang. 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 Ji Xiaoqiao clasped the armrest of the chair with his nails, and the smug expression on his face became stronger and stronger. On the opposite side, Rongxi glanced at his mobile phone and stood up. Ji Xiaoqiao sat straight and smiled evilly. Is this ready to start? She wants to see how Rongxi begs her. Chapter 43 Human Beauty 1 stepped forward. Rongxi bent down and held the armrests of Ji Xiaoqiao's chair with both hands. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and looked into Ji Xiaoqiao's eyes. Miss Ji, 10 minutes later, I hope you will appear on the stage on time, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Without giving Ji Xiaoqiao a chance to speak, she turned around and strode out of the lounge. Several managers and staff looked at Ji Xiaoqiao and then at Rongxi, and didn't know what to do well for a moment. Everyone, follow me to the activity site downstairs. Rongxi gave an order and turned to the door. The building manager is worried about taking a step forward, Assistant Rong. If something happens, I will tell Mr. Ning. Looking around at the crowd, Rongxi's face sank. What are you waiting for? The girl's pretty face is serious, and her eyes are dignified. That posture is very similar to Ning Shen. Not to mention a few staff members, even the two managers are cold-hearted. No one dared to say more. Everyone quickly walked out of the lounge and went to do their own affairs. On the first day of Tianye, there were so many guests, so many things. They were all very busy, and there was no leisure to waste on Ji Xiaoqiao. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Ji Xiaoqiao's eyes fell on Rongxi, pushed away the chair and stood up straight. I'm honored to tell you that I won't buy your trick. You don't beg me today and don't want me to take the stage. Just because of you. Rongxi turned his face, and his tone was more contemptuous and arrogant than her, which was also worthy. He put the mobile phone to his ear and strode out of the lounge. You. Ji Xiaoqiao was so angry that he pushed the chair away. Okay, I want to see. I won't be on stage today. What can you do to me? Rong's assistant. The building manager trotted to catch up with Rong. I know that Ji Xiaoqiao is indeed a little too much, but if she really doesn't go on stage, how can the performance continue? Yes, Assistant Rong. The deputy manager also persuaded, or, I will apologize to her and coax her. This matter will not be over, and we will not cooperate with her in the future. No way. Rongxi raised her arm, and no one was allowed to apologize to her. The two managers looked at each other and saw the helplessness on each other's faces. Seeing Rongxi walking down the steps, the two managers could only follow left and right and stand on the side of the performance stage with her. The other staff also followed and stood aside. Everyone's eyes looked at the direction of the second floor from time to time. On the stage, another program ended. The lounge on the second floor. The assistant quietly walked out of the door, looked downstairs, and trotted back to the room. Sister Xiao, what should I do now? When the magic show is over, it will be your time to take the stage. You really don't have to wait downstairs. Originally, Ji Xiaoqiao thought that Rongxi had no other choice and would definitely be soft to her. Who would have thought that that person was crazier than her? Now, if she takes the stage like this, won't she become everyone's laughing stock? Humph. Ji Xiaoqiao snorted coldly. Why are you in a hurry? I just don't go on stage. What should I do with her? However, in case, don't look at her so arrogant, it's just pretending. Ji Xiaoqiao curled her lips. Is she responsible for such a major event? Before the magic is over, she will come up to save me obediently. The assistant thought for a term and smiled. That's right. At this time, she can't make a guest. The first floor, the main stage. In the applause of the audience, the magic show also came to an end. In the sound of music, the host returned to the stage. The next one to be on the stage is our mysterious guest today. She will not only perform a program for everyone, but also draw our first $1 million prize. Under the stage. There was applause and welcome. Okay, then invite our magician, our mysterious guest today. The magician salted everyone, walked to the middle, and covered the prepared props with a gorgeous blanket. According to the previous arrangement, at this time, Ji Xiaoqiao should prepare in the background. When the magician opened the blanket, it was the time for her to appear. All the audience stared at the blanket at the same time. The building manager and the staff also kept an eye on the blanket at the same time. Ji Xiaoqiao, will she really come? The second floor. Ji Xiaoqiao stood behind a green plant and was also paying attention to the performance platform downstairs with his assistant. However, what she saw was not the stage, but the honor. From her perspective, we can clearly see the glory and regret. The girl stood on the side of the stage with her arms in a skillful little suit. Outstanding appearance and figure. Even if Ji Xiaoqiao doesn't want to admit it, he has to admit it. With her proud face and temperament, even in the entertainment industry, there are few people who can match her. Behind her, 2 managers and many staff stood. Both the manager and the staff frowned and looked anxious. Only Rongxi, on that delicate little face, without any sadness, is completely a light-hearted appearance. Ji Xiaoqiao looked at Rongxi and was a little confused. Could it be that Rongxi is really not afraid at all? The blanket is opened, no one shows up, and the scene is cold. Dung dung dung, in the exciting and magical drum sound, the magician raised his right hand and grabbed the blanket. Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes wide and see clearly. He raised his right hand and pulled it suddenly. The magic carpet on the magic door fell silently. A tall figure appeared in the magic door. There was a moment of silence at the scene, followed by thunderous applause. Along with that, there were screams and whistles. In the whole lobby on the first floor, the atmosphere has reached its peak again. The 2 managers and a group of staff standing behind Rongxi also stared wide-eyed when they saw the people who appeared on the stage. On the stage. That's right, this is our mysterious guest today. The host turned his face with a smile and saw the person standing in the magic door, and he was instantly petrified. This. How is this possible? Chapter 44, The Second Floor of the Human Beauty. Ji Xiaoqiao listened to the screams and cheers downstairs, and his pretty face was full of puzzlement. What's the matter? She didn't show up, and the magic door should be empty. Shouldn't the audience cheer? How could there be such a warm reaction? The assistant shook his head gently, and I didn't know. Ji Xiaoqiao didn't bother to hide. He walked out quickly and rushed to the guardrail. At this time, on the stage, the shocked host also came back to his senses. That's right, our mysterious guest today is Miss Qing Jiu. Qing Wine. Hearing the host's voice, Ji Xiaoqiao turned his face in astonishment. Sure enough. A black skirt outlines a graceful figure. Born to be charming, the light smile is seductive. Standing on the stage, it was none other than Qing Jiu, who was known as the beauty of the world, in the magic door. When he debuted at the age of 13, he won the Best Newcomer award for his first film. Nowadays, she is not much different in age from Ji Xiaoqiao, but she has long been famous all over the world. The actors are all big producers, big silver screens, and influential figures in the world. Compared with the new generation of little flowers like Ji Xiaoqiao, Qing Jiu is a real wrist. Even Ji Xiaoqiao, in front of Qing Jiu, obediently called Senior and Mr. Qing. Looking at the pretty figure slowly stepping down the steps, Ji Xiaoqiao couldn't believe his eyes. With the previous literary film Cold Summer, Qing Jiu won the crown of Best Foreign Language Film Actress at the Cannes Film Festival. Last night, Ji Xiaoqiao also forwarded her Weibo on Weibo to congratulate her. She should have just returned to China now. In such a short time, how could Rongxi invite such a great god? Ji Xiaoqiao was still so surprised, not to mention a group of NI's employees. Not to mention a few young employees, even the building manager looked straight at them. Assistant role, this. Is this really Miss Qing Jiu? Rongxi nodded to Qing Jiu on the stage from afar and smiled slightly. If it's fake, it's free to exchange. At this time, on the stage, Qing Jiu had already taken over the host's microphone. Well, I just got off the plane. How could I be here? Who summoned me? She looked sideways at the magician. Is that you? Facing her eyes, the magician blushed and stated. Qing. Hello, Mr. Qing. Everyone laughed off the stage. Since you have summoned me here, then, what do you need me to do? Qing Jiu asked with a smile. The host didn't understand that the original Ji Xiaoqiao had been replaced by such a person. However, with years of experience, it will soon be reflected. That's right. We are doing an activity here, and we need you to help us draw a million prize. Mr. Qing, is it okay? Of course. So, the staff took the lottery table, and Qing Jiu reached in and pulled out the lucky winners. Come on, let's take a group photo together and let me be happy too. Qing Jiu gave the other party an award and took the initiative to take a photo with the other party. Under the stage, many spectators roared. I want it too, I want it too. Goddess, can you take a picture with me? Qing Jiuqian looked around the crowd with a smile. How about this? I'll take a group photo with everyone and post it on Weibo later. Can you pick it up by yourself? Good. Everyone responded in unison. So she took out her mobile phone and walked to the stage, handing it to the host. The host took the initiative to take a group photo with Qing Jiu and all the audience below the stage. Well, thank you, Mr. Qing Jiu, thank you all. Congratulations to the lucky winners. Don't forget that in addition to today's live lottery, as long as you shop in our Tianning building, you are eligible for the lottery. There are many opportunities. Don't miss it. Well, should I go to buy it now? Qing Jiu asked with a smile. Of course, that's all for our ceremony. Let's go shopping with Miss Qing. With everyone's applause and laughter, the event ended smoothly. The host politely shook hands with Qing Jiu. Mr. Qing, can you take a photo together? Of course. Qing Jiu is very kind and cooperative. At this time, Rongxi also took the building manager and staff to the stage. You clean up here. I'll take Mr. Qing upstairs to rest for a while. He gave an order to everyone and took Qing Jiu to the elevator with a smile. Qing Jiu raised her arm lazily, and her beautiful eyes half squinted on Rongxi's face. You little thing, why did you come here? Isn't this a summer internship? Something happened, so I asked my sister to come and do me a favor. Rongxi hugged her arm intimately and asked you to run over as soon as she got off the plane. Thank you for your hard work. The two Xin Rong families were originally friends. Grandpa Qing and Grandpa Rong were comrades in arms and brothers when they were young. Qing Jiu is a few years older than Rongxi, and he is more friendly to this little sister than his younger brother Qin Song. I just came back from the film festival today. When she came out of the airport, she specially sent a WeChat message to Rongxi. Originally, I wanted Rongxi to come out for a meal together to celebrate. As a result, he was caught by Rongxi and saved the scene temporarily. Qing Jiubai glanced at her. Just say hard work. In the evening, I will give the wine sister the wind and dust to celebrate winning the prize, okay? It's about the same. While the two were talking, the elevator had come to the second floor. Outside the elevator door, Ji Xiaoqiao is taking his assistant and preparing to leave. Just upstairs, Ji Xiaoxiao also knew that it was not interesting to stay if he saw Rongxi looking for Qing Jiu to save the scene. Worried that Rongxi would make trouble for her, she was ready to sneak away. Miss Ji, do you want to leave? Rongxi stepped forward and blocked her. I'm afraid it's not that easy, is it? Ji Xiaoqiao curled his lips. Don't worry, I will refund the performance fee. Refund. Rongxi smiled faintly. According to the contract, Miss Ji will give Chen Ning double compensation. Losing a skirt, losing face, and asking her to pay money. How can Ji Xiaoqiao agree? Honor, don't overdo it. It is written in black and white on the contract, which means that you have not fulfilled the contract. Rongxi glanced at the watch lightly. At 4:30 p.m. today, before the bank checkout, if I didn't receive Miss Ji's refund and compensation, then see you in court. Rongxi didn't look at Ji Xiaoqiao anymore. He grabbed Xin Jiu's arm and strode out of the elevator. Ji Xiaoqiao gritted his back teeth and blushed with anger. Cut the assistant curled her lips. I don't believe it. Does she really dare to sue us? What do you know? Ji Xiaoqiao stepped into the elevator angrily. If she poked out this kind of thing, my reputation would be ruined by then. Well, the assistant's face collapsed. Do we really want to compensate them 2 million? Ji Xiaoqiao gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, but he knew it very well. She has to pay for these 2 million. The black and white words on the contract are clearly written. If she can't fulfill the contract normally, she will be compensated twice. Even if it really goes to court, Ji Xiaoqiao will definitely lose. Moreover, if this matter is really poked out, it will be more harmful to Ji Xiaoqiao than beneficial. If the merchants knew that she was so difficult to do, who would dare to invite her to participate in the event in the future? Ji Xiaoqiao originally thought that Rongxi had no choice but to soften her. Who would have thought that the other party would be open-handed and invited Qing Jiu, who was bigger than her? He moved a stone and hit himself in the foot. I didn't make money, lost my face, and finally had to reverse 2 million. At this time, Ji Xiaoqiao, in addition to regret, was more hateful. Chapter 45. Would you mind if I kissed you now? In the lounge, Qing Jiu listened to Rongxi and briefly explained what had happened. Sitting on the sofa, he smiled charmingly. You little bad guy, that Ji Xiaoqiao must hate you so much now. Rongxi shrugged his shoulders without thinking about it. There are more people who hate me, and I'm not afraid of having one more of her. She just wants to do a good job. If Ji Xiaoqiao wants to hit her gun, she can only say that the other party deserves it. That's right. Who is our little princess of the wrong family afraid of? Qing Jiu stretched out his finger and pinched her work card, assistant president. If I remember correctly, the president of Ning's group should be Ning Shen, right? Ning Shen, the head of the Ning family, do you work with him? It's just an internship. Rongxi took out the work card from Qing Jiu's hand. Sister Jiu, you must be tired, just got off the plane. How about I arrange a car to take you back? Look around him. Qing Jiu squinted and looked at her with charming eyes. There was a ghost in her heart, Xiao Xixi. Rongxi frowned and spoiled. Sister Jiu, I really want to work. As if to cooperate with her, a staff member just walked to the door. Assistant Rong, Director Bai's phone number. Okay, then I won't bother you. Let's go first. Qing Jiu saw that she had business and stood up from the sofa. Later, I would examine you well. Rongxi also stood up straight with her. Can I take you downstairs? What's the matter with my sister? My driver is downstairs. Qing Jiu took the mask handed over by the assistant and put it on his face. His tone was as spoiled as his own sister. All right, go and do your business. Rongxi was not polite to her and sent Qing Jiu to the door. She immediately went to the office to connect with Director Bai of the Commerce Department. Knowing that everything was going well in the mall, Director Bai was also completely relieved. Assistant Rong, thank you very much this time. It's all for work. You're welcome. You don't have to worry about it. Just accompany your sister-in-law in the hospital. Rongxi had just hung up the phone, and Deputy Director Zhou had already trotted over with interest. Good news, Assistant Rong. The lottery of Tianning Building has been on the hot search. Qin Jiao has just won the grand prize and is in the stat. In order to cheer for her little sister, she specially posted a microblog to celebrate the opening of Tianning Building. The news that Qin Jiao won $1 million prize has already been released by the media. Originally, Ning's family had been helping Tianning Building open and create momentum. With Qingwine pushing the tide, the media helped to operate, and soon it was on the hot search. Affected by this, I don't know how many people rushed to join in the fun. In addition to publicity, the goods in the building are also discounted. It's not found in other places in Jiangcheng. It's here. It is available in other places, and it is more favorable here. Consumers come and leave with a full load of fame. Before 2 p.m., the turnover had exceeded the expectation of the day. Before 4:30 p.m., the compensation sent by Ji Xiaoqiao was also received on the company's accounts. In the next few days, the passenger flow of Tianning Building has maintained a good level. Rongxi has also become a legendary figure of Tianning Building because of Ji Xiaoqiao's incident. Not only the building manager and senior management, but also the cleaning staff are discussing her legendary deeds. I was on the second floor at that time. You didn't see Ji Xiaoqiao's expression, and his face turned green. She deserved it. Who let her play a big name? I smoked and ironed my skirt by myself, and I still want my assistant to lose money. It's shameless. That is, look at the Xin wine, which is bigger than her wrist, and not as good as her. Zhou Yanxun followed Ning Shen to the elevator room and happened to hear the gossip of several cleaning people. Knowing Ning Sha's temper, what he hates most is the employees' private discussion. Zhou Yanxun coughed softly. The cleaner turned his face and looked at the two of them. They didn't know Ning Shen, but they also guessed from their clothes and temperament that these two were not ordinary people, and they were busy leaving with mops and buckets of water. Ning Shen walked into the elevator. Who is Di Xiaoqiao? Oh, he is an actor who has a cooperative relationship with us. When Tianning Building opened, the public relations department seemed to invite her to do publicity. An actor? Ning Shen narrowed his eyes and checked carefully to see what was going on. The elevator went up and came to the office area on the 7th floor. Ning Shen came out of the elevator and saw the building manager and several senior executives discussing something around Rongxi in the distance. From his perspective, he can just see her side face. The girl held a pen in her hand, as if she was thinking about something, and habitually gently knocked her little teeth with the tip of the pen. The sunlight came in through the window, coating her outline with a faint layer of gold. She is so dazzling in the crowd. It's Tamarbata soon, and then it's the National Day and the Mid-Autumn Festival. What are you busy with? Assistant Rawl, can you help us see the planning plan then? The building manager asked expectantly. Yes, Assistant Rawl, you have to help us check the gate at that time. In the past few days, Rongxi has spent most of his time in Tianning Building. A lot of valuable suggestions have been put forward for the building, and everyone is convinced of her now. I don't have the strength to control the gate. I can only make a little suggestion or something. Just send me an email at that time. Honor and smile. That's great. Big manager Xiaome looked grateful, and then sighed. If only Assistant Raw had stayed in the building all the time. With you, our turnover would definitely rise day by day. Yes, how about we apply to the headquarters and ask Mr. Ning to transfer Assistant Raw to our building? The shopping mall planning suggested. I think it's okay. If Assistant Raw is willing, I will apply to Mr. Ning tomorrow and arrange for you to be the deputy director of the planning department. From a small assistant to the deputy director of the planning department, this is already a leap in the position. Ning Shen frowned slightly. That's not good. Rongxi immediately refused. I don't have this strength. Hearing her answer, Ning Shen frowned slightly and relaxed again, and walked towards the crowd. Mr. Ning? Noticing him, the manager of the shopping mall standing beside Rongxi exclaimed. The crowd who were thinking about digging the corner of the OBSS wall turned around. When they saw Ning Shen, their expressions immediately congratulated. Mr. Ning. Hello, Mr. Ning? Rongxi turned her face and saw Ning Shen standing in the corridor. Her eyes lit up and the corners of her lips curled up. She turned around to meet him and met his eyes with a smile. Mr. Ning, are you back? Ning Shen responded to her lightly, and his eyes fell on the faces of several subordinates, and his tone sank. Everyone, prepare the reports and materials and wait for me in the conference room. Yanxing, go to the conference room to get ready. Yes. Everyone agreed and turned around to prepare their own materials. Just as Rongxi was about to turn around, Ning Shen's voice sounded again. Xixi, you stay. Rongxi raised his face and met his eyes. Mr. Ning, what else can I tell you? Please use the pen for me. Ning Shen said. Rongxi raised his hand and handed him the pen. Ning Shen reached out and took the pen. I don't know whether it was intentional or by chance, but he just held her finger. When the fingertips touch each other, both of them's hands are numb. Rongxi's breathing was slightly disturbed. She loosened the finger holding the pen and subconsciously pursed her lips. I thought you wouldn't come back until tomorrow. It was supposed to be tomorrow. Ning Shen took her small movements into his eyes, and his throat knot fluctuated slightly. I'm in advance. The heart of honor jumped heavily. So, did he come back early for her? Why? I heard that there is an employee in the company who performed very well. I want to come back early. To reward her. Sure enough, he really came back early for her. Then, Rongxi put his hands behind his back, tilted his head slightly, and winked at him. How are you going to reward this excellent employee? There is no one else around, and her name has also been adjusted from Mr. Ning to you. When she was called Mr. Ning, she was her employee. When they call you, they are equal. She is a woman and he is a man. Ning Shen's fingertips gently stroked her signature pen in her hand. I need to think about it carefully and prepare the materials first. Well, see you in the office later. See you later. Witnessing her walk into the office not far away, Ning Shen's fingertips, on the signature pen, where her lips touched, gently snaggered a few times. Raise your right hand and put the pen into the suit pocket. After a moment, everyone went to the conference room to meet. After listening to everyone's report on the turnover and sales of the building, Ning Shen nodded. Everyone has worked hard these days. In order to recognize everyone's hard work, we will hold a celebration banquet for you tonight. Everyone smiled when they were commended by the big boss. Thank you, Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning, don't worry, we will continue to work hard. Because the building is still open at night, considering everyone's convenience. The celebration banquet that night will be arranged in the restaurant in the mall. Because of Ning Shan's absence, everyone is more or less reserved. Later, after drinking a few glasses of wine, I let go a little. This time, thanks to Assistant Raw's help. The building manager said with a smile, Mr. Ning, please see if you can consider transferring Assistant Raw to our building. Yes, Mr. Ning, if Assistant Raw comes, our turnover will definitely increase. Rongxi buckled the glass and sipped the wine. But his ears stood up, waiting for Ning Shen's answer. Ning Shen put down the wine glass. She is mine. No one wants to take it. Everyone only thought it was a joke and didn't think much about it. That's right. Assistant Raw is so powerful. How can Mr. Ning give up? Yes, let's not take love across the knife. Rongxi sipped red wine and quietly glanced at Ning Shen. When did she become his? After dinner, everyone said goodbye one after another and went back to their respective posts to continue their work. Zhou Yanqun got up to pay the bill. Ning Shen walked out of the private room with Rongxi and took the elevator downstairs. In the evening, it is the peak time for the passenger flow in the mall. After parking on 2 floors, the two of them had been squeezed into the corner of the elevator, and Rongxi's backs were attached to the glass elevator wall. Ning Shen turned around and faced her. He raised his arm to support the elevator arm and separated her from the crowd with his body. The elevator was crowded, and her skirt wrapped around his trousers, and her face was almost close to his suit. The faint smell of wine on the man's body is mixed with the cold woody fragrance. In this slightly closed space, the sense of existence is particularly strong. Her height just saw his throat knot. Looking up again, it is a sharp chin, and the lips are squeezed into a beautiful straight line. Rongxi's throat is a little dry and itchy. Subconsciously, she raised her face and just hit Ning Shen's eyes. The man's sight is hot and strong. It seemed to pass through her eyes and burn to her heart. Rongxi's heart beat suddenly, and his breathing unconsciously became a little faster. 5 floors. 4 floors. The elevator stopped again on the 3rd floor, and the door was separated. Ning Shen grabbed her wrist and pulled her out of the elevator. All the way through the shopping crowd in the mall, through the staff passage, to a secluded corridor. Being pulled all the way by him, Rongxi stopped, and his chest was still up and down. Ning. Ning Shen turned around, raised his finger, and pressed her lips. Call the name. Ning. Be careful. Fingertips gently stroked her lips, and Ning Shen bent down and approached her eyes. Would you mind if I kissed you now? Chapter 46. Do you mind if I kiss you now? In the mall, it's better to be cautious and decisive, and never be soft-handed. He will get what he wants at all costs. However, the glory and regret are different. She is completely special to him. In front of her before, he tried to suppress the possessiveness in his bones, respected her, cherished her, and was careful every time he approached. The man's slightly rough fingers rubbed the delicate lips, which made people tremble. Rong's eyes breathing became a little more and more rapid, and his lips and teeth became more and more dry. She swallowed subconsciously once, and her throat was hoarse. What do you think? This sentence is a counter-quisk and an answer. Ning Shen didn't ask any more questions. He just bent down and got closer to the last distance between the two. Slightly sideways, Ning Shen's lips pressed against her. The qi and blood of the whole body seemed to surge up in an instant, and Rongxi breathed. After a shallow touch, Ning Shen raised her face slightly and stared into her eyes. The girl gasped slightly, and her eyes were full of water. Looking at his eyes, she curled her lips slightly and smiled back at him. Everything is in silence. Ning Shen raised his heart and relaxed completely. He reached out and held her waist, hugged her into his arms, and bowed his head and kissed her again. No longer a careful test, this time, he completely indulged himself. Tighten your arms and put your fingers through her long hair behind her head. He kissed the kiss little by little. deepen, aggravate, wanton plunder. For a long time. He just let her go again. But the person was still close to her and did not leave. His palm was clasped on her waist, and Ningxuan bent down, and his whole body snuggled together with her. The forehead is against her forehead. The tip of the nose leaned against the tip of her nose. His chest fluctuated violently, and his voice was obviously sandy. You know, I've wanted to be like this for a long time. Rongxi was speechless. In fact, she gasped more than him. She has never been a conservative person, and she also knows what's going on with men and women. But knowing is one thing, and real experience is another thing. She never knew that just a kiss could make people's hearts palpitating. I just uttered half a word, and he has kissed me again. This time, he was gentle and lingering, but with unspeakable strength and domineering. If it's the first light touch, it's a careful test. The strong kiss was uncontrollable and presumptuous. So now is his real exploration. It's like the same child finally got his favorite candy after finally eating it. He also needs to recall the taste and texture of the candy. I don't know how long time has passed, or I don't feel how time has passed at all. In the ear, there is only the sound of blood rushing into the pulse. And the sound of breathing. I don't know whether it's hers or his. Other than that, she couldn't hear anything. By the time Ningxuan was finally willing to let her go, Ron Zai's whole body was already soft.it. Seems to be stepping on cotton, and standing a little unsteady. I can only hold on to the hem of his suit. He hugged her and buried his face between the girl's neck and hair. If it hadn't been for Ro's mother's call, I don't know when this hug would have ended. Roxi leaned on Ningxuan and took out his mobile phone. Her fingers were weak, and she pressed twice on the screen to connect the phone. Mom, I'm off work soon. Listening to her daughter's voice, something was wrong. Ro's mother was worried and asked, Is it uncomfortable? Why is your voice so strange? Are Mom's ears so poisonous? Well. Rongxi clears his throat. Where is it? It's good not to have it. Remember a coat in the air-conditioned room. Sister-in-law Liu cooked mung bean lily soup. Mom is waiting for you to drink it together. Okay. Rongxi hung up the phone and raised his eyes to look at Ningxuan. I saw you wrong. What kind of abstinence, old carder? It's obviously sultry. Ningxuan frowned doubtfully. What's the matter? It's nothing. Rongxi stood up straight and stuffed his mobile phone back into his backpack. Then I'll go back first. She wouldn't tell him about being kissed until his legs were weak. Ningxuan raised his palm and helped her straighten her messy hair. I'll send you. Rongxi did not refuse. At this time, of course, she was reluctant to separate from him immediately. Ningxuan took out his mobile phone and called the driver. When the two went downstairs again, the driver was already waiting at the exit. When the two sat in the back seat together, the driver started the car and joined the fast lane. Rongxi fastened his seat belt and was about to withdraw his hand. Ningxuan has bent over to her and come to her ear. Do you love me? Ron Zai's face was hot. Is he still funny? Is he a kiss? I just want to eat people, okay? The driver is here, so it's inconvenient to talk. She stretched out her fingers and grabbed his palm. Right on the palm of his hand with a finger brush big, bad. Her fingertips were slightly cold, and she wiped the applause, which was crisp and itchy. Ningxuan put his fingers together and grabbed her palm. Hold that little hand in the palm of your hand and don't give her a chance to be naughty. Rongxi pulled his palm and didn't pull it back. He looked sideways at him. Ningxuan leaned on the back of the chair, and his face was illuminated by the light thrown by the street lamp. A pair of eyes looked in her direction, and even the small tear mole was shining. The appearance of a goblin who is full of essence. In the bag, the mobile phone is ringing again. Rongxi took out her mobile phone. This time it was a WeChat message sent by Qingjiu, and asked her to go out together on the weekend. She held her mobile phone in her left hand to reply to WeChat. As soon as she sent WeChat, she felt a slight chill in her right wrist. Rongxi turned his face doubtfully and saw a gem flash on his wrist at a glance. There was an extra bracelet on the empty wrist before. The black chain body is inlaid with a golden 7-point star-shaped sapphire. There are tassels hanging around the chain, and there are also golden gemstones with shining stars on it. Hanging on the wrist, like a river of stars. Rongxi looked at Ningxuan doubtfully. The latter just smiled back at her. Do you like it? Rongxi shook his wrist and nodded. It's not perfunctory, I really like it. Such a pure golden sapphire is extremely rare, and such a 7-pointed star cut is very rare. Ningxuan's gift was obviously thoughtful. Thinking of what he had said before, Rongxi turned his face and looked at Ningxuan. He just said, Have you wanted to kiss her for a long time? Could it be that he has liked her for a long time? At this time, the car had turned into the villa community where Ro's family was located. The driver didn't know Rongxi's address and asked in a low voice. Miss Ro, which building do you live in? Oh, you can stop in front of you. I haven't been prepared yet to welcome the wild bombardment of my parents and brothers. Rongxi just asked the driver to park the car on the side of the road, dozens of meters away from home. The two got out of the car separately and glanced at the direction of the driver. In the end, they still held back their curiosity and didn't ask. Mr. Ning, I'll go back first. See you on Monday. In front of the driver, Rongxi still called him Mr. Ning. Ning Shen said before that Ning does not allow office romance. He is the boss, and she doesn't want him to be difficult to do, so she is very cooperative and doesn't make it clear. Hearing the words, Mr. Ning, Ning Shen was slightly stunned. Then I'll go back first, Mr. Ning. See you on Monday. Rongxi winked at him and turned to the direction of his villa. Walking to the steps of the villa, she turned her face and looked over. Ning Shen's car was still parked in the distance. He waved his hand to the other party from afar and walked into the living room with honor. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Ra's father and Ra's mother, and Rong Jin, the second brother of the Rong family, was also leaning on the armrest of the sofa. Everyone in the family is busy. If it weren't for the injury of the third brother, it would be rare for everyone to get together. How could it be that all three of them were in the living room all of a sudden? Rongxi's heart tightened. They won't know about this driving style, will they? Chapter 47 The Secret of Glory. Xiao, pull the cuff of the shirt down to block the bracelet given to her by Ningxuan. Rongxi observed the expressions of the three people and walked into the living room with a smile. Dad, Mom, second brother. You are not all waiting for me, are you? Of course. Rong Jin, the second brother of the Rong family, came over with a smile, held her shoulder, and pushed her to the small sofa to sit down. Cough. Rongxi coughed softly. What's the matter? What's the matter? Dad Rong gave her a blank look. You stinky girl, how long are you going to hide it from us? Well. I smiled proudly and concealedly. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to give us a surprise, right? Rong Jin sat on the armrest of the sofa and raised her hand to rub her hair. If her mother hadn't said it, your second brother would have been kept in the dark. Surprise? Rongxi raised his face. Isn't what they said Ningxuan? What on earth are you talking about? Still pretending? Dad Rong took the express envelope on the coffee table and handed it to her. What is this? Rongxi took the envelope doubtfully. The logo of the Jiangchang Philhank Orchestra is printed on the envelope. She opened the envelope and took out the letter from it. On the letter, there is an invitation letter from Huo Jianxing, the head of the orchestra, inviting her to join the Philharmonic Orchestra, the newly formed folk music orchestra. Raw's father got up and came over, sat beside her, and touched her daughter's hair lovingly. Dad is very happy that you are finally cheered up. Yes, Xiaoxi. Mother Raw also sat down. We are all very happy that you can get out of what happened before. Tell me, when will the performance be held? Rong Jin lay on the back of the sofa and leaned to her side. Shall we cheer for you together? Rongxi raised his face, and his eyes swept over his parents' faces and fell on the second brother Rong Jin. Don't guess. She knows that they misunderstood. Well, they invited me to join the folk orchestra, not orchestra. Seeing the invitation letter of the Philharmonic Orchestra, Ro's family mistakenly thought that she was going to join the orchestra as a musicist and start playing the violin again. Hearing the words of Rongxi, all three of them were stunned. But soon, the three of them hid their small expressions and smiled again. Folk music is good. The second brother's favorite is folk music. Yes, Mom hasn't seen your Urhal performance yet. That's right. At that time, take your third brother and let's go together as a family. Let's talk about it again. Rongxi lowered his eyelashes. I've been very busy recently, and I may not have time. Seeing her depressed, the Rong family and others were in a deep heart. Well, if you don't want to go, don't go. Mom will bring you mung bean lily soup. Raw's mother got up and walked into the kitchen, picked up the soup and delivered it to Rongxi. Well, I specially added rock sugar for you. Try it. Rongxi took the soup, took a big sip, and narrowed his eyes to enjoy. Well, it's so sweet. By the way, Mom, when will the third brother be discharged from the hospital? Dr. Gore has arranged that he can be discharged from the hospital after removing the incision tomorrow. In the future, as long as he has a regular re-examination and participates in rehabilitation training, he can do it. Raw's mother replied. Great, let's pick him up together tomorrow morning. Sister Qin Jiao also said she was going to see him. Then you can talk. I'll call Sister Qin Jiao. Rongxi put down half of the mung bean soup he drank in his hand, picked up the express envelope on the table and went up the stairs. The three people of the Rong family sent her upstairs, withdrew their eyes again, and put away the smiles on their faces. It's all my fault. When I saw the Philharmonic Orchestra, I thought she started playing the piano again. Raw's mother blamed herself. Xiaoxi, she will be okay, right? Rong Jin looked upstairs worriedly. Why don't I go to see her? It's better not to disturb her. Dad Raw shook his head gently. You also know her character. Even if she really has something to do, she will not show it in front of us. The bedroom on the second floor. Call Xing Jiao to explain Rong Yu's discharge from the hospital. Rongxi glanced at the invitation letter on the table, opened the drawer casually, and stuffed the invitation letter in. The reason why I participated in the orchestra performance last time was just for Rong Yu's surgery and approach Ningxuan. Now, of course, she is not very interested in participating in any tour. After taking a shower, she wrapped a bath towel and walked into the cloakroom. She casually took off a pajama and put it on her body. Noticing the door to the piano room, Rongxi stopped. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly came forward and entered the password to open the door of the piano room. There are several violins hanging in the piano room. If you are a knowledgeable person, you will probably be amazed when you see these pianos. 3 of them are valuable antique pianos. Others are also handmade pianos from the hands of modern celebrities. Each one is worth a lot. When Rongxi was still playing the violin, her family liked her and always liked to buy back her favorite piano for her to collect and play. Even in order to facilitate her protection of the piano, this piano room was specially built for her, which can adjust the humidity. Unfortunately, she has never played the violin since she was admitted to college. He never stepped into the piano room again. The eyes fell on the middle of the piano room, the handmade piano platform. Rongxi took a step back and closed the door of the piano room. Lying on the pillow, she turned off the light and turned around until the middle of the night, but she couldn't sleep. He opened the drawer and took out the bottle of sleeping pills. Rongxi was afraid that his family would find out, so he didn't dare to turn on the light and turn on the light on his mobile phone. The WeChat sent by Ningxuan is displayed on the screen of the mobile phone. Ningxuan, I have arrived home safely. Good night. I cherished my irritable mood and relaxed a little. Put down the medicine bottle, take the mobile phone, and say good night to him. After replying, I suddenly found something wrong. The WeChat message above was actually sent by Ningxuan 3 hours ago. She just didn't hear it when she was taking a shower, mistakenly thinking that the other party had just sent it. It was too late for the mobile phone to retreat, and Rongxi raised his hand to hold his forehead. Replying at night like this, I hope it won't affect his rest. Less than a minute after the message was sent, Ningxuan's phone call came in. Is something wrong? Why haven't you slept so late? His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he was awakened in his sleep. Did I wake you up? Sorry, I saw the wrong time and thought you just sent it. Insomnia. Rongxi smiled self-deprecatingly. It's okay. Go to bed quickly. I'll just take a pill. Turn off the light and lie down, turn your mobile phone to the voice, and put it on the bedside table. What do you mean? Be obedient. Rongxi didn't understand, but he still lay back on the pillow as he said, set his mobile phone to hands-free and put it on the bedside table. There was a small and soft sound in the mobile phone. For a moment, Ningxuan's voice sounded again. I'll read you a book I've been reading recently. No, don't talk, close your eyes. You really don't need to. Shishi, be obedient. The man's gentle voice came out through the mobile phone, which seemed to have the power to appease people's hearts. Rongxi shrank up in the quilt and closed his eyes. Originally, I just wanted to pretend to be asleep so that he could rest quickly. As a result, listening to his voice, her mood calmed down little by little, and she fell asleep unconsciously. This is the first time that she didn't use sleeping pills when she had insomnia. I slept beautifully until almost noon, and then Rongxi got up. Because Rongjin had a job, Rongxi rushed to the hospital with his parents to pick up Rongyi. Rehabilitation training is still in progress. At this time, the consciousness on Rongyi's legs has recovered, but he is far from walking normally. Therefore, you still have to sit in a wheelchair. The assistant went to go through the discharge procedures. Raw's father and mother helped him pack up. Rongxi first pushed him out of the hospital building to get some air outside. Notice the sound of the engine of a sports car outside the hospital door. Rong Yu turned his face naturally until he couldn't hear the sound of the engine, and he was still watching the road outside the hospital. Knowing that he was thinking about his car, Rongxi bent down with a smile and put his shoulder around him. Brother, I happen to be free at the end of the week. Let's go to the parking lot to see if my car is good. Hearing her mention the word parking lot, Rong Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, but? He turned his face and glanced at the parents of the Rong family who came out not far away. Dad and Mom. I want Xiaoxi to take me to the parking lot. When a father knows his son best, he knows that he misses his car. Raw's mother nodded with a smile. Go ahead and be safe on the road. The driver drove the car over. Raw Yu supported the crutch and got into the car with the help of Rongxi. To say goodbye to my parents, I drove the car out of the hospital and came to the Jiancheng Racing Center in the suburbs. In the distance, you can see several cars parked outside the special garage of Rawyu. A group of people were gathering at the gate of the garage, making a loud noise, arguing with the staff of the Rawyu team in the garage. Rongxi drove the car near the garage. She stopped the car, pushed the door and jumped out of the car. What's the matter? Chapter 48 Spoiled Girl Madman 1. What's going on? Hearing Rongxi's voice, the two sides who were arguing turned their faces in the direction of Rongxi at the same time. Miss Rong. When the coach of the team saw her, he trotted over. You came just in time. These people are too much to let us vacate the garage. He came over and stood in front of the convoy, looking around at the young people who were making trouble. Who are you? My people. Jiang Qingli, dressed in a blue and white sports car suit, came out from behind the crowd and stood in front of Rongxi. Holding her arm, she arrogantly slanted at Rongxi. The car factory of the training factory is for drivers, not for the disabled. I just asked you to give up the garage. Is it wrong? Disability? If it hadn't been for her, could the third brother have suffered these sins? Bang Rongxi raised his right hand and slapped Jiang Qingli in the face fiercely. Rongxi has wanted to slap her for a long time. Jiang Qingli was shaken by the beating and took a step back and almost fell down. The lips were torn, and the corners of the lips overflowed on the spot. Raising her hand to wipe the corners of her lips, seeing the blood on the back of her hand, Jiang Qingli suddenly changed her complexion. Rongxi, are you looking for death? Catch this dead girl's film. Dare to beat Miss Jiang and kill her. Seeing that Jiang Qingli was beaten, a group of his followers were about to rush over with curses. I think. Who dares to touch my sister? Rong Yu drove the electric wheelchair to the front and blocked Rongxi. The man sits in a wheelchair, but his momentum is not inferior to anyone at all. Recognizing him, several young people with their teeth and claws subconsciously stopped. Many people in the garage know how wild they are. When Rong Yu first came to the car factory, he was only 16 years old. A fool who didn't know the importance of the head made a missy joke on him. With a pair of 3, Rong Yu knocked out 3 front teeth of the other party on the spot. Since then, no one dares to fight with Rong Yu. Even if he is now disabled and sitting in a wheelchair, he still subconsciously gives birth to a little timidity. Brother Yu, the brothers in the garage, when they saw him, their eyes became hot. One by one, they rushed over to protect him and Rongxi's surroundings. Seeing Rong Yu's appearance, Jiang Qingli lowered her eyelashes with a guilty heart. She was also really moved by Rong Yu. It was only that Rong Yu had always ignored her that Jiang Qingli hated her because of love. Outside the crowd, there was a smile. Rong Yu, why do you have to do this? The young man, dressed in a blue and white racing suit and his hair dyed grey blue, separated the crowd and came over. This person is not strange to me. Jiang Qiling, who debuted 2 years earlier than Rong Yu, is also an excellent racer in China. It's a pity that it's a little worse than Rong Yu. Rong Yu participated in the competition for the first time and defeated Jiang Qili to win the domestic championship. From then on, he was out of control and went all the way to the international stage. And Jiang Qiling, from then on, can only become the second for 10,000 years. As long as you meet Rong Yu, there is only one word waiting for him: defeat. After leaving Rong Yu's convoy, Jiang Qingli transferred to Jiang Qiling. Now, Jiang has become Jiang Qiling's team sponsor. Standing beside Jiang Qingli, Jiang Qili glanced mockingly at Rong Yu's wheelchair. Anyway, it's impossible for you to participate in the competition again. What's the point of keeping this garage? I think you'd better sign up for the disabled car competition. Several brothers in the Rong Yu team all clenched their fists and turned pale. However, it is powerless to refute. Everyone knows the situation of Rong Yu. Without him, the convoy would lose its soul. The reason why everyone stayed and didn't leave is only because they miss the friendship of struggling together over the years. In fact, in my heart, everyone also knows that this convoy will disperse sooner or later. It's just that everyone is really unwilling to be driven away by Jiang Qingli and Jiang Qiling. Rongxi looked sideways and just bumped into his brother's eyes. In the eyes of the other party's beautiful Dengfeng, there is only calmness and determination. If it had been 2 weeks ago, Rong Yu would have been stimulated by him. Unfortunately, the current Rong Yu is no longer the same as before. After this car accident, Rong Yu has also grown up more than before, and his personality has become much calmer. Seeing that his brother was in good shape, Rongxi was also secretly relieved. Holding Rong Yu's shoulder, she curled her lips shallowly. If I'm not mistaken, this is Mr. Jiang Xiaojiang, right? Jiang Qiling ranked second in his family and always lost to Rong Yu. As a result, he was nicknamed Jiang Xiaoer. That's right. Rong Yu smiled lightly. This is the second man for 10,000 years. Ha! The convoy laughed out loud. Killing the heart. What Jiang Qiling hates most is this name. He is so angry that his chest hurts. Rong Yu, don't be complacent. Let me tell you, according to the rules on the training ground, drivers who do not participate in the competition are not qualified to use the garage. Before the municipal league starts, you must give up the garage to me. With a cold snort, Jiang Qiling waved his hand and took the crowd away. Everyone comforted one after another. Brother Yu, don't pay attention to this kind of person. That is, our car factory has signed a 5-year contract. If the contract does not expire, no one wants to drive us away. His eyes swept over these familiar brothers one by one, and Rong Yu nodded gently. These days, I haven't been taking care of the garage. Thank you for your hard work. His mood has been at a low point, and naturally, he can't care about the convoy. For such a long time, everyone can still insist on staying in the garage. Rong Yu was also grateful and moved in his heart. What can I say? You are the hardest. The coach of the team frowned and glanced at his legs, and stopped talking. Don't worry, everyone. Rongxi smiled and said that my brother's operation went well this time. As long as he completed the rehabilitation treatment, he would be able to stand up soon. Great. The engineer in charge of car repair in the convoy looked excited. Brother Yu, don't you know that the bastard surnamed Jiang has been driving in front of the car factory every day these days? This time, Brother Yu hit them in the face. That's right, let them know who is the king of racing. Cough. The coach of the team coughed softly. In such a short time, Yu Xiao must be too late. Shall we prepare for next year's competition? The National League is now in the registration period, and the Municipal League selection will be in a week. Now, Rong Yu is still in the recovery period. How can it be in time in such a short time? Everyone heard his reminder and looked at Rong Yu's legs, and they all calmed down. Rong Yu turned his face sideways and stared at the trophies of the national competition neatly arranged on the shelf. He pursed his lips and did not make a sound. When Rong Xi saw it, his heart ached. Since Rong Yu participated in the competition at the age of 16, he has never missed the annual national competition. During last year's competition, he accidentally got the flu, and Rong Yu had a fever and persisted in the competition. She can still remember Rong Yu's expression when he held the trophy and told her that she must win 5 consecutive championships and put candy for her with the trophy. This year is exactly the 5th year. If the trophy is taken away by Jiang Qiling this time, he must have a lot of regrets. We can sign up first. If my brother can't make it to the City League, then I'll do it. Chapter 49 Spoiled Girl Madman 2. This is not good, Miss Rong, the game is not a joke. Our team has won 4 consecutive championships. Would it be too shameful to lose? Yes, Jiang Qiling can't laugh at us to death. Everyone in the convoy, you deny it word by word. As we all know, Rongxi is the favorite little princess of the Rong family. Rong Yu is even more a fanatic who spoils girls. Rongxi has a good personality and never loses a temper as a lady in the convoy. Everyone also likes this little princess very much. But liking doesn't mean that you will believe in her skills. Shut up. Rong Yu drank everyone, and this matter was done as Xiaoxi said. He understands Rongxi's thoughts. How can he live up to his sister's kindness? Brother Yu. Everyone wanted to stop it again, and Rong Yu's face sank and he was about to have an attack. Rongxi held his shoulder and smiled at everyone. I know, I don't have the strength of my brother. I just think it's a pity to miss this game. As long as I can pass the preliminary round, my brother will definitely be in time in the finals. Please give me a chance, please. Everyone looked at each other, and no one made a sound again. If you really miss this game, you won't win 5 consecutive championships. It is not only the regret of Rong Yu, but also the regret of everyone in the convoy. The Municipal League is only a preliminary round. As long as Rongxi can get the top 3, he can qualify for the finals. If you are lucky, it is not impossible. Since that's the case, the coach of the team is the first to stand up. Let's do as Yu Xiao said, right? If there is no competition, we will definitely let this car factory out. Just think of it as letting Miss Rong practice. Hearing what he said, everyone agreed. Good. The coach of the team clapped his hands. Everyone, get ready to start. I have been idle for more than 3 months, and I can only clean and maintain the car boringly every day. Everyone is going to be sick. Everyone was a little excited to hear that they could play again. Take action immediately and start preparing for the game. Rong Yu stretched out his right hand and held Rong Zai's arm, and his tone was full of love. Don't worry about winning or losing, just think of it as a game. Well, Rongxi nodded with a smile. Where is my car? Come on, the third brother will take you there. The two came to the garage together, and Rong Yu raised his right hand. Come on, squeeze the dustproof cloth open. The staff took off the dustproof cloth, and Rong Yu did it himself to make the car modified by Rongxi appear. Flame-like red, beautiful flowing water lines, shiny hubs, personalized black spray. Red sports car, like a beast ready to go. How about it? Rong Yu turned his face with a smile. Do you like it? Rongxi nodded vigorously, took out the car key from the bag, opened the door and sat in. Rong Yu drove the wheelchair over and pointed through the window. On the right side, press the red button. Rongxi stretched out his right hand and gently pressed the button. Under the central console, the small box slowly popped up. Suddenly, it is a 9-palace candy box with different flavors of big white rabbit milk candy. This is not available on ordinary sports cars. Of course, Rong Yu specially modified it for her. He pinched a piece of candy, peeled it off and put it in his mouth. Rongxi smiled at him with the candy. I knew that the third brother loved me the most. Of course. Rong Yu withdrew the wheelchair and ordered his men to open the gate of the garage. Go ahead and try to drive twice. Rongxi started the car and drove the new racing car out of the factory gate. Rong Yu was busy following and reminding. Drive slowly and pay attention to safety. I know. He waved to him and turned the accelerator lightly. The red racing car drove out of the yard neatly and turned into the training track. The staff in the garage also came out with them. The car was modified by everyone, and everyone also wanted to see the modification effect. In another garage not far away, Jiang Qiling is also preparing for the competition. Hearing the roar of the motor on this side of Ruoyu car factory, he got up and walked out of the factory. Seeing the red racing car on the track, he frowned in doubt. Who is driving? Who else could it be? The little princess of the royal family. A staff member raised his chin. This is the new racing car assembled for her by Rongyu. This. But the favorite of the royal family, if you want the stars, don't give them to the master of the moon. Honor and regret? Not far away, Jiang Qingli is holding an ice bag and applying her face. Hearing the discussion of several people, she curled her lips disdainfully. The wound on the face immediately had a pulling pain. His eyes fell not far away, and Jiang Qingli's eyes were cold when he drove the car on the track. Damn girl. He ruined her marriage and hit her in the face in front of so many people. She must avenge this revenge. Throwing the ice bag to a subordinate, Jiang Qingli pulled the door and sat in his special racing car. I'm going to meet this little princess. Seeing Rongxi's car slowly drive onto the track, Jiang Qingli stepped on the accelerator, and the white racing car roared and rushed out, brushing the side of Rongxi's car. Hitting the steering wheel, Jiang Qingli showed off the tail of the car, forcing Rongxi's car to stop. Scratching the window, she glanced at Rongyu contemptuously. Little princess, do you see it? This is called driving. You. Why don't you go home and play remote-controlled racing? Ha. Zhang Qiling and others stood on the side of the track and laughed out loud. Boring. Rongxi adjusted his seat belt silently, held the steering wheel with one hand, and tiptoed gently. The red sports car rushed out of the starting point and left Jiang Qingli behind. Humph. Jiang Qingli snorted coldly, and the car accelerated to chase, trying to surpass Rongxi again. Unfortunately, no matter how she drives, she can never surpass. Seeing that the last curve was ahead, Jiang Qingli's heart was crossed. Accelerated suddenly and squeezed into the lane from the left lane. At the same time, hit the steering wheel and shake the tail. This move can be said to be extremely insidious. On the track, the distance between the two cars is rapidly shortened. Looking from a distance, Rong Yu grabbed the armrest of the wheelchair with both hands and exclaimed worriedly, Xiaoxi. The coaches and engineers in the team were also nervous and held their breath. The speed of both of them is more than 100 miles, and they are still on the curve. At this time, cars are the most difficult to control. If it can't be handled well, Rongxi will really hit Jiang Qingli's car. The loss of the car is small, but it is extremely dangerous if it gets out of control. If it's light, it will overturn. If it is serious, it will be injured. Looking at the rearview mirror, looking at the front of Rongxi's car, he was about to rub the rear of his car. Jiang Qingli just smiled gloomily. Little princess? Humph. Just like your brother, take a wheelchair. Chapter 50. The waist relaxes and the heart tightens. 1. In the red racing car, the expression of honor is still as calm as before. Seeing that the two racing cars were about to collide, she suddenly stepped on the brakes. The red racing car rotates horizontally on the track, drifting beautifully over the corner. It not only successfully overtook Jiang Qingli's car, but also dissolved the other party's tricks. Seeing a red shadow rushing past in front of her, Jiang Qingli's eyes widened in surprise. She followed Rong Yu and learned to drive for more than half a year. I think I'm no worse than ordinary professional racing cars. How can Rongxi be better than her? She was still surprised and didn't come back to her senses. Rongxi's car in front of her suddenly slowed down. Jiang Qingli was unprepared and turned the steering wheel to one side in a panic. The white racing car lost control and rushed out of the track like a wild horse, hitting the anti-collision tire stack on the roadside head-on. The tire pile fell down and rolled all over the ground. Rongxi braked lazily, and the red racing car stopped steadily. Xiaoxi. Rong Yu drove an electric wheelchair and rushed over like a madman. I'm all right. Rongxi pushed the door and jumped out of the car. He took off his helmet and smiled back at him. Seeing that his sister was safe and sound, Rong Yu's heart finally fell back to the same place. Not far away, Jiang Qiling and others also ran over and rushed to the side of Jiang Qingli's car. Miss Jiang? How's it going? Are you hurt? Several people moved the tires away and pulled the door to help Jiang Qingli down from the racing car. Jiang Qingli got on the car in a hurry and didn't wear a helmet at all. When I suddenly braked, my face hit the steering wheel directly. Her newly trimmed nose was knocked to one side, and blood, runny nose and tears flowed all over her face. In that way, the more embarrassing it is, the more embarrassing it is. The subordinates of the Rong Yu team also rushed over. Looking at her, they laughed out loud without hesitation. Yo, Miss Jiang, why is your nose crooked? There's no need to ask. It's definitely not the original one. No wonder it's so wolf-hearted. Angry and painful, Jiang Qingli pulled the towel of one of her subordinates, covered her nose, and lowered her head to leave. Wait a minute. Rong Yu stopped her in a low voice and drove the electric wheelchair in front of Jiang Qingli. There is no driver like you in the Rong Yu team, and don't mention that I am your driver in the future. Now, apologize to my sister. At the beginning, he was the one who accepted her as an apprentice. Saving her is also out of the morality of being a master. He had a car accident, he was disabled, and he was unlucky. Rong Yu did not blame Jiang Qingli, but only blamed himself for being blind at the beginning and seeing the wrong person. However, Jiang Qingli dares to target Rongxi like this, and Rong Yu will never allow it. Yo, Jiang Qiling pulled the corners of his lips. Who is Master Rong scaring? Rong Yu raised his eyelids and glanced at Jiang Qiling with the corner of his eye. A dog raised by the Jiang family barked in front of me. You're fucking dead. Jiang Qiling stepped forward and reached out to grab Rong Yu's collar. Brother! Rong Xi exclaimed and rushed over. A group of brothers from the Rong Yu team also changed color and rushed forward to ask for help. Stretching out his right hand, Rong Yu grabbed Jiang Qiling's arm and twisted it suddenly. Jiang Qiling fell in front of him out of control. And Rong Yu took the opportunity to strangle his neck with his arm and tighten it unceremoniously. Rong Yu, you. Jiang Qiling struggled to curse at first, but soon, he couldn't curse anymore. His throat was strangled by Rong Yu, and he was seriously hypoxic. He struggled hard but to no all. Seeing that Jiang Qiling's face was red and his neck was thick, and he was almost out of breath, Jiang Ji's face had already turned pale. Rong Yu, you. Stop it. You. What are you doing in a daze? Do it. Several subordinates of the Jiang family's convoy wanted to rush over to help. Looking at Rong Yu's murderous eyes, they were so scared that they froze in place. Young Yu, don't be impulsive. Brother Yu, calm down. This kind of person is not worth it. The people in the Rong Yu convoy were also shocked by Rong Yu and were busy rushing over to persuade. If it goes on like this, it will really be fatal. Shut up. Rong Yu was unmoved. He just raised his face and looked at Jiang Qingli coldly. Who dares to bully my sister? I will fight for my life and kill him. Jiang Qingli, what are you waiting for? Humph. Jiang Qingli snorted coldly and didn't move her neck. Rong Yu didn't say anything, but tightened his arms a little more. Rong Shi was also worried that Rong Yu's impulse would really kill people, so he stretched out his palm and shook his shoulder. Brother. Rong Yu turned his face and blinked at her with a smile. Seeing that Jiang Qiling's struggle became more and more weak, and his face turned from red to blue, Jiang Qingli finally couldn't stand it. Jiang Qiling is a driver sponsored by Jiang, and this time the Jiang family spent a lot of money on him. If something really happens to Jiang Qiling, all the money will be wasted. What's more, it was because of her that the other party quarreled with Rong. If something really happens, she can't escape. The life and death of his younger brother Jiang Qingchang is uncertain, and the Jiang family can't stand the toss now. Excuse me, is that all right? Rong Yu raised his face and sneered. No way. You. Will Kingley bit my back teeth. I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have played with you in the driveway. I'm sorry. Is this okay? When he opened Jiang Qiling, Rong Yu pushed him away. Get out of here. Several people helped Jiang Qiling up. Jiang Qiling coughed violently and raised his finger to hold Rong Yu's face. The surname is Rong Yu. Cough. You wait. If there is a trick to come to me, the young master will not refuse. With a cold snort, Rong Yu reached out and patted Rong's eyes back. Don't pay attention to these miscellaneous things and continue to play with you. I'll see who dares to make trouble. How can Rong Shi still be in the mood to play with cars? He followed Rong Yu back to the parking lot and noticed the wound on his arm scratched by Jiang Qiling. She hurriedly took the medicine box and helped him disinfect the bandage. You also said that he is a dog. Why do you care about him? No matter whether he is a human or a dog, no one can bully my sister. Rong Yu raised his hand and gently pinched the tip of her nose. Don't worry, the third brother's skin was rough and thick, and it didn't hurt. Don't tell your parents when you go back, or my ears will be tortured again. Got it. Rong Shi smiled back at him. You weren't scared just now, were you? Rong Shi shook his head. That's good. Rong Yu raised his wrist to check the time. If you don't want to play, shall we go home? Okay. Rong Shi stood up and drove the car to the door. Rong Yu briefly said a few words to the staff of the garage and sat back in her car. Xiaoxi, I heard from my mother. You were invited to be a musician by the Filaire Folk Orchestra. Well. Rong Yu looked at her expression and teased her tone. When will the performance be held? The third brother is also going to receive some artistic influence. Rong Shi pursed his lips. I don't want to go. If you don't want to go, don't go. Rong Yu stretched out his palm and rubbed the top of her hair. Then. The third brother's preliminary round is left to you. Third brother, don't worry. Rong Shi's tone became clear again. I will use my spare time to train well. Rong Yu also curled the corners of his lips. The third brother believes in you. The brother and sister returned to Rong's villa. Rong Yu took the elevator to the third floor and went straight to the gym without drinking a sip of water. Train according to the rehabilitation training arranged for him at the time of care. There are many dangers on the racetrack. He was not willing to let his sister compete for him. To work hard on rehabilitation training is to hope to get up earlier. Back to the bedroom on the second floor, Rong Shi threw his mobile phone on the table. He opened the drawer and noticed the invitation that was thrown in the drawer randomly. She paused slightly, and then closed the drawer tightly. The mobile phone vibrates. Seeing Ning Shin's phone on the screen, Rong Shi smiled and connected the phone. What's your order, Mr. Ning?